The Abandoned House by Beulah Pointer. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Abandoned House. 1. The blinding rain, which had been steadily falling for the last hour, cut and stung our faces, and the wind wheezing through the trees about us rocked our little car, until it made progress almost impossible. An illuminating streak of lightning, followed by a deafening crash of thunder, caused me to cower down in the seat and cover my ears with my hands. "Well, here's our finish," exclaimed my brother, who had valiantly striven to pilot the machine in the storm. "There's a tree lying directly across the road." He brought the car to a standstill, and turned his spotlight on the dark object blocking our path. It was a huge tree, evidently stricken down by the lightning, and it covered the entire road. "What on earth are we going to do?" I sobbed hysterically. "We can't stay out in a storm like this, and we're miles and miles away from anyone." We had been steadily climbing an upward grade, and the cavern-like ravines on either side and the depths of blackness behind me struck a chill in my heart. "I wish we'd never come out on this crazy motor trip," I wailed. "New York is good enough for me. Alan, what can we do?" "I'll see," he answered. "Keep your hand on the brake. This is a pretty stiff hill and the road is slippery. If the car starts skidding, it's good night." He spoke jocularly enough, but I knew he was worried. Climbing out of the machine, he went around to the big supine tree and examined it. "It's no use, Nell," he called to me, pitching his voice above the roar of the wind. "I can't budge it." In the brief light caused by a second flash of lightning, I saw the stark, bare outlines of a two-story house, possibly 100 feet ahead of us on my right. "Alan, there's a house up there further on the hill," I cried wildly. "You're right, there is. It's either an empty one or its occupants hit the hay early. I'll pull the car out onto the side of the road and we'll make a run for it." He got back into his car and with a few careful maneuvers of the wheel succeeded in bringing the machine around to a spot where it might stand in safety. Then he searched in the darkness until he found a rock, which he placed under the wheel in case something should start it rolling down grade. "Turn up your collar. The rain feels like ice water when you're out in it. The house is probably further off than it looks." Taking my hand, he helped me out. My feet went into deep mud, and I almost lost my balance. With a little shriek, I clutched him to save myself. Then we started to run. It was uphill all the way, a much steeper and longer climb than I had anticipated, and as Alan had said, the rain was like ice water beating against the back of my neck and shoulders. I was shaking and shivering like a drowned cat by the time we reached the stoop on the front of the building. The house was barren of fence and surrounding trees, and stood on a sort of knoll at the side of the hills. No light was visible anywhere. Alan used his pocket flash, and that guided us to the front door, which was swinging dismally back and forth on one hinge, making a doleful creaking noise, distinguishable above the wind. We did not stop to knock, feeling pretty certain the house had no occupant, or the door would be locked on a night like this. "For such shelter let us give thanks," Alan chuckled grimly, pushing me in first. He closed the door after us to shut out the rain, but it immediately swung open again. We found ourselves in a long, wide hall which evidently divided the house through the center. At the extreme end was an old-fashioned staircase with banisters. The floors creaked and gave with the weight of our bodies as we walked, and I fancied a rat scurried across my foot. There was an odor of mustiness and damp about the place, as though it had not been occupied for years. There were no furnishings of any kind, no blinds to the windows, and most of the panes of glass were missing. But even in the dim light that Alan's spot afforded, we could see that it had an old-time elegance. Probably, at one time, monstrous log fires had burnt in the massive brick fireplaces at the end of the two rooms opening off the separating hallway. The woodwork appeared to be of black walnut. The floors, unquestionably, had been highly polished, though now they were worn and earth-stained. The ceilings were falling, and the wallpaper hung in great strips from the plastering. A more uninviting place could not be imagined. I clung to Alan's arm, half afraid to venture farther. "I'm awfully cold," I whimpered through chattering teeth. "Do you suppose there's a stove in the kitchen? Maybe we can find some paper and start a fire if there is." Alan did not answer, but led the way to the back of the house. Before some swinging doors he hesitated a second, then flung them open and entered. I followed. It was an old-fashioned, brick-floored kitchen. In one corner stood a battered, rust-covered coal range. The chimney was disconnected, and part of it lay on the floor before the open oven. Piles of old rags and broken bits of twigs and newspaper filled a box near it. Alan thrust the spotlight into my hand and pounced upon the debris. In a little while he had a fire burning in the old stove, and the kitchen was filled with sooty smoke and blessed warmth. I stripped off my soggy motor coat and flung it across the box to dry out. Alan removed his coat and did likewise. "Now, if I just had a cup of coffee and a sandwich, I wouldn't be at all unhappy," I said. "Forget it," he laughed. "Nothing doing. It's a lucky thing for us this old barn is well built. If it wasn't, I could see visions of that wind lifting it off its pins and tossing it down into the cavern." I shuddered. "Let's not think about it. The car may not even be there in the morning." To kill time and to get our minds off the storm outside, I suggested that we rummage around a bit and see what the place was like upstairs. As we stepped into the long open hallway, a gust of wind whipped through the swinging door and carried with it a perfect torrent of rain that made little puddles at our feet. Fearfully, I followed Alan up the long, broad flight of stairs, feeling that uncanny something that is so often present in an old, unused house. I half expected some specter of the past to reach out and lay clammy, unearthly hands upon me, or a shadowy something to greet us on the landing where we paused and looked about. There were 6 doors leading off of the corridor, all exactly alike. With the exception of one, they were slightly ajar. The 6th appeared to be locked. Curiosity prompted me to go toward it first. The knob turned in my hand, but the door stayed closed. "Bluebeard's den," laughed Alan. "Take care that you aren't another Anne." "It's locked." "Obviously." "I wonder why." "Possibly for the same reason that all the others aren't. The owner, when he left the place, didn't take the trouble to unlock it." I twisted and turned the knob, trying to force an entrance, but the lock held in spite of its age and rustiness. Alan laughed at my efforts. Then he pushed open the door to his right, which was slightly ajar. His exclamation of surprise called my attention from the bolted door. "What is it?" I gasped. "By George, now, look here." 2. I followed him into the room. My surprise equaled his own at what I saw. In direct contrast to the barrenness of the rooms below, this one was beautifully furnished, with rich draperies covering the crumbling walls, and rugs upon the floor. The furniture was evidently new, and though a trifle gaudy, not without taste. A table in the center of the room, covered with a damask cloth, china, and silver, was spread as though for a meal. There was a half-emptied bottle of wine and 2 glasses. One glass still contained the liquor. Even a loaf of bread and some cold cuts and salad remained. An open lunch kit rested in a chair near the table. I looked at Alan in amazement. He gave me a glance of equal astonishment. "I don't quite understand it," he murmured. "Do you suppose it is possible that someone lives here?" I shook my head. "With the whole lower floor going to rack and ruin and overrun with rats? No, it isn't possible. Now, this bread is soft." He lifted the loaf and thrust his finger into the crust. Then he glanced half apprehensively over his shoulder at some velvet draperies which covered the double doors. I don't know why, but I shivered. Judging from their juxtaposition, those doors led into the room which was bolted from the hallway. Alan lowered his voice as he spoke. "Someone is either in this house or has been here but a short time ago," he said. "This food is fresh. For some reason it's not been eaten." I gave a little cry, half of protest, half of fear, as he parted the draperies and drew back the heavy paneled doors behind them. Then I cried out in horror. Lying across the canopied bed was a man in evening clothes. It needed no second glance, even in the small light Alan's spot afforded, to show us that he was dead. That either suicide or murder had caused his death, for on the white bosom of his shirt was a hideous red spot, and the blue satin and lace of the bedspread was stained with blood. "My God!" Alan whispered hoarsely. As if to accentuate the gruesomeness of the picture and its surroundings, a streak of lightning flashed directly upon that supine figure on the bed. The burst of thunder which followed seemed to rend the sky in two. The wind, careening madly around the house, rocked and banged the shutters of the one window. Let's try to go on," I sobbed. "This is awful. I can't stand it here like this." "It looks like murder," he muttered. Seemingly compelled against his will, he advanced toward the bed. I watched him in fascination as he let his light play upon the features of the man lying there. Then, more fearful of the shadows behind me, and the blackness of the room we had left than of the dead, I crept close to him. Almost of one accord we exclaimed, "Judge Macpherson!" A tall, lean man with reddish-gray hair, a trifle long, a sandy beard and no mustache, keen, cruel eyes with criss-cross wrinkles about them. Macpherson in life was a man not easily forgotten if once known, and not to be mistaken for anyone else, even in death. The man stretched out before us was unquestionably Judge Macpherson. Then, too, I recognized an unusual sapphire and diamond ring on his finger, which I had admired at a dinner party not a month before. "It is murder," Alan said. "He hasn't been robbed, either. I wonder if there's a telephone here." "Why?" "To call up the police, of course." "There isn't any, I'm sure of it." I was right. Though the 2 rooms we had just entered were furnished and appeared to have been recently occupied, all the others were in the same state of decay as the lower floor. There was no telephone in any of them. After a while, Alan closed the double doors and drew the velvet hangings. Then, silently, dazed and horror-stricken, we retraced our steps to the kitchen. The fire we had built at least had life and a certain cheerfulness, and the horror of the thing we had discovered made it impossible for us to stay in the furnished rooms upstairs. "We can't go on tonight," he said. "With daylight we may find a detour, but we can't risk it in the dark. We don't know how close the road is to the edge of the ravine." I could not banish the picture of the dead man lying upstairs, weltering in his own blood, amidst all the garish luxury of velvets and satin, with the uneaten meal spread so near to him. Such a short time ago he had sat at the same table with us, a genial host, though a bit sardonic in his humor. Knowing him to have been a hard, cruel administrator of justice, I never doubted for an instant that he had been murdered. "Alan," I whispered, half fearful of being overheard by ears forever deafened, "who do you suppose killed him?" He shook his head. Any one of 100 people might desire his death. Revenge is unquestionably the motive behind it. As he spoke, his eyes widened, and I noted a quick intake of his breath. Then I saw what had caused this. My motor coat, which I had left to dry, was gone, though his still remained where he had placed it. "Someone is in this house!" I cried hoarsely. "Yes, the person who killed Macpherson is still here." "What are you going to do?" I wailed as he turned abruptly and started to leave the kitchen. "Search for him," he answered grimly. "But you're unarmed. A man desperate enough to commit murder wouldn't hesitate to kill you." Then a peculiar sound came to us above the roaring of the wind and the drip of the rain. Unquestionably, it was the buzz of a motor. We ran to the window, and regardless of the drenching we received the instant it was opened, we peered out into the darkness. At first we saw nothing. Then, darker against the dark sky, we distinguished the outline of another building, not so large as the house we were in, but beyond doubt a big barn. "Our man is in there," said Alan. "He was in the house when we arrived, and beat it to the barn while we were upstairs. He has a car out there. That's the engine we heard." "Don't go out, Alan! Don't go out there!" But my protests were in vain. A door opened from the kitchen to a summer porch, and a path which led to the barn. Almost before the words were out of my mouth, he darted through this door and out into the storm. There was nothing for me to do but follow. I felt I would rather face a live murderer than stay alone in that great house with his dead victim. Before we reached the barn, a car, which by its long, low outlines was just distinguishable in the darkness, swung out into the road before us. Its lamps were unlighted, and we could not see its occupant. Alan called out commandingly, with a bravery which was foolhardy to an extreme. "Stop! Stop where you are!" The car came towards us. The engine sputtered. The machine swerved a little as though driven by a drunken person or someone unused to handling a wheel. Alan gave his command again, then deliberately stepped into the pathway. The car came to an abrupt stop. "You can't go on tonight," Alan said. "The road is blocked, and whoever you are, you'd be a fool to attempt it in this storm." The person at the wheel did not reply, but instead swung the car around and returned to the barn. We followed. As we reached a doorway, a sudden gleam of light illuminated the passage. It came from a kerosene lantern held by a figure in a motor coat which I recognized as my own, a small, unquestionably feminine figure. "I'll go back to the house with you," she said. "After all, what difference does it make?" The woman who stood there holding the lantern above her head was the most tragically beautiful creature I had ever seen. She did not appear to be very young. Possibly she was in her later 30s, but her small, almost childish stature gave her the appearance of extreme youth. Great dark eyes burnt in a small, ashen-pale face, whose pallor was accentuated by her vivid scarlet mouth. Masses of blue-black hair tumbled about her shoulders and onto the leather collar of my coat. Evidently the coat had been hastily donned, for it wasn't fastened, and exposed to view the shimmery satin of an evening gown she wore. In a brief glance I noted her sodden silver shoes and the mud-stained hem of her gown. The silver lace which bordered it was mud-stained and spattered with blood. A pongee cloak, which she had evidently used to motor in, lay a drenched and soggy mass on the seat of the roadster. For a strained moment we stared at each other, the fragile, infinitely pathetic woman facing Alan and myself. Then she swayed as if about to fall. I started toward her, but she straightened up bravely and gave a little laugh. It isn't very pleasant out here," she said in a musical voice. "The house is a trifle better." Silently we trudged back through the overgrown grass and weeds, our feet sinking deep into the spongy ground. Alan relieved her of the lantern and lighted us into the house. I'll return your coat to you," she said in a half-apologetic tone, going towards the stove, which still glowed red and cheerful from the fire Alan had built. "I shan't need it now. I really didn't mean to steal it. I hoped to return it somehow, some way. I was desperate." As we were silent, she choked, and then with an air of bravado continued, "I'm sorry I cannot offer you any better hospitality, but—" A wave of a very thin white hand expressed more than words could have done. "Offer us any better hospitality?" Alan repeated dumbly after her. "Yes, this is my home, but it isn't the same as it was when I lived here." "I don't quite understand," I stammered. 3. A thin white line settled about Alan's rigid mouth. I knew he was wondering what connection the beautiful pallid woman had with the dead man lying upstairs, if she had herself killed him, or if she even knew of his existence. She seemed to sense what I did, for the half-born smile on her lips faded. The dark eyes became darker, if possible, as they widened. Her hands fluttered upward, then dropped helplessly to the side of her orchid-colored gown. "Yes," she said dully, as if in reply to a question. "I killed him. I was in the closet upstairs when you went into the other room. While you were in there, I stole out through the door I had locked on the inside, and down the stairs. I took your cloak, and I ran out to the stable. I was going to drive away when you called me back. Perhaps it is just as well you did. It doesn't matter much, one way or another." "You killed Judge McPherson?" I gasped. "Why?" "You knew him?" "Very well." An enigmatical smile played about her lips, full and softly rounded like a child's. That smile held a world of wisdom and tragedy in a moment's flicker. It made her face strangely old and careworn in the light of the oil lamp. I suddenly seemed to be looking at the remnants of a once beautiful woman, at a battered and bruised soul, not at the woman herself. "I wondered just how well you knew him," she said as though to herself. "Not as well as I did, at any rate." "He was your lover?" Alan asked. We lowered our voices as if taking our key from her. Curiously, I felt more of an interest in the woman herself than the fact that she had killed Judge McPherson. She shook her head in reply to Alan's question, and her lips curled scornfully. After a little, she said, "Would you like to have me tell you all about it? Somehow, I feel as if I should be relieved if I did so. I'm really very unnerved and shaken. After all, it's a terrible thing to take a human life, to watch a soul leave a man's body, even though you know that man to be a reptile and deserving of more than one death. I shan't speak when I'm arrested. They can do as they like with me. But I'll not have the newspapers and their ravenous readers gloating over my miserable downfall. You do not know who I am, nor do I know you. We shall never meet again. And something tells me that when morning comes, you will allow me to go my way, and you will go another, so I should like you to know the truth." She was strangely calm. Only the pallid whiteness of her face and a glitter to her dark eyes showed any of the tumults seething within her. Alan and I both hung upon her words. Somehow it seemed unnecessary for us to talk. She shivered. Without a word, Alan pulled the box on which he had flung his coat nearer the fire, and half assisted her to sit upon it. "Shall I go upstairs and fetch you a chair?" he said. "No, no, oh no." For one instant she lost control of herself. The next moment she was as calm and restrained as a society matron serving tea. Alan and I seated ourselves on the floor at her feet. The thunder and lightning had ceased, and but for the steady drip-drip of the rain, the night was placid and quiet. For a long time, it seemed to my overwrought nerves, the woman sat there with her hands clasped loosely in her lap, her great eyes staring at a red glowing spot on the old stove. Once or twice she glanced apprehensively over her shoulder, as though she expected the man she had slain to appear in the doorway behind her. "I was born here, reared here, and married in this house," she said at last. "My little boy was born here. It was a beautiful old house then. Seeing it now, you can scarcely realize what it was in those days. When I was a girl, it used to be full of young people laughing, dancing, and enjoying life. We had husking bees in the barn, Halloween parties, dances, in the winter sleigh rides and Christmas trees. Many's the time I've coasted down that long hill and landed in a heap at the bottom. Then I married a man I adored. He worshipped me. He placed me on a pedestal as something just a little more than mortal. He was an intensely religious man, perhaps a trifle austere. But because I loved society, young company, we continued to fill the home with guests. There was never a shadowy corner in the house like there is now. The lights were always bright. There were always laughing voices to be heard and music." She spoke very slowly, in an almost pedantic fashion, as though choosing her words and a bit uncertain of them. It was as though she were speaking a tongue not quite familiar to her. "When my little boy was born, both my husband and myself were overjoyed. Even the fact that he was a fragile little fellow did not drown our happiness. For a year we battled to keep him alive. Then he began to grow sturdy and rosy like the other children who came with their parents to visit us. About that time my husband became very absorbed in his profession. He was compiling a historical volume of intense interest to himself. Because I was lonesome, I used to go into the city quite often to the theater, generally to matinees, and come back at dinner time. Several times I went later in the day and remained overnight. I did not realize then that he was jealous of me, that he was suspicious. If only he had said something to me, but he never did, until too late. I was very innocent in those days. Principally because I did not wish to disturb him or impose upon my friends. The few times I remained overnight in the city, I stayed in a small hotel, walking to and from the theater alone. Imagine my horror when, one night, as I turned the corner to go to the hotel, which was in a side street, a man put his hand on my shoulder, and before I could make any protest, informed me that I was under arrest. Too dazed and bewildered to demand the reason for this outrage, I did nothing but declare my innocence. I was dragged downtown to the police court, and put upon the stand before a grinning, gaping crowd of spectators. I was asked obscene questions by that man lying upstairs, sneered at because of my protestations of virtue, then thrown in a cell with 2 drunken prostitutes and a half-insane old woman. I was so ashamed, so horror-stricken, yet so certain of my release in the morning that I did not telephone my husband of what had happened. It never occurred to me that I would be branded as a woman of the streets and sentenced to prison, but I was. Judge McPherson, a man of the world who should be able to distinguish between women, laughed at me, and with one wave of his smug hand, with one word, sentenced me to 6 months' confinement and a lifetime of hell. Never, so long as I live, will I forget his face. That same night, my baby was taken ill. My husband tried to find me. His search discovered to him the fact that I was in jail for soliciting on the street. Then the jealousy, the suspicions he had felt for me burst into flame, making him ready to believe the worst of me. I never saw him but once after that. That one time he denounced me as a woman unfit to live, as a thing too vile to breathe the same air as my child. Then he told me the boy was dead. Of course, he secured my release, but it was too late. When I came out of prison, I went to Judge McPherson's home. I remember he was sitting at dinner. He was very annoyed at having his meal disturbed by a pale, bedraggled, slovenly-looking woman. He was at no pains to hide his annoyance. I told him what he had done to me, an innocent woman, and I demanded that he right this wrong. There was the same smiling sneer on his face as when he sentenced me. "Just how can I do this, my dear lady?" he said. "Go to my husband," I cried wildly. I had not learned to restrain myself then. Tell him that I'm innocent, absolutely innocent. My baby is gone, but there's still a chance for me if he will take me. You must explain it to him. You must make him understand." He laughed at me. "Old stuff, my dear," he sneered. "Old stuff. Why can't you women think of something original? Of course, you're all innocent. None of you will even admit to a first offense. I'm sorry if your child is dead, that is, if you had one, but I certainly won't help to hoodwink a man who evidently is a person of principle. If you don't want to suffer, behave yourself. That's all I have to say. Good evening." Then he showed me the door. I think I went insane. I remember standing outside and pounding on it, screaming maledictions on him, shrieking to him that he must clear me, he must give me back my good name. Then someone seized me, and I was dragged away to the station house again. I left it with a 6-month sentence for disorderly conduct. When I got out this time, dazed, broken, aged, I realized that nothing I could ever do or say would reinstate me. This second arrest, caused by the man who had ruined me, had branded me forever and ever. I learned my husband had divorced me, disposed of everything in our home, and sailed to France. Those who had been my friends passed me on the street without recognition. There was no one in the world I could turn to. I was practically without means. To be sure, I owned this house, but I did not have the money to keep it in repair, and I could not live in it. The memories it recalled were maddening. Then, too, I felt everyone knew my story, and I could not face their scornful glances. Time and again I was tempted to kill myself, but one thing always held me back: my undying, soul-eating hatred for the man who had passed judgment on me. One day I realized why this monstrous thing had happened to me. I was to be the instrument with which to save innumerable women from a fate similar to mine. It was to be my task to rid the world of the viper who destroyed innocence and laughed at his handiwork. I almost became happy in contemplation of what I would do. What did it matter to me that to accomplish his destruction I must accomplish my own? The thing he had branded me, I became in reality. I was beautiful. Soon I learned I was desirable, and I could be fascinating. I studied all the arts and wiles of the oldest profession in the world, and determined to sell myself to the highest bidder. My education, my knowledge of society, my culture all stood me in good stead. Understand, I always stayed within the law. I was never crude. I took no chances of another arrest. My new name, the one I adopted when I became of the demi-monde, I kept unsmirched, if you could call it that. I became a leader in the set where mistresses laughed at wives, and where lovers were more popular than husbands. I discovered to my intense delight that although austere and apparently religious, Judge Macpherson's besetting sin was women, that he used the time-worn excuse of an invalid wife to cover his indiscretions. You don't know it, of course, as he kept the scandal quiet, but it was I who brought about his divorce. It took me 3 years to secure an introduction to him, but it took less than 3 hours to hopelessly ensnare him. It was not strange that in the smiling, elegantly blasé woman of the world he did not recognize the half-crazed, bedraggled woman of the police courts. He was just at that most susceptible age, where he felt that youth was slipping from him, and old age waiting to claim him had put a taboo on affairs of the heart. With a desperate desire to remain young, he flung himself headlong into my hands, never doubting that I was what I appeared, a divorcee whose misplaced affections had made her a trifle bitter toward men, yet who was longing and looking for a loving protector. I played my cards well. I used all the coyness of the ingenue with the blandishments of the courtesan to keep him on tenterhooks before he became that protector. After that it was easier. He did not realize why I suggested weekend parties, gradually making this house their setting. I had from the first determined that as this was the home he had destroyed, so here he should be destroyed. It was his money which furnished those rooms upstairs. Rather grim humor, isn't it? Can you conceive of the loathing I felt at that man's touch, how I cringed as he embraced me, how I laughed and anticipated the climax of it all? He called me a charming child with quaint ideas when he first saw this place, abandoned and decayed. The unusualness of our rendezvous appealed to him as unique. Early I learned unwholesome things intrigued him. Tonight was our third visit. We arrived just before the storm broke. As usual, we brought a lunch kit with our dinner in it. That meal was never eaten. I had drugged the wine just enough to befog his brain and make him like wax in my hands. Then, as he sat there, stupid, dazed and inert, I told him who I was and why he was here. And I laughed at him as he had laughed at me when he had me taken away kicking and screaming by the police. You would have laughed too had you seen his face. When I showed him the revolver and told him I was going to kill him, he cringed like a sick animal, whimpering and begging for mercy. The kind of mercy he hadn't shown me. Still I laughed. He staggered drunkenly to his feet and came toward me. I don't think he felt certain that I meant what I said. I whirled on him and backed him into the bedroom. Then, when he made a lurch toward me, trying to secure the pistol, and stumbled against the bed, I fired, and he fell across it, dead. "Where's the pistol?" Alan asked dryly. The woman's eyes narrowed. "I flung it under the bed. His blood smeared my gown, see? After a little I went out to drive the car to town, but it was raining so hard I became drenched before I reached the barn. I came back to the house, then I heard you come in at the front door. I was frightened. I'd fancied myself absolutely alone out here. I locked the bedroom door when I heard you climb the stairs. You know the rest." We were silent for a few moments. Then Alan said abruptly, "I'd like to take a look at him again." The woman rose slowly, and we all filed up the stairs again. At the bedroom door she laid a feverish hand on mine, and I felt a shudder go through her. But when we stood staring at the cold, dark figure before us, her face was unexpressive, emotionless. Half entangled in the lace of the bedspread where it had fallen, or been thrown, as Macpherson stumbled against the bed, was the revolver. The light from the lantern, though not brilliant, illuminated more space than Alan's spot had done. Hence it had been hidden from our view before. Alan looked steadily at her a moment. I could not read what was passing through his thoughts. Then he motioned for us to follow him downstairs. The steady drip-drip of the rain made me drowsy. We huddled in silence on the floor before the stove, the woman staring off in space. Presently I dozed, leaning against Alan's shoulder. When I awakened, it was breaking day, and she was gone. "Alan!" I cried, shaking him a little to waken him. "She's gone!" "Yes, I know. I saw her when she left." "But who are we to judge?" he asked slowly. 4. 2 days later, picking up a New York newspaper, I read the headlines. Judson Macpherson, well-known justice of the criminal court, commits suicide in an abandoned house in the Catskill Mountains. Then followed a half-column account of the act in detail. Macpherson, having gotten into financial difficulties, had chosen the coward's way out, so said the paper. A letter announced his intention of dying and gave the location where to find his body. The paper also stated that the knowledge he had recently married a young and beautiful actress came as a distinct surprise to his friends. A picture of his bride accompanied the article. The wistful, almost tragic face pictured was unquestionably that of the woman who said that she had killed him. I stared at Alan as I handed him the newspaper. "Was she lying?" I gasped. He shook his head. "If so, she was a clever actress," he answered. "But one thing is certain, we'll never know the truth. Either way, he brought about his own death." End of The Abandoned House by Beulah Pointer. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Adventure of the Illustrious Client by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All of Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Sean. The Adventure of the Illustrious Client by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. "It can't hurt now," was Mr. Sherlock Holmes' comment when, for the 10th time in as many years, I asked his leave to reveal the following narrative. So it was that at last I obtained permission to put on record what was, in some ways, the supreme moment of my friend's career. Both Holmes and I had a weakness for the Turkish bath. It was over a cigarette in the pleasant lassitude of the drawing room that I have found him less reticent and more human than anywhere else. On the upper floor of the Northumberland Avenue establishment, there is an isolated corner where two couches lie side by side, and it was these that we lay upon September 3rd, 1902, the day when my narrative begins. I had asked him whether anything was stirring, and for answer he had shot his long, thin, nervous arm out of the sheets which enveloped him and had drawn an envelope from the inside pocket of the coat which hung beside him. It may be some fussy, self-important fool. It may be a matter of life or death, said he, as he handed me the note. I know no more than this message tells me. It was from the Carlton Club and was dated the evening before. This is what I read. Sir James Damery presents his compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and will call upon him at 4:30 tomorrow. Sir James begs to say that the matter upon which he desires to consult Mr. Holmes is very delicate and also very important. He trusts, therefore, that Mr. Holmes will make every effort to grant this interview, and that he will confirm it over the telephone to the Carlton Club. I need not say that I have confirmed it, Watson, said Holmes as I returned the paper. Do you know anything of this man Damery? Only that his name is a household word in society. Well, I can tell you a little more than that. He has rather a reputation for arranging delicate matters which are to be kept out of the papers. You may remember his negotiations with Sir George Lewis over the Hammerford will case. He is a man of the world with a natural turn for diplomacy. I am bound, therefore, to hope that it is not a false scent, and that he has some real need for our assistance. Our? Well, if you will be so good, Watson, I shall be honored. Then you will have the hour, 4:30. Until then, we can put the matter out of our heads. I was living in my own rooms in Queen Anne Street at the time, but I was round at Baker Street before the time named. Sharp to the half hour, Colonel Sir James Damery was announced. It is hardly necessary to describe him, for many will remember the large, bluff, honest personality, that broad, clean-shaven face, above all, that pleasant, mellow voice. Frankness shone from his grey Irish eyes, and good humor played round his mobile, smiling lips. His lucent top hat, his dark frock coat, indeed, every detail, from the pearl pin in the black satin cravat to the lavender spats over the varnished shoes, spoke of the meticulous care in dress for which he was famous. The big, masterful aristocrat dominated the little room. Of course, I was prepared to find Dr. Watson, he remarked, with a courteous bow. His collaboration may be very necessary, for we are dealing on this occasion, Mr. Holmes, with a man to whom violence is familiar and who will, literally, stick at nothing. I should say that there is no more dangerous man in Europe. I have had several opponents to whom that flattering term has been applied, said Holmes with a smile. Don't you smoke? Then you will excuse me if I light my pipe. If your man is more dangerous than the late Professor Moriarty, or than the living Colonel Sebastian Moran, then he is indeed worth meeting. May I ask his name? Have you ever heard of Baron Grunter? You mean the Austrian murderer? Colonel Damery threw up his kid-gloved hands with a laugh. There is no getting past you, Mr. Holmes. Wonderful. So you have already sized him up as a murderer. It is my business to follow the details of continental crime. Who could possibly have read what happened at Prague and have any doubts as to the man's guilt? It was a purely technical legal point and the suspicious death of a witness that saved him. I am as sure that he killed his wife when the so-called accident happened in the Splugen Pass as if I had seen him do it. I knew, also, that he had come to England, and I had a presentiment that sooner or later he would find me some work to do. Well, what has Baron Grunter been up to? I presume it is not this old tragedy which has come again. No, it is more serious than that. To revenge crime is important, but to prevent it is more so. It is a terrible thing, Mr. Holmes, to see a dreadful event, an atrocious situation, preparing itself before your eyes. clearly to understand whither it will lead, and yet to be utterly unable to avert it. Can a human being be placed in a more trying position? Perhaps not. Then you will sympathize with the client in whose interests I am acting. I did not understand that you were merely an intermediary. Who is the principal? Mr. Holmes, I must beg you not to press that question. It is important that I should be able to assure him that his honored name has been in no way dragged into the matter. His motives are, to the last degree, honorable and chivalrous, but he prefers to remain unknown. I need not say that your fees will be assured and that you will be given a perfectly free hand. Surely the actual name of your client is immaterial. I am sorry, said Holmes. I am accustomed to have mystery at one end of my cases, but to have it at both ends is too confusing. I fear, Sir James, that I must decline to act. Our visitor was greatly disturbed. His large, sensitive face was darkened with emotion and disappointment. You hardly realize the effect of your own action, Mr. Holmes, said he. You place me in a most serious dilemma, for I am perfectly certain that you would be proud to take over the case if I could give you the facts, and yet a promise forbids me from revealing them all. May I, at least, lay all that I can before you? By all means, so long as it is understood that I commit myself to nothing. That is understood. In the first place, you have no doubt heard of General de Merville? De Merville of Khyber fame? Yes, I have heard of him. He has a daughter, Violet de Merville, young, rich, beautiful, accomplished, a wonderful woman in every way. It is this daughter, this lovely innocent girl, whom we are endeavoring to save from the clutches of a fiend. Baron Grunner has some hold over her, then? The strongest of all holds where a woman is concerned, the hold of love. The fellow is, as ye may have heard, extraordinarily handsome, with a most fascinating manner, a gentle voice, and that air of romance and mystery which means so much to a woman. He is said to have the whole sex at his mercy, and to have multiple ample use of the fact. But how came such a man to meet a lady of the standing of Miss Violet de Merville? It was on a Mediterranean yachting voyage. The company, though select, paid their own passages. No doubt the promoters hardly realized the Baron's true character until it was too late. The villain attached himself to the lady, and with such effect that he has completely and absolutely won her heart. To say that she loves him hardly expresses it. She dotes upon him, she is obsessed by him. Outside of him there is nothing on earth. She will not hear one word against him. Everything has been done to cure her of her madness, but in vain. To sum up, she proposes to marry him next month. As she is of age and has a will of iron, it is hard to know how to prevent her. Does she know about the Austrian episode? The cunning devil has told her every unsavory public scandal of his past life, but always in such a way as to make himself out to be an innocent martyr. She absolutely accepts his version and will listen to no other. Dear me, but surely you have inadvertently let out the name of your client? It is no doubt General de Merville. Our visitor fidgeted in his chair. I could deceive you by saying no, Mr. Holmes, but it would not be true. De Merville is a broken man. The strong soldier has been utterly demoralized by this incident. He has lost the nerve which never failed him on the battlefield and has become a weak, doddering old man, utterly incapable of contending with a brilliant, forceful rascal like the Austrian. My client, however, is an old friend, one who has known the general intimately for many years and taken a paternal interest in this young girl since she wore short frocks. He cannot see this tragedy consummated without some attempt to stop it. There is nothing in which Scotland Yard can act. It was his own suggestion that you should be called in, but it was, as I have said, on the express stipulation that he should not be personally involved in the matter. I have no doubt, Mr. Holmes, With your great powers, you could easily trace my client back through me, but I must ask you, as a point of honor, to refrain from doing so, and not to break in upon his incognito." Holmes gave a whimsical smile. "I think I may safely promise that," said he. "I may add that your problem interests me, and that I shall be prepared to look into it. How shall I keep in touch with you?" "The Carlton Club will find me. But, in case of emergency, there is a private telephone call. XX.31. Holmes noted it down and sat, still smiling, with the open memorandum book upon his knee. "The Baron's present address, please." "Vernon Lodge, near Kingston. It is a large house. He has been fortunate in some rather shady speculations and is a rich man, which, naturally, makes him a more dangerous antagonist. Is he home at present?" "Yes." "Apart from what you have told me, can you give me any further information about the man?" "He has expensive tastes. He is a horse fancier. For a short time he played polo at Hurlingham, but then this Prague affair got noised about and he had to leave. He collects books and pictures. He is a man with considerable artistic side to his nature. He is, I believe, a recognized authority upon Chinese pottery and has written a book upon the subject." "A complex mind," said Holmes. "All great criminals have that. My old friend Charlie Peace was a violin virtuoso. Wainwright was no mean artist. I could quote more. Well, Sir James, you will inform your client that I am turning my mind upon Baron Grunner. I can say no more. I have some sources of information of my own, and I dare say we may find some means of opening the matter up." When our visitor had left us, Holmes sat so long in deep thought that it seemed to me that he had forgotten my presence. At last, however, he came briskly back to earth. "Well, Watson, any views?" he asked. "I should think you had better see the young lady herself." "My dear Watson, if her poor old broken father cannot move her, how shall I, a stranger, prevail? And yet there is something in the suggestion if all else fails. But I think we must begin from a different angle. I rather fancy that Shinwell Johnson might be a help. I have not had occasion to mention Shinwell Johnson in these memoirs because I have seldom drawn my cases from the latter phases of my friend's career. During the first years of the century, he became a valuable assistant. Johnson, I grieve to say, made his name first as a very dangerous villain and served 2 terms at Parkhurst. Finally, he repented and allied himself with Holmes, acting as his agent in the huge criminal underworld of London and obtaining information which often proved to be of vital importance. Had Johnson been a narc of the police, he would soon have been exposed. But, as he dealt with cases which never came directly into the courts, his activities were never realized by his companions. With the glamour of his 2 convictions upon him, he had the entree of every nightclub, doss house, and gambling den in the town, and his quick observation and active brain made him an ideal agent for gathering information. It was to him that Sherlock Holmes now proposed to turn. It was not possible for me to follow the immediate steps taken by my friend, for I had some pressing professional business of my own, but I met him by appointment that evening at Simpson's, where, sitting at a small table in the front window, and looking down at the rushing stream of life in the Strand, he told me something of what had passed. "Johnson is on the prowl," said he. "He may pick up some garbage in the darker recesses of the underworld, for it is down there, amid the black roots of crime, that we must hunt for this man's secrets. But if the lady will not accept what is already known, why should any fresh discovery of yours turn her from her purpose? Who knows, Watson? Woman's heart and mind are insoluble puzzles to the male. Murder might be condoned or explained, and yet some smaller offense might rankle. Baron Grunner remarked to me, he remarked to you. Oh, to be sure, I had not told you of my plans. Well, Watson, I love to come to close grips with my man. I like to meet him eye to eye and read for myself the stuff that he is made of. When I had given Johnson his instructions, I took a cab out to Kingston and found the Baron in a most affable mood. Did he recognize you? There was no difficulty about that, for I simply sent in my card. He is an excellent antagonist, cool as ice, silky voiced and soothing as one of your fashionable consultants, and poisonous as a cobra. He has breed in him a real aristocrat of crime, with a superficial suggestion of afternoon tea and all the cruelty of the grave behind it. Yes, I am glad to have had my attention called to Baron Adalbert Grunner. You say he was affable? A purring cat who thinks he sees prospective mice. Some people's affability is more deadly than the violence of coarser souls. His greeting was characteristic. I rather thought I should see you sooner or later, Mr. Holmes, said he. You have been engaged, no doubt, by General de Merville to endeavor to stop my marriage with his daughter Violet. That is so, is it not? I acquiesced. My dear man, said he, you will only ruin your own well-deserved reputation. It is not a case in which you can possibly succeed. You will have barren work, to say nothing of incurring some danger. Let me very strongly advise you to draw off at once. It is curious, I answered, but that was the very advice which I had intended to give you. I have a respect for your brains, Baron, and the little which I have seen of your personality has not lessened it. Let me put it to you as man to man. No one wants to rake up your past and make you unduly uncomfortable. It is over, and you are now in smooth waters, but if you persist in this marriage, you will raise up a swarm of powerful enemies who will never leave you alone until you have made England too hot to hold you. Is the game worth it? Surely you would be wiser if you left the lady alone. It would not be pleasant for you if these facts of your past were brought to her notice. The Baron has little wax tips of hair under his nose, like the short antennae of an insect. These quivered with amusement as he listened, and he finally broke into a gentle chuckle. Excuse my amusement, Mr. Holmes, said he, but it is really funny to see you trying to play a hand with no cards in it. I don't think anyone could do it better, but it is rather pathetic all the same. Not a color card there, Mr. Holmes. Nothing but the smallest of the small. So you think. So I know. Let me make the thing clear to you, for my own hand is so strong that I can afford to show it. I have been fortunate enough to win the entire affection of this lady. This was given to me in spite of the fact that I told her very clearly of certain unhappy incidents in my past life. I also told her that certain wicked and designing persons, I hope you recognize yourself, would come to her and tell her these things, and I warned her how to treat them. You have heard of post-hypnotic suggestion, Mr. Holmes. Well, you will see how it works, for a man of personality can use hypnotism without any vulgar passes or tomfoolery. So she is ready for you, and, I have no doubt, would give you an appointment, for she is quite amenable to her father's will, save only in the one little matter. Well, Watson, there seemed to be no more to say, so I took my leave with as much cold dignity as I could summon, but as I had my hand on the door handle, he stopped me. By the way, Mr. Holmes, said he, do you know Lebrun, the French agent? Yes, said I. Do you know what befell him? I heard that he was beaten by some Apaches in the Montmartre district and crippled for life. Quite true, Mr. Holmes. By a curious coincidence, he had been inquiring into my affairs only a week before. Don't do it, Mr. Holmes. It is not a lucky thing to do. Several have found that out. My last word to you is to go your own way and let me go mine. Goodbye. So there you are, Watson. You are up to date now. The fellow seems dangerous. Mighty dangerous. I disregard the bluster, but this is the sort of man who says rather less than he means. Must you interfere? Does it really matter if he marries the girl? Considering that he undoubtedly murdered his last wife, I should say it mattered very much. Besides the client. Well, well, we need not discuss that. When you have finished your coffee, you had best come home with me, for the blithe Shinwell will be there with his report. We found him sure enough, a huge, coarse, red-faced, scorbutic man, with a pair of vivid black eyes which were the only external sign of the very cunning mind within. It seemed that he had dived down into what was, peculiarly, his kingdom. And beside him on the settee was a brand which he had brought up in shape of a slim, flame-like young woman with a pale, intense face, youthful and yet so worn with sin and sorrow that one read the terrible years which had left their leprous mark upon her. "This is Miss Kitty Winter," said Shinwell Johnson, waving his fat hand as an introduction. "What she don't know, well, there, she'll speak for herself. Put my right hand on her, Mr. Holmes, within an hour of your message." "I'm easy to find," said the young woman. "Just London gets me every time. Same address for Porky Shinwell. We're old mates, Porky, you and I. But, by cripes, there's another who ought to be down in a lower hell than we, if there was any justice in the world. That is the man you're after, Mr. Holmes." Holmes smiled. "I gather we have your good wishes, Miss Winter. If I can help you put him where he belongs, I'm yours to the rattle," said our visitor with fierce energy. There was an intensity of hatred in her white, set face and her blazing eyes such as woman seldom and man never can attain. "You needn't go into my past, Mr. Holmes. That's neither here nor there. But what I am Adelbert Grunner made me. If I could pull him down—" She clutched frantically with her hands into the air. "Oh, if I could only pull him into the pit where he has pushed so many. You know how the matter stands? Porky Shinwell has been telling me. He's after some other poor fool, and wants to marry her this time. You want to stop it. Well, you surely know enough about this devil to prevent any decent girl in her senses wanting to be in the same parish with him. She is not in her senses. She is madly in love. She has been told all about him. She cares nothing. Told about the murder? Yes. My lord, she must have a nerve. She puts them all down as slanders. Couldn't you lay proofs before her silly eyes? Well, can you help us do so? Ain't I a proof myself? If I stood before her and told her how he used me, would you do this? Would I not? Well, it might be worth trying, but he has told her most of his sins and had a pardon from her, and I understand she will not reopen the question." "I'll lay he didn't tell her all," said Miss Winter. "I caught a glimpse of one or two murders besides the one that made such a fuss. He would speak of someone in his velvet way and then look at me with a steady eye and say he died within a month. It wasn't hot air either, but I took little notice. You see, I loved him myself at that time. Whatever he did went with me, same as with this poor fool. There was just one thing that shook me. Yes, by cripes, if it had not been for his poisonous, lying tongue that explains and soothes, I'd have left him that very night. It's a book he has, a brown leather book with a lock and his arms in gold on the outside. I think he was a bit drunk that night, or he would not have shown it to me." "What was it, then?" "I tell you, Mr. Holmes. This man collects women and takes a pride in his collection, as some men collect moths or butterflies. He has it all in that book. Snapshots, photographs, names, details, everything about them. It was a beastly book, a book no man, even if he had come from the gutter, could have put together. But it was Adelbert Grunner's book all the same. Souls I have ruined, he could have put that on the outside if he had been so minded. However, that's neither here nor there, for the book would not serve you. And if it would, you can't get it. Where is it? How can I tell you where it is now? It's more than a year since I left him. I know where he kept it then. He's a precise, tidy cat of a man in many of his ways. So maybe it is still on the pigeonhole of the old bureau in the inner study. Do you know his house?" I have been in the study, said Holmes. Have you, though? You haven't been slow in the job if you only started this morning. Maybe dear Adalbert has met his match this time. The outer study is the one with the Chinese crockery in it. Big glass cupboard between the windows. Then behind his desk is the door that leads to the inner study, a small room where he keeps papers and things. Is he not afraid of burglars? Adalbert is no coward. His worst enemy couldn't say that of him. He can look after himself. There's the burglar alarm at night. Besides, what is there for a burglar unless they got away with all this fancy crockery? No good, said Shinwell Johnson with the decided voice of the expert. No fence wants stuff of that sort that you can neither melt nor sell. Quite so, said Holmes. Well now, Miss Winter, if you would call here tomorrow evening at 5, I would consider in the meanwhile whether your suggestion of seeing this lady personally may not be arranged. I am exceedingly obliged to you for your cooperation. I need not say that my clients will consider liberally. None of that, Mr. Holmes, cried the young woman. I am not out for money. Let me see this man in the mud, and I've got all I've worked for. In the mud with my foot on his cursed face. That's my price. I'm with you tomorrow or any other day so long as you are on his track. Porky here can tell you always where to find me. I did not see Holmes again until the following evening, when we dined once more at our Strand restaurant. He shrugged his shoulders when I asked him what luck he had in his interview. Then he told a story which I would repeat in this way. His hard, dry statement needs some little editing to soften it into the terms of real life. There was no difficulty at all about the appointment, said Holmes, for the girl glories in showing abject filial obedience in all secondary things in an attempt to atone for her flagrant breach of it in her engagement. The general phoned that all was ready, and the fiery Miss W. turned up according to schedule, so that at 5:30 a cab deposited us outside 104 Berkeley Square, where the old soldier resides. One of those awful grey London castles which would make a church seem frivolous. A footman showed us into a great yellow-curtained drawing-room, and there was the lady awaiting us, demure, pale, self-contained, as inflexible and remote as a snow image on the mountain. I don't quite know how to make her clear to you, Watson. Perhaps you may meet her before we are through, and you can use your own gift of words. She is beautiful, but with the infernal overworld beauty of some fanatic whose thoughts are set on high. I have seen such faces in the pictures of old masters of the Middle Ages. How a beastman could have laid his vile paws upon such a being of the beyond I cannot imagine. You may have noticed how extremes call to each other, the spiritual to the animal, the caveman to the angel. She knew what we had come for, of course. That villain had lost no time in poisoning her mind against me. Miss Winter's advent rather amazed her, I think, but she waved us into our respective chairs like a reverend abbess receiving two rather leprous mendicants. If your head is inclined to swell, my dear Watson, take a course of Miss Violet de Merville. Well, sir, said she, in a voice like the wind from an iceberg, your name is familiar to me. You have called, as I understand, to malign my fiancé, Baron Grunner. It is only by my father's request that I see you at all, and I warn you in advance that anything you can say could not possibly have the slightest effect on my mind. I was sorry for her, Watson. I thought of her for the moment as I would have thought of a daughter of my own. I am not often eloquent. I use my head, not my heart. But I really did plead with her with all the warmth and words I could find in my nature. I pictured to her the awful position of the woman who only wakes to a man's character after she is his wife. A woman who has to submit to be caressed by bloody hands and lecherous lips. I spared her nothing. The shame, the fear, the agony, the hopelessness of it all. All my hot words could not bring one tinge of color to those ivory cheeks, nor one gleam of emotion to those abstracted eyes. I thought of what the rascal had said about a post-hypnotic influence. One could really believe that she was living above the earth in some ecstatic dream. Yet there was nothing indefinite in her replies. "I have listened to you with patience, Mr. Holmes," said she. "The effect upon my mind is exactly as predicted. I am aware that Adelbert, that my fiancé, has had a stormy life in which he has incurred bitter hatreds and most unjust aspirations. You are only the last of the series who have brought their slanders before me. Possibly you mean well, though I learn that you are a paid agent who would have been equally willing to act for the Baron as against him. But in any case, I wish you to understand once and for all that I love him and that he loves me, and that the opinion of all the world is no more to me than the twitter of those birds outside the window. If his noble nature has ever for an instant fallen, it may be that I have been specially sent to raise it to its true and lofty level. I am not clear," here she turned her eyes upon my companion, "who this young lady may be." I was about to answer when the girl broke in like a whirlwind. If ever you saw flame and ice face to face, it was those two women. "I'll tell you who I am," she cried, springing out of her chair, her mouth all twisted with passion. "I am his last mistress. I am one of 100 that he has tempted and used and ruined and thrown into the refuse heap, as he will you also. Your refuse heap is more likely to be a grave, and maybe that's the best. I tell you, you foolish woman, if you marry this man, he'll be the death of you. It may be a broken heart, or it may be a broken neck, but he'll have you one way or the other. It's not out of love for you I'm speaking. I don't care a tinker's curse whether you live or die. It's out of hate for him, and to spite him and to get back at him for what he did to me. But it's all the same, and you needn't look at me like that, my fine lady, for you may be lower than I am before you are through with it." "I should prefer not to discuss such matters," said Miss de Merville coldly. "Let me say once and for all that I am aware of 3 passages in my fiancé's life in which he became entangled with designing women, and that I am assured of his hearty repentance for any evil that he may have done." "3 passages!" screamed my companion. "You fool! You unutterable fool!" "Mr. Holmes, I beg that you will bring this interview to an end," said the icy voice. "I have obeyed my father's wish in seeing you, but I am not compelled to listen to the ravings of this person." With an oath, Miss Winter darted forward, and if I had not caught her wrist, she would have clutched this maddening woman by the hair. I dragged her toward the door, and was lucky to get her back into the cab without a public scene, for she was beside herself with rage. In a cold way, I felt pretty furious myself, Watson, for there was something indescribably annoying in the calm aloofness and supreme self-complacence of the woman whom we are trying to save. So now, once again, you know exactly how we stand, and it is clear that I must plan some fresh opening move, for this gambit won't work. I'll keep in touch with you, Watson, for it is more than likely that you will have your part to play, though it is just possible that the next move may lie with them rather than with us. And it did. Their blow fell, or his blow rather, for never could I believe that the lady was privy to it. I think I could show you the very paving stone upon which I stood when my eyes fell upon the placard, and a pang of horror passed through my very soul. It was between the Grand Hotel and Charing Cross Station, where a one-legged news vendor displayed his evening papers. The date was just 2 days after the last conversation. There, black upon yellow, was the terrible news sheet. Murderous attack upon Sherlock Holmes. I think I stood stunned for some moments. Then I have a confused recollection of snatching at a paper, of the remonstrance of the man whom I had not paid, and finally of standing in the doorway of a chemist's shop while I turned up the fateful paragraph. This is how it ran. "We learn with regret that Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the well-known private detective, was the victim this morning of a murderous assault which has left him in a precarious position. There are no exact details to hand, but the event seems to have occurred about 12 o'clock in Regent Street, outside the Café Royal. The attack was made by 2 men armed with sticks, and Mr. Holmes was beaten about the head and body. receiving injuries which the doctors describe as most serious. He was carried to Charing Cross Hospital and afterward insisted upon being taken to his rooms in Baker Street. The miscreants who attacked him appear to have been respectably dressed men who escaped from the bystanders by passing through the Cafe Royal and out into Glasshouse Street behind it. No doubt they belonged to that criminal fraternity which has so often had occasion to bewail the activity and ingenuity of the injured man. I need not say that my eyes had hardly glanced over the paragraph before I sprung into a hansom and was on my way to Baker Street. I found Sir Leslie Oakshott, the famous surgeon, in his hall in the brougham waiting at the curb. No immediate danger was his report. 2 lacerated scalp wounds and some considerable bruises. Several stitches have been necessary. Morphine has been injected and quiet is essential, but an interview of a few minutes would not be absolutely forbidden. With this permission, I stole into the darkened room. The sufferer was wide awake, and I heard my name in a hoarse whisper. The blind was 3/4 down, but one ray of sunlight slanted through and struck the bandaged head of the injured man. A crimson patch had soaked through the white linen compress. I sat beside him and bent my head. "All right, Watson. Don't look so scared," he muttered in a very weak voice. "It's not nearly as bad as it seems. Thank God for that. I'm a bit of a single-stick expert, as you know. I took most of them on my guard. It was the second man that was too much for me. What can I do, Holmes? Of course it was that damned fellow who set them on. I'll go and thrash the hide off him if you give the word." "Good old Watson. No, we can do nothing there unless the police lay their hands on the men. But their getaway had been well prepared. We may be sure of that. Wait a little. I have my plans. The first thing is to exaggerate my injuries. They'll come to you for news. Put it on thick, Watson. Luckily, if I live the week out, concussion, delirium, what you like, you can't overdo it. But Sir Leslie Oakshott, oh, he's all right. He shall see the worst side of me. I'll look after that. Anything else? Yes. Tell Shinwell Johnson to get that girl out of the way. Those beauties will be after her now. They know, of course, that she was with me in the case. If they dare to do me in, it is not likely they will neglect her. That is urgent. Do it tonight. I'll go now. Anything more? Put my pipe on the table. And the tobacco slipper. Right. Come in each morning and we'll plan our campaign. I arranged with Johnson that evening to take Miss Winter to a quiet suburb, and see that she lay low until the danger was past. For 6 days, the public was under the impression that Holmes was at the door of death. The bulletins were very grave, and there were sinister paragraphs in the papers. My continual visits assured me that it was not so bad as that. His wiry constitution and his determined will were working wonders. He was recovering fast, and I had suspected at times that he was really finding himself rather faster than he pretended, even to me. There was a curious secretive streak in the man which led to many dramatic effects, but left even his closest friend guessing as to what his exact plans might be. He pushed to an extreme the axiom that the only safe plotter was he who plotted alone. I was nearer him than anyone else, and yet I was always conscious of the gap between us. On the 7th day, the stitches were taken out, in spite of which there was a report of erysipelas in the evening papers. The same evening papers had an announcement which I was bound, sick or well, to carry to my friend. It was simply that among the passengers on the Cunard boat Ruritania, starting from Liverpool on Friday, was the Baron Adalbert Grunner, who had some important financial business to settle in the States before his impending wedding to Miss Violet de Merville, only daughter of etc., etc. Holmes listened to the news with a cold, concentrated look upon his pale face, which told me that it hit him hard. "Friday," he cried. "Only 3 clear days. I believe the rascal wants to put himself out of danger's way. But he won't, Watson. By the Lord Harry, he won't. Now, Watson, I want you to do something for me. I am here to be used, Holmes. Well then, spend the next 24 hours in an intensive study of Chinese pottery. He gave no explanations, and I asked for none. By long experience, I had learned the wisdom of obedience. But when I left his room, I walked down Baker Street, revolving in my head how on earth I was to carry out so strange an order. Finally, I drove to the London Library in St. James Square, put the matter to my friend Lomax, the sub-librarian, and departed to my rooms with a goodly volume under my arm. It is said that the barrister who crams up a case with such care that he can examine an expert witness upon the Monday has forgotten all his forced knowledge before the Saturday. Certainly, I should not like now to pose as an authority upon ceramics. And yet, all that evening and all that night with short interval for rest, and all next morning, I was sucking in knowledge and committing names to memory. There I learned of the hallmarks of the great artist-decorators, of the mystery of cyclical dates, the marks of the Hung Woe and the beauties of the Young Lo, the writings of the Ting Ying, and the glories of the primitive period of the Sung and the Wan. I was charged with all this information when I called upon Holmes next evening. He was out of bed now, though you would not have guessed it from the published reports, and he sat with his much-bandaged head resting upon his hand in the depth of his favorite armchair. "Why, Holmes," I said, "if one believes the papers, you are dying." "That," said he, "is the very impression which I intended to convey. And now, Watson, have you learned your lesson? At least I have tried to." "Good. You could keep an intelligent conversation on the subject?" "I believe I could." "Then hand me that little box from the mantelpiece." He opened the lid and took out a small object most carefully wrapped in some fine Eastern silk. This he unfolded and disclosed as a delicate little saucer of the most beautiful deep blue color. "It needs careful handling, Watson. This is the real eggshell pottery of the Ming Dynasty. No finer piece ever passed through Christie's. A complete set of this would be worth a king's ransom. In fact, it is doubtful if there is a complete set outside of the Imperial Palace of Pekin. The sight of this would drive a real connoisseur wild. What am I to do with it?" Holmes handed me a card upon which was printed, Dr. Hill Barton, 369 Half Moon Street. "That is your name for the evening, Watson. You will call upon Baron Grunner. I know something of his habits, and at 8:30 he would probably be disengaged. A note will tell him in advance that you are about to call, and you will say that you are bringing him a specimen of an absolutely unique set of Ming china. You may as well be a medical man, since that is a part which you can play without duplicity. You are a collector, this set has come your way, you have heard of the Baron's interest in the subject, and you are not averse to selling it at a price." "What price?" "Well asked, Watson. You would certainly fall down badly if you did not know the value of your own wares. This saucer was got for me by Sir James, and comes, I understand, from the collection of his clients. You will not exaggerate if you say that it could hardly be matched in the world. I could perhaps suggest that the set should be valued by an expert." "Excellent, Watson. You scintillate today. Suggest Christie or Sotheby. Your delicacy prevents you putting a price for yourself. But if he won't see me, oh yes, he will see you. He has the collection mania in its most acute form, and especially on this subject, on which he is an acknowledged authority. Sit down, Watson, and I will dictate the letter. No answer needed. You will merely say that you are coming and why." It was an admirable document, short, courteous, and stimulating to the curiosity of the connoisseur. A district messenger was duly dispatched with it. On the same evening, with the precious saucer in my hand and the card of Dr. Hill Barton in my pocket, I set off on my own adventure. The beautiful house and grounds indicated that Baron Grunner was, as Sir James had said, a man of considerable wealth. A long winding drive, with banks of rare shrubs on either side, opened out into a great gravelled square adorned with statues. The place had been built by a South African gold king in the days of the Great Boom, and the long low house with the turrets at the corners, though an architectural nightmare, was imposing in its size and solidity. A butler who would have adorned a bench of bishops showed me in, and handed me over to a plush-clad footman who ushered me into the Baron's presence. He was standing at the open front of a great case which stood between the windows and which contained part of his Chinese collection. As I entered, he turned, with a small vase in his hand. "Pray sit down, doctor," said he. I was looking over my own treasures and wondering whether I could really afford to add to them. This little Tang specimen, which dates from the 7th century, would probably interest you. I am sure you never saw a finer workmanship or a richer glaze. Have you the Ming saucer of which you spoke with you? I carefully unpacked it and handed it to him. He seated himself at his desk, pulled over the lamp, for it was growing dark, and set himself to examine it. As he did so, the yellow light beat upon his own features, and I was able to study them at my ease. He was certainly a remarkably handsome man. His European reputation for beauty was fully deserved. In figure, he was not more than of middle size, but was built upon graceful and active lines. His face was swarthy, almost oriental, with large, dark, languorous eyes which might easily hold an irresistible fascination for women. His hair and mustache were raven black, the latter short, pointed, and carefully waxed. His features were regular and pleasing, save only his straight, thin-lipped mouth. If ever I saw a murderer's mouth, it was there. A cruel, hard gash in his face, compressed, inexorable, and terrible. He was ill-advised to train his mustache away from it, for it was nature's danger signal, set as a warning to his victims. His voice was engaging, and his manners perfect. In age I should have put him at little over 30, though his record afterwards showed that he was 42. Very fine indeed," he said at last. "And you say you have a set of 6 to correspond. What puzzles me is that I should not have heard of such magnificent specimens. I only know of one in England to match this, and it is certainly not likely to be in the market. Would it be indiscreet if I were to ask you, Dr. Hill Barton, how you obtained this?" "Does it really matter?" I asked with as careless an air as I could muster. "You can see that the piece is genuine, and as to the value I am content to take an expert's valuation." "Very mysterious," said he, with a quick, dark, suspicious flash of his dark eyes. "In dealing with objects of such value, one naturally wishes to know all about the transaction. That the piece is genuine is certain. I have no doubts at all about that. But suppose, I am bound to take every possibility into account, that it should prove afterward that you had no right to sell. I would guarantee you against my claim of the sort. That, of course, would open up the question as to what your guarantee was worth. My bankers would answer that. Quite so. And yet the whole transaction strikes me as rather unusual. You can do business or not, said I with indifference. I have given you the first offer, as I understood that you were a connoisseur, but I shall have no difficulty in other quarters. Who told you I was a connoisseur? I was aware that you have written a book on the subject. Have you read the book? No. Dear me, this becomes more and more difficult for me to understand. You are a connoisseur and collector with a very valuable piece in your collection, and yet you have never troubled to consult the one book which would have told you the real meaning and value of what you held. How do you explain that? I am a very busy man. I am a doctor in practice. That is no answer. If a man has a hobby, he follows it up, whatever his other pursuits may be. You said in your note that you were a connoisseur. So I am. Might I ask you a few questions to test you? I am obliged to tell you, doctor, if you are indeed a doctor, that the incident becomes more and more suspicious. I would ask you, what do you know of the Emperor Shomu, and how do you associate him with the Sosho in near Nara? Dear me, does that puzzle you? Tell me a little about the Northern Wei dynasty and its place in the history of ceramics. I sprang from my chair in simulated anger. This is intolerable, sir, said I. I came here to do you a favor, and not to be examined as if I were a schoolboy. My knowledge on these subjects may be second only to your own, but I certainly shall not answer questions which have been put in so offensive a way. He looked at me steadily. The languor had gone from his eyes. They suddenly glared. There was a gleam of teeth from between those cruel lips. What is the game? You are here as a spy. You are an emissary of Holmes. This is a trick you are playing upon me. The fellow is dying, I hear, so he sends his tools to keep watch upon me. You've made your way in here without leave, and, by God, you may find it harder to get out than to get in. He had sprung to his feet, and I stepped back, bracing myself for an attack, for the man was beside himself with rage. He may have suspected me from the first, but certainly this cross-examination had shown him the truth. But it was clear that I could not hope to deceive him. He dived his hand into a side drawer and rummaged furiously. Then something struck upon his ear, for he stood listening intently. "Ah!" he cried. "Ah!" and dashed into the room behind him. 2 steps took me to the open door, and my mind will ever carry a clear picture of the scene within. The window leading out to the garden was wide open. Beside it, looking like some terrible ghost, his head girt with bloody bandages, his face drawn and white, stood Sherlock Holmes. The next instant he was through the gap, and I heard the crash of his body among the laurel bushes outside. With a howl of rage, the master of the house rushed after him to the open window. And then it was done in an instant, and yet I clearly saw it. An arm, a young woman's arm, shot out from among the leaves. At the same instant the Baron uttered a horrible cry, a yell which will always ring in my memory. He clapped his 2 hands to his face and rushed round the room, beating his head horribly against the walls. Then he fell upon the carpet, rolling and writhing, while scream after scream resounded through the house. "Water! For God's sake, water!" was his cry. I seized a carafe from a side table and rushed to his aid. At the same moment the butler and several footmen ran in from the hall. I remember that one of them fainted as I knelt by the injured man and turned that horrible face to the light of the lamp. The vitriol was eating into it everywhere and dripping from the ears to the chin. One eye was already white and glazed. The other was red and inflamed. The features which I had admired a few minutes before were now like some beautiful painting over which the artist had passed a wet, foul sponge. It was blurred, discolored, inhuman, terrible. In a few words, I explained exactly what had occurred so far as the vitriol attack was concerned. Some had climbed through the window, while others had rushed out onto the lawn, but it was dark and it had begun to rain. Between his screams, the victim raged and raved against the avenger. "It was a hellcat Kitty Winter," he cried. "Oh, the she-devil! She shall pay for it! She shall pay! Oh, God in heaven, this pain is more than I can bear!" I bathed his face in oil, put cotton waddings on the raw surfaces, and administered a hypodermic of morphia. All suspicion of me had passed from his mind in the presence of this shock, and he clung to my hands as if I might have the power even yet to clear those deathish eyes which gazed upon me. I could have wept over the ruin had I not remembered very clearly the vile life which had led up to so hideous a change. It was loathsome to feel the pawing of his burning hands, and I was relieved when his family surgeon, closely followed by a specialist, came to relieve me of my charge. An inspector of police had also arrived, and to him I handed my real card. It would have been useless as well as foolish to do otherwise, for I was nearly as well known by sight at the Yard as Holmes himself. Then I left that house of gloom and terror. Within an hour I was at Baker Street. Holmes was seated in his familiar chair, looking very pale and exhausted. Apart from his injuries, even his iron nerves had been shocked by the events of the evening, and he listened with horror to my account of the Baron's transformation. "The wages of sin, Watson, the wages of sin," said he. "Sooner or later it will always come. God knows there was sin enough," he added, taking up a brown volume from the table. "Here is the book the woman talked of. If this will not break off the marriage, nothing ever could. But it will, Watson, it must. No self-respecting woman could stand it. Is it his love diary? Or his lust diary? Call it what you will. The moment the woman told us of it, I realized what a tremendous weapon was there. If we could but lay our hands on it. I said nothing at the time to indicate my thoughts, for this woman might have given it away. But I brooded over it. Then this assault upon me gave me the chance of letting the Baron think that no precautions need be taken against me. That was all to the good. I would have waited a little longer, but his visit to America forced my hand. He would never have left so compromising a document behind him, therefore we had to act at once. Burglary at night is impossible. He takes precautions, but there was a chance in the evening if I could only be sure that his attention was engaged. That was where you and your blue saucer came in. But I had to be sure of the position of the book, and I knew I only had a few minutes in which to act, for my time was limited by your knowledge of Chinese pottery. Therefore, I gathered the girl up at the last moment. How could I guess what the little packet was that she carried so carefully under her cloak? I thought she had come altogether on my business, but it seems she had some of her own. He guessed I came from you. I feared he would, but you held him in play just long enough for me to get the book, though not long enough for an unobserved escape. Ah, Sir James, I am very glad you have come. Our courtly friend had appeared in answer to a previous summons. He listened with the deepest attention to Holmes' account of what had occurred. You have done wonders, wonders, he cried, when he had heard the narrative. But if these injuries are as terrible as Dr. Watson describes, then surely our purpose of thwarting the marriage is sufficiently gained without the use of this horrible book. Holmes shook his head. Women of the de Merville type do not act like that. She would love him the more as a disfigured martyr. No. It was his moral side, not his physical, which we have to destroy. That book will bring her back to earth. And I know nothing else that could. It is his own writing. She cannot get past that. Sir James carried away both it and the precious saucer. As I was myself overdue, I went down with him into the street. A brougham was waiting for him. He sprang in, gave a hurried order to the cockaded coachman, and drove swiftly away. He flung his overcoat half out of the window to cover the armorial bearings upon the panel, but I had seen them in the glare of our fanlight nonetheless. I gasped with surprise. Then I turned back and ascended the stairs to Holmes' room. I have found who our client is, I cried, bursting with my great news. Why, Holmes, it is a loyal friend and a chivalrous gentleman, said Holmes, holding up a restraining hand. Let that now and forever be enough for us. I do not know how the incriminating book was used. Sir James may have managed it, or it is more probable that so delicate a task was entrusted to the young lady's father. The effect, at any rate, was all that could be desired. 3 days later appeared a paragraph in the Morning Post to say that the marriage between Baron Adalbert Grunner and Miss Violet de Merville would not take place. The same paper had the first police court hearing of the proceedings against Miss Kitty Winter on the grave charge of vitriol throwing. Such extenuating circumstances came out in the trial that the sentence, as will be remembered, was the lowest that was possible for such an offense. Sherlock Holmes was threatened with a prosecution for burglary, but when an object is good and a client sufficiently illustrious, even the rigid British law becomes human and elastic. My friend has not yet stood in the dock. End of The Adventure of the Illustrious Client by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Gat by Clyde B. Wilson. From All Story Weekly, September 1st, 1917. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Gat by Clyde B. Wilson. When you have killed a man, it's time to go. The Gat listened, thought rapidly, and decided. So swift and sure had been the attack, not a cry had escaped the victim. The Gat placed the knife where it might naturally have fallen from the hand of a self-murderer. Then he turned to open the safe, where he had been surprised before finding what he sought. Stooped before it, he hesitated for an instant, tempted to further search. He shook his head. The prize was not worth the risk. Robbery exposed a suicide blind, and with the biggest job of his career planned for tomorrow, he could not afford to have the police aroused to extra watchfulness by a mysterious murder committed tonight. This must look like a suicide. He replaced the papers in the safe exactly as he had found them and closed the door. The rattle of the combination crashed against the dead silence of the room. Somehow it reminded him of the clang of a certain bolt to a certain cell he knew of. He stepped back to the double doors and turned his ear to the crack where they met in the center. His eyes fell upon the figure. Its evening clothes exposed an expanse of white shirt front. White, except for a splotch on the left side the size of a man's two fingers. He must hurry. Noiselessly, he slid the big brass door bolt into place. With infinite ease, he turned the key over in the lock below, and the bolt clicked faintly. His strained senses again recalled the clang of a certain bolt to a certain cell he knew of. Again he listened for a moment. Quickly, and without sound, the Gat then drew two of the hinge pins from the hinges of the right-hand door. The third one stuck slightly. A few turns back and forth with a pair of pliers, and it came out freely. From a small bottle he deposited, with an apothecary's accuracy, a few drops of oil into the loop of each hinge. With his pliers gripped on the door portion of the middle hinge, he slowly and noiselessly worked the door free. Fastened by the lock and bolt in the center, the two doors swung as one on the left side hinges. He opened them an inch and let them sag to the floor. Then he took the pins, immersed each in the oil bottle, and inserted them a quarter of an inch in the hinge loops on the door facing, where they leaned enough from a perpendicular to keep them from dropping into place until he should be ready to jar them down. The Gat was ready for his exit. He turned and surveyed the room to see if he was leaving any clues. He suddenly was seized with an impulse for cautionless flight. He set his teeth and muttered an oath. This wasn't the first man he had killed, but it was the first he had knifed, and that shirt front. The stain had spread to the size of a man's hand. Hurriedly, he went into his coat, buttoned the fur front over his evening clothes, and sprung his opera hat into shape. The hollow snap of it startled him. He quickly lifted the doors clear of the floor, opened them the width of his body, and stepped into the hall. He stood perfectly still for a second, his ears fairly sucked at the silence. Opening a corkscrew in a combination tool knife, he quickly inserted it into the hall side of the door to serve as a knob. With knee braced against the facing to steady himself, he raised the doors to the proper height, and with nerve-wracking slowness meshed the hinges without jarring the pin down. Then, pulling steadily by the corkscrew to hold the door in place, he tapped lightly with the heel of his hand on the door in the position of the top hinge. The pin dropped into place with a barely audible click. Once more he listened intently before proceeding. The middle pin jarred down with equal success. He stooped and tapped lightly at the bottom hinge. It did not drop in. He tapped harder, and with a noise that sounded to him like the ring of a steel crowbar, the pin clattered to the bare floor. The Gat ground his teeth in rage at this utter waste wrought to his infinite pains. He had left a clue to point straight away from the suicide lead he had planted. That satanic sleuth Houdin would grab it with the eagerness of a bloodhound. Nervously, he pulled his corkscrew from the door. He had intended to cover up the hole it made, but there was neither need nor time for that now. That hinge pin was enough to waken the dead man. How could the servants sleep on? A faint life shifted into the hall through the crack in the doors he had just closed. He turned toward the street door and stiffened like an icicle as he faced a man. Fool! How he hated nerves! It was only a clothed hall tree. Halfway through the outside door, he dragged in a deep breath of cold air, then suddenly choked. With head bent against the tumbling snow, a policeman was crossing the street directly toward him. The Gat was trained for fast thinking. Too many policemen in New York had studied his photograph. Only recently, that devil detective Houdin, who was sending all his pals to the penitentiary and the death room, had impudently promised him to his teeth that he would surely get him shortly. Over on open Broadway, with nothing on him, he did not dodge them, but coming out of a house on Fifth Avenue after midnight, where a stabbed man would be found the next morning, perhaps now the servants were up. Only so long as it took these thoughts to flash film-like through his brain did the Gat hesitate. He might have to kill another man or two, but... He stepped back inside the door. Absolute silence greeted him. It was a white night, unfit for red deeds. On the street, with people about him, he should have felt easy, but he was shaken. Things were not working out. In the first place, he had not come to New York to pull this job, but a bigger one. He was a fool to have been tempted by it. But it had looked so easy, no killing, and see how it had turned out. He had dressed at his hotel in evening clothes and gone to Paolo's fashionable gambling rooms for no other purpose than to see if Henson was there. He was, and had seemed drunk enough to be good for the night. But that's just the trouble. No dope is dependable when you have to figure booze in one of the elements. Henson had taken a notion to go home. Worse of all, he hadn't gotten the money, and because, like a bush burglar, he had left his gun in his overcoat clear across the room, he had to use his knife instead, and smear things all up. Well, if the murder outed, the knife would be his alibi. His jealously guarded reputation as an exclusively gun user would save him from suspicion. The Gat straightened himself savagely. He used to have nerve, but no wonder he was cracking. For one thing, there was Betty, good old Betty, once so game, now afraid to read a murder story in a magazine, scared spineless of the Thing, that shapeless phantom, something which she believed in religiously and claimed eventually gets all criminals, writing him everywhere he went, employing him to cut the Thing and make a home in some green, quiet no-place and settle down with her. Then there was Cat Stark, the fastest thinker and fastest gunner in the gallery, caught only last week with his automatic still smoking. And the papers today were full of Bruce's little nap in the hot chair. The snow lit cold and wet on the Gat's face, and he shuddered. He needed a drink, but not in this neighborhood. He'd take a stiff one at the hotel. He found himself on Broadway. Lights showed red through the screen of snow, great splotches against the white background. He noticed an unwanted number of policemen in sight. They seemed mostly in pairs. That usually meant something. For reasons in accord with well-laid plans, he had avoided tonight the haunts of his accomplices in the big coup of tomorrow. He hailed a taxi and mentioned a hotel miles south of them. As they turned east into the shadowy street far down on the lonesome end of Broadway, two policemen suddenly appeared directly in their path. As they came to a stop, one of the officers stepped to the side of the taxi. His front was covered with a blanket of damp snow. A red sidelight on the taxi reflected on his star, a red splotch on the white background over the left breast. "Let's see your fare," he demanded. "What's the joke?" asked the driver. "Murder," said the policeman, peering through the Water Street cab window. The Gat, with his hand to his nose, ducked his head slightly with a loud sneeze, while the point of something in his right coat pocket came to align with the officer's head. "Where?" questioned the driver. "Kiley's place, 14th Street. Kokosaka outgunned a detective, but he got through us. We'll get him before morning. The net's spread." "Not Houdin, I guess?" persisted the driver. "Not scarcely," laughed the officer. "They don't outgun Houdin. All right, go ahead." The Gat breathed again, but wished the idiotic driver had not mentioned Houdin. Rotten queer some of these New York automatic artists couldn't outgun him. The trouble was, they didn't have bones anywhere but in their heads. As he alighted from the taxi and paid the driver, a policeman parted from another on the corner close by and strolled by, scrutinizing him closely. The Gat turned down his collar and entered the hotel. As he approached the desk, the house officer walked directly toward him. Again, the point of something in his right coat pocket lifted slightly. The officer passed on by him. For God's sake, wasn't there anyone astir in New York tonight but bulls? The clerk handed him a letter and a telegram. The letter was from Betty, and he thrust it into his pocket. He knew what was in it. One long, pathetic plea to quit it before they got him, and a lot of superstitious talk about the thing. He tore open the telegram. He knew by heart the 3 or 4 code words incorporated. As he read, the letters staggered and ran into unintelligible streak. They righted himself, and he read it again. Dan taken in Toledo. More Houdin's work. Houdin in New York. The Gat felt warm. He took off his coat and threw it over his arm. In doing so, he slid something from it into his trouser pocket. He turned to the clerk, cleared his throat, and made a second attempt to speak. "Bar open?" "Closes at 1. Maybe you can get in." The bar was deserted save for one somewhat crumpled customer in evening coat and hat, leaning heavily against the rail at the far end. The Gat scarcely noticed him. Most of the lights were out, for which he was glad. Perhaps the bartender wouldn't notice how hard it was for him to hold a glass of 3 Star steady. He raised it toward his lips. A glass crashed at the end of the bar. A bartender swore at his clumsy customer. Part of the Gat's liquor splashed on the bar. There was scarcely enough left to moisten his throat. As he started into the elevator, he heard a rubber-soled step behind him and simultaneously felt a touch on his arm. His hand shot to his right trouser pocket as he whirled. A bellboy handed him his key. "You left it at the desk," the boy explained. At the second floor, he left the elevator and plunged down the hall. The dim green glow barely lighted the hall with its ghostly hue. His room was just around the corner in the next hall. With head down, he swept around and smashed into something. His hat fell to the floor. He swore viciously as he kicked shut the linen closet door, which had been left carelessly open. The Gat laughed nervously as he picked up his hat and strode on to his own room. The key rattled in the lock as he inserted it. He stepped aside and pulled the door shut quickly behind him, as if pursued. He was in total darkness. He recalled turning out the lights that evening when he left the room, and knew the position of the buttons. With his hat in his right hand, he extended his left before him along the wall. His tremulous fingers found the top button. He pressed it. For an interminable second he stood rigid with a hellish terror. He felt his flesh creep, his scalp itch and shift, and his eyes burst. Merciful instinct guided his fingers to the other button. He plunged the room in darkness, but the positive after-image of something with a hand pointed straight at him, with a wide expanse of white shirt front smeared on one side with a vivid stain the size of a man's 3 fingers, remained for a second. Instinct, training, and a melting spine contributed to the Gat's quick squat. Hunched low across the floor, he waited for the flash of a gun to give him a mark for his own. It did not come. Not a sound came. Hideous seconds passed while tardy reason tried to reach his panicked wits. He knew he was mortally afraid, but he was sober. He had taken but 1 drink and spilled most of that. This, he had just seen, was miles from here, dead. He had stabbed it to death. That shirt front was the bloodiest thing he had ever seen. Bah! It was time to quit the murdering business when a little blood could so stir up the imagination. Imagination. No, by... He knew when he saw a thing. Once before in his life, he had thought he imagined seeing something. But a man had fallen when he shot. Should he shoot now? What at? Dead men don't travel miles across city blocks. Dead men's ghosts may. Betty believed in ghosts. She had told him that he would someday, that the thing would get him. Betty must be right, for when you have killed a man and his ghost beats you to your room. But you see ghosts in the dark, not in lighted rooms. He could see it now. It was no ghost then. It was something else, unutterable, unthinkable, closing in on him, perhaps. With this terrorizing impression, the Gat's last nerve cell exploded, and every fiber of his being impelled him to flight. He grasped and turned the knob behind him as he rose, sprang backward into the hall, and jerked the door closed. He turned, and again the breath caught in his throat, and he stiffened and swayed. Not 3 feet from him, in the green ghost light from the globe above, stood a grinning apparition, something in evening clothes, with a wide expanse of white shirt front smeared with a dark splotch. That was all the Gat saw. Through his blinding fright, he did not recognize the intemperate patron of the barroom of a few minutes before. He did not notice that the damp ashes from a slobber-soaked cigar, dangling from the maudlin mouth, had blackened the inebriate's shirt front. Neither did he see the sudden, sobered look of appeal, nor hear the pitiful cry for mercy as, crazed with a fear that knew no reason, he fired full into the breast of the helpless creature before him. As though the report of the gun had an awakening effect upon his paralyzed senses, the Gat came back to the actual. With a horror upon him, he whirled and ran in the opposite direction. No other intersecting halls appearing, he was brought up at a closed window. Forcing this up, he peered into the semi-darkness, only to discern a sheer wall below and one opposite, neither of which offered any means of escape. He heard the rattle of the elevator ascending, and calculated his half-minute of time. Desperately, he tried door after door to find them all fast. As the elevator stopped, heads began to appear through the doors down the hall. The Gat recognized the house detective as the latter stepped around the corner with gun projected. Both weapons exploded, and the detective swung half around. In the instant that the Gat withheld a second shot to note the effect of his first, he was lost. A door swung open just behind him. Before he could turn, a heavy form was hurled against him, and a pair of hard arms encircled him. Chewing curses, he fought insanely with a man in pajamas, but, taken behind, his arms were locked. As he tried to bring his automatic into line with the detective who had started forward again, It was knocked from his hand by another ally in pajamas. The hall was full of people. He was tripped to the floor, and the detective, with a pale face and limp arm, was standing over him. Still sticky with one crime, the Gat was caught with the damning evidence of another thick about him. Other officers arrived, and he was taken down to the hotel office. A sergeant recognized him. "I think Houdin would like to know about this," the sergeant said, and went into a telephone booth. He came out shortly and addressed another officer. "I thought so. Houdin wants to see him here. He was just called on another case, but will be down on the wagon from headquarters." The Gat, huddled in a big chair, wrists locked, and an officer beside him, heard but evidenced no interest. He was dazed and nauseated, like a patient from an operating room with anesthetic still clouding his mind. His terrible fear, the more tormenting because he could not induce or define it, had gone, but had left him weak and beaten. His one vivid impression of all that had transpired was a spectral something in his room which had driven from him his last reserve of reason and brought this ruin upon him. The coroner had arrived and was attending to the removal of the body when Houdin appeared. The detective came straight to the Gat and surveyed him deliberately. At sight of him, something in the old Gat's antagonism awakened, and with it just a flash of his old courage. He faced the detective squarely for a minute. "At last," was Houdin's curt and only comment. He turned to the house detective, who was having a slight wound on his arm dressed. "What happened?" he asked. The officer reported it briefly. The Gat had come in the hotel, gone to the bar, then upstairs. In a few minutes, Whitney, a notorious but harmless character and a permanent guest at the hotel, had gone up, a little more illuminated than usual. A shot had followed almost immediately. The battle in the hall was described. Whitney was unarmed, hadn't an enemy in the world to anyone's knowledge, and no reason could be ascribed for the shooting. Houdin turned to the Gat fiercely. "Why'd you shoot Whitney?" he snapped. "I didn't," muttered the Gat, his tone and manner rendering the wretched denial convincing only as to its untruth. "All right," replied Houdin. Then he continued less severely. "This isn't like you, Gat, to be caught so far away from an alibi. There's something behind it. What's the matter with you? Lost your mind? Or your nerve? Or both?" There was nothing left for the Gat to build courage on. Despair, disgust, self-pity welled up and mixed in his mind, and impelled him to impetuous speech. "That's it, Houdin. My nerves busted. I'm a yellow-spined coward. I was scared. Afraid. "Afraid of what?" cut in Houdin eagerly. "That's it. What? I don't know." "You lie. You do know." Houdin was driving him. The Gat shook his head distressedly. "You'd been at something else. That's why you were afraid." Houdin was conferring the third now. He was bent over the Gat, watching his every expression and reading behind his eyes. "Tell what you know about the killing on 51st and 5th Avenue tonight. Henshin. Tell it, I say." The Gat, a professional gunman, and even in his fallen estate still proud of his specialty, spoke too eagerly. "Ever hear of me using a knife?" Houdin smiled and straightened up. "Who told you a knife was used?" he shot at him. "The papers, the police," countered the Gat desperately. "You sure fell out of bed that time, Gat," replied Houdin. "The papers haven't got it yet. These officers don't know it. A servant found Hitchens less than 30 minutes ago. They had just phoned me about it when I heard you were caught. Somehow, I thought so. That's why I came up here first." The Gat relaxed and sank further into his seat. Utter hopelessness dulled his eyes. "You can't put me in the chair but once," he faltered, offering at the same time his only rebuttal and consolation. "That's right, Gat. Too bad," replied Houdin, a little pity replacing his elation at having so successfully maneuvered a confession. Houdin turned to an officer. "We'll go up and take a look at his room. Bring him along." On the elevator, Houdin, looking at the prisoner's shirt front, said, "Been drinking, haven't you? Looks like you spilled some booze on your shirt here." The Gat looked down. A large stain, the size of a man's 3 fingers, soiled the left side of his shirt. He raised his manacled hands to the spot, then placed his fingers to his nostrils. "Brandy," he said. "Had one drink and spilled it." 2 officers, the hotel clerk and Houdin, took the Gat to his room. The clerk unlocked the door, stepped into the room, and snapped on the light. He stood to one side and let the others pass. The Gat, coming next, suddenly stopped. "Go on," ordered the policeman. "Wait a minute," replied the Gat, staring straight ahead of him. The others hesitated. "Unlock my hands for a minute," the Gat requested of the officer. "No tricks." The policeman looked at Houdin. The detective nodded his head, interested in the proceeding. The officer unlocked the cuffs. The Gat freed his left hand, stepped back a pace, and extended his left arm along the wall to the position of the light buttons. Across the room, directly opposite the door, was a tall clothes cabinet. The door of it was a full-length mirror. Into this the Gat was staring. He saw reflected a man in evening dress, his arms pointing straight out in the direction of the door where they stood. A wide expanse of white shirt front was reflected, on the right side of which was a dark stain the size of a man's 3 fingers. For a second the Gat stood thus, then, with a thin laugh, turned and extended both hands to be cuffed again, remarking, "That's the first time a drink, applied externally, ever made me see things." "What's the big idea?" asked Houdin. "I know now what I have been afraid of all evening," replied the Gat wearily. "What?" queried Houdin. "Myself." And again the Gat laughed thinly. The end of The Gat by Clyde B. Wilson. The Mysterious Highwayman by Sergeant Ryan. From Detective Story Magazine, January 5th, 1917. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Mysterious Highwayman by Sergeant Ryan. The inspector in charge of the Detective Bureau at police headquarters was talking to half a dozen reporters, and at the same time was exchanging a dress coat for one of dark blue, which was not part of a uniform, though suggestive of it. "I don't know any more about this case than you do," he was saying. "I've been to the theater and was eating supper afterward when I got word of it. The report that came to me was that a man named Prescott Carroll had been arrested for the murder of Oliver Brundage. Ollie Brundage, you all know him." The reporters nodded. The name and fame of Ollie Brundage were quite familiar to them. He was a young man of good family, a bachelor, a clubman, who managed to move in the highest society without any visible means of support. They also knew Carroll, who had gone out of journalism into literature 8 or 10 years before, and had won a certain measure of recognition. "The arrest was made by a patrolman and Detective Hines of my staff," continued the inspector. It seems Carol knocked Brundage down with a sand club or something of that kind, and was going through his pockets. It was on West 78th Street, just opposite the new church. The prisoner was taken to the station house, but I sent word to have him brought down here. Brundage's body is at the station now. That's all I know." The reporters exchanged glances. Then one of them asked, "What's this about a millionaire's pocketbook being found in Carol's pocket?" "I heard a rumor to that effect," said the inspector, "but I am not prepared to answer any questions." "Isn't it a fact," queried one of the reporters, "that there have been a good many holdups in the neighborhood, and that your man Hines was up there on that account?" "There have been some wild stories in the newspapers," the inspector began, but checked himself as he perceived a lieutenant entering by the door on the left. The lieutenant executed a sort of military salute and departed without having opened his mouth. "You boys will have to get out of here now," said the inspector. "I'll see you later." The reporters filed out like so many pallbearers. Every one of them looked at his watch, though there was a clock in plain sight on the wall. It was 1:30 in the morning, and minutes were precious. No one remained in the room except the chief and the man in the dark gray suit who sat against the wall opposite the door where the lieutenant had appeared. "You know him, Carter, don't you?" asked the inspector. "3 years ago," replied the detective, "I knew him as a brilliant and promising fellow, but he passed out of my sight." "Writer, eh? I've read one of his stories. It was good, too. Why the devil should he have done this thing?" Carter answered only with a gesture. The inspector glanced quickly toward the door. Then, leaning forward in his chair, with his right elbow on the desk and his open hand against the side of his face, he waited in the shadow. The brim of Carter's hat was nearly level with his eyes, and as the principal source of light was a cluster of lamps against the wall and almost directly over his head, his countenance was scarcely visible. The door at the left swung open, and 2 officers appeared, with the prisoner between them. They paused an instant, so that the man seemed to come along into the white glare of light and oppressive silence. He was tall and of strong frame, but excessively thin. He had wavy, dark brown hair, a high forehead painfully wrinkled above the bridge of the nose, pale blue eyes, with that faded look that one sees in the eyes of tired women, a light mustache, and a well-molded but rather weak chin with a dimple in it. He wore a shabby black overcoat above what seemed to be expensive and fashionable evening dress. Carter, who remembered Preston Carroll as he had been, was shocked at the change in him. He seemed to have lived a dozen years between 29 and 32. There was a straight-backed wooden chair, which, standing alone in the middle of the big and bare room, had a singular effect of isolation. Carroll looked at it, perceived that it was for him, and sat down with a shudder. At that moment, Hines, the headquarters man who had assisted in the arrest, appeared at the door, while Carter, crossing the room, whispered to one of the policemen, who immediately went out. "Well," said the inspector, addressing Hines. "At 10 minutes past 12, responded the officer, "I was going west along 78th Street toward Berkeley Avenue. There was an apartment house on the southeast corner, with an alley behind it which runs halfway down the block and then turns into the avenue. There's an iron fence with a gate on each end. Close by this fence, where there wasn't much light, I saw this man stooping over a body that lay on the sidewalk. I ran up, and at the same time, Patrolman Bruce came from the direction of the avenue. We had the man between us, and when he saw that, he surrendered. He seemed to be dazed, and we couldn't get him to say anything to us. I recognized the man on the ground as Oliver Brundage. He was alive then, but unconscious. He died before the ambulance came. There was no weapon. Brundage was killed by striking his head in falling. We had the body taken to the station house and took this man there. He talked to himself on the way. He said, 'Don't worry, don't worry. I'll be all right. It's the best thing that could have happened.' He admitted having killed Brundage, and that is all we could get out of him." The inspector turned to Carroll and asked him whether he had anything to say, warning him, in accordance with the law, that whatever he said could be used against him on the trial. He remained silent for perhaps half a minute, during which interval Hines laid upon the inspector's desk a package containing all that had been taken from the prisoner when he was searched at the station house. "Denial is useless," said Carroll at last. "I was taken in the act." His manner was indefinably strange. If one may attempt description, it was more like an invalid's than a criminal's. This man of cultured mind and delicately sensitive nature seemed to feel neither remorse nor shame. There was evidence of considerable anxiety, but this state was repeatedly interrupted by involuntary outbursts of reassurance, almost of satisfaction. "What was your motive?" asked the inspector. "Robbery," replied the prisoner cheerfully. "I was driven to it by poverty." The inspector looked hastily at Carter, who returned the glance meaningly. Both men perceived that the prisoner's answer was a lie, and that it covered a mystery. This case, which on a casual view seemed so clear, being the arrest of a highway robber beside the body of his victim, became at once to those experienced men a problem for close and rigid investigation. "I thought you were successful in your profession," said the inspector. "I might have been," was the reply, "but I had bad luck and many burdens. There were people dependent upon me. I never worried about myself. I suppose nobody does. It was about others." He became excited as he spoke, and his self-control slipped away. It was obvious that he did not mean to tell his story, but that it told itself, just as the first words he had uttered in the room had overridden his will. It appeared that he had been married 5 years before, and that his wife had almost immediately begun to lose her sight, as the result of a malady rare and little understood. Gradually, with that steady debilitation which nature commands, and human torturers vainly strive to imitate, the shadows had closed around her. Carroll had beggared himself with doctors. He had become a borrower under the pressure of need that could not be postponed. His friends had turned from him, and some of them, for the sake of spite that grows out of money, had raised up other enemies when their own power to injure him had seemed inadequate. Meanwhile, his strength had declined, and his imagination, too much occupied with images of his own increasing sorrow, had ceased to suggest the pictures which his art required. His earnings had decreased as his needs grew. He had labored under that enormous disadvantage of visible misfortune. He became the lame wolf which the pack rends. Throughout the latter part of this wretched period, his sister and his brother's widow, with 2 children, had been dependent upon him. His wife, at last, had gone to a private hospital, where the charges were excessive and the benefits few. The wonder was that the man had not gone mad, laboring with a brain so clogged with miserable thoughts. Yet he did not seem to be insane, though surely on the brink of it. Neither Carter nor the inspector interrupted Carroll's recital, which he himself finally broke off with an exclamation of despair. "You see, I can't help telling this," he said, "though upon my soul I did not mean to do it." The inspector glanced at Carter and touched his forehead, unperceived by Carroll. The detective made a negative sign. "We'll see what we have here," said the inspector, opening the packet which Hines had brought. It contained a few trifles separately wrapped, because they were obviously the prisoner's, and the things that he was supposed to have taken from Brundage. The latter consisted of a handkerchief, some letters, a cigarette case, a card case, and several keys. Another handkerchief, a woman's, and small coin to the value of 64 cents were marked as having been found in Brundage's pocket by the police. "Then you got no money at all?" said the inspector. "I got a pocketbook," said Carol, with hesitation. "Do you mean to say that you got this from Brundage?" demanded the inspector, holding up the wallet. "Certainly," answered Carol, but he did not meet the eye of the questioner. "Do you know whose pocketbook it is?" "They told me at the station house," said Carol faintly, "that it was Stanton Ripley's." Stanton Ripley was a young man about town, possessed of great wealth, and a barnful of wild oats. The pocketbook bore his initials and the crest of his family in gold and enamel. It was a plain, light Russian leather book, of the sort that folds in the middle with one large compartment on each side. Carter received it from the chief's hand and discovered that it contained $3,010, one $1,000 bill, four of $500, and two of $5, all new. "They found this in the prisoner's coat tail pocket," said the chief. "Were you aware," he continued, addressing Carol, "that this was in Brundage's possession when you attacked him?" Carol pondered upon this question. "I couldn't have known that," he said at last in a faint voice. Carter observed that he had taken hold of the sides of his chair, as if to keep from falling out of it, and that a bluish pallor had overspread his face. "Is there anything I can do for you?" asked the detective kindly. "Could I have something to eat?" said the prisoner, in an embarrassed tone. "Of course, if it's too much trouble." "I have already sent out for some supper for you," said Carter, looking closely at him. "It occurred to me that you might like it. I wonder it hasn't come before this." Carol expressed his gratitude, and while he was doing so, a policeman entered with several packages. The detective drew up a small table and set forth a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread, at sight of which the prisoner's eyes shone. Behind him, the policeman was opening a box, from which he took a steak and potatoes on a wooden plate, and a knife and fork. He held up the knife and looked inquiringly at Carter, who nodded, and the utensils were laid upon the table. The prisoner ate well. Many times he spoke aloud in praise of the food, clearly not meaning to do so, for he always checked himself with shame. "Now," he said at last, "I feel first rate. Heavens!" The exclamation came suddenly. Carol half rose and then sank back. He pressed his hand across his forehead, which had become wet in an instant. "My wife and my sister!" he cried. "How shall I tell them?" "I'm afraid that the newspapers will anticipate you, unless you telegraph," said Carter. He took a pad of blanks and a pencil from the inspector's desk and laid them before Carol, who, after many attempts, wrote this message: "Be prepared for very bad news, yet all for the best. Don't try to understand. Don't come here. We'll send money." He puzzled a long time over the last sentence and finally let it stand. The message was addressed to his sister, Mrs. Hilda Carroll, in a small town in Massachusetts. At the bottom, he wrote a request to repeat the telegram to his wife, in care of the physician in charge of the hospital where she then was. Carter gave the telegram with money for its transmission to one of the policemen, who went out with it immediately. The inspector, meanwhile, was answering a call upon the telephone which stood on his desk. He received a long report, at the close of which he ordered that the prisoner should be taken into the adjoining room. "Nick," he said, as soon as they were alone, "I've just got word from the man who was sent to Ripley's rooms when the pocketbook was found on Carol. Ripley has just come home with a bad wound in the head. He seems to have been wandering around the streets, dazed, for quite a long time. He was at his club until 11 o'clock. Then he started out for a walk. On Fifth Avenue, alongside the park at 63rd Street, he saw a man step out from behind a tree. As he turned to face the fellow, he got a rap on the left side of his head. And the next thing he remembers, he was on the other side of the park, way up at 81st Street, and it was more than 2 hours later. Where he'd been in the meantime, he didn't know. His pocketbook was gone, and his watch. Nothing else was taken. He said he probably could not identify his assailant, though the man looked familiar. He knew Carol very well. They were in college together. He lent him some money a year or so ago. Then they had a falling out, and he hasn't seen Carol since. He didn't think it was Carol who assaulted him. What do you make out of this?" "Well, it seems somewhat extraordinary," said the detective, "that a man on the verge of starvation should not have used one of those $5 bills to buy a meal. It occurs to me that we haven't found Ripley's watch. And I am also puzzled to know why a man who had made a haul of $3,000 should take the desperate chance of assaulting Brundage, who is well known never to have any money." "Perhaps Carol didn't know him," suggested the inspector. "It's as bad one way or another," replied the detective. "He wouldn't have risked $3,000 and his liberty on the chance of what might be in the stranger's pockets. However, we might ask him about it." Carol was brought back into the room and was informed of what had been learned about Ripley. He made a strong effort to cover his emotions, but Carter was of the opinion that, for some mysterious reason, the prisoner was not only surprised, but pleased. "It is true," he said, "I did not take the pocketbook from Brundage. I took it from Ripley." "Where?" demanded the inspector, who had not mentioned the place designated by Ripley. "In Central Park," was the reply. "I followed him from his club." At this point, the prisoner showed his first disinclination to answer questions, yet he consented to hear a few from Carter, and this exchange resulted. "Were you acquainted with Brundage?" "I knew him by sight and by reputation." "When did you see him this evening?" "When he turned out of the avenue onto 78th Street." "Did you recognize him?" "Yes." "Did you speak to him before attacking him?" "No." "Where did you get the dress suit?" "Ripley gave it to me a year and a half ago when he got me to go to dinner at a club." "Do you mean that he bought it for you?" "No. It was his. He had just had it made. It was one of his freaks to give it to me." "What is that stain?" It was a reddish mark, as if from a blow with a rusty iron bar, and it extended across the back of the overcoat, about the waistline. The garment was lying on a chair. Carol looked at the stain with mild surprise, and said he did not know what it was. "Your dress coat was torn in the struggle with Brundage, I suppose," said the detective, indicating a ripped seam at the back of the left shoulder, and some further damage here and there. Carol nodded. "You had your overcoat on when you were arrested, didn't you?" "Yes, I just slipped it on after the struggle." "Why didn't you run through the alley when you saw the policeman coming?" "I didn't know there was any gate in the fence," replied the prisoner. This closed the examination, and Carol was assigned to a cell. "It is a singular coincidence," said the detective, "that I happen to be very familiar with the spot where this arrest was made. I waited there some hours on a recent evening. The gate in the fence could not be overlooked by anyone, and just within it there is a rusty iron bar extending from the gate post to the side of the house. From the appearance of the mark on Carol's coat, I should say that he had leaned against that bar. I came very near to doing it myself. So Carol had a neat way of escape and didn't take it." The inspector drummed with his fingers on his desk and gently whistled a little tune. "For a case that opens with a confession," he said at last, "this is a beautiful muddle. To begin with, the man is such a purposeless liar." "I would hardly say that," rejoined Carter. "He knows what he is about. A liar he certainly is, one of the most perverse and incalculable that I have ever encountered. But his statements held to a clear view. Obviously, he is willing to say anything which will tend to show that he attacked Brundage for the purpose of robbing him. Now, of course, this crime is not robbery, though Carol tried to give that color to it, and on a hasty inspiration, too, or he would not have committed the absurdity of taking the man's handkerchief, to say nothing about this rubbish of cigarette and card cases." "You mean that he killed Brundage for some other reason?" asked the inspector. "Did you observe the weather?" rejoined Carter with a smile. "It has been snowing a little, and the pavements are a mess. Carol's coat shows a considerable struggle, and by all the evidence, the two men must have fallen to the ground, one gripping the other's throat. It was then that Brundage's head struck the projection in the iron fence, but the assailant could not have immediately known the result. Without doubt, they rolled there together in the dirt. Yet there isn't a mark on Carol's knees." "That is so, but the elbow and left sleeve of the coat are soiled. Not the overcoat. He'd taken that off." "It is all very singular," said the detective. "I am being gradually led toward a remarkable conclusion, but I am not ready to talk about it yet. I suggest that we put the whole thing off until tomorrow." "The case is in your hands," said the inspector, "if you will be kind enough to take charge of it." On the following day, the detective called upon Stanton Ripley at his rooms, which have sometimes been mentioned in print as the most luxurious bachelor apartments in New York. Ripley was under a doctor's care, but had almost ceased to require it. He had a contusion on the left side of his head behind the ear, but was suffering principally from the mental strain, the result of his adventure of the previous night. It was necessary to avoid exciting him, and the detective proceeded with the utmost caution. Ripley declared positively that his assailant was not Carol, and after an hour of shrewd questioning, he admitted his belief that it was Brundage. Then he seemed to regret having made the statement, and he concluded by asserting his ignorance of the highwayman's identity. It became necessary, therefore, to trace Brundage's movements on the previous evening, and this proved to be easy. From 9 o'clock until a few minutes before his death, Brundage had been in the apartments of a young widow, a Mrs. Haskell, who lived with her mother and sister in that building on Berkeley Avenue, behind which ran the alley that has been referred to. There had been 3 other guests, a man and 2 women, and Brundage had put them into a cab just before going to meet his fate. It had unfortunately been his intention to walk across to his home, which was on Central Park West. This negated the idea that Carol could have found Ripley's pocketbook in Brundage's pocket. But where had he obtained it, since Ripley was sure he was not the robber? And what motive could have induced Carol to play his singular part in this affair? A study of the locality could not fail to raise the presumption that Carol had been lying in wait for Brundage. The spot was well chosen. Yet Carol was unknown to the Haskells and could hardly have had any means of knowing where Brundage would spend the evening. Indeed, all the evidence that Carter could collect seemed to show that Carol and Brundage had no common interests, and no possible grounds for animosity. There were rumors of ill feeling between Ripley and Brundage on account of the fascinating Mrs. Haskell, at whose home both were frequent visitors. But even upon the wild supposition that Ripley had been sufficiently jealous to employ Carol as his bravo, he would hardly have paid him with a watch and pocketbook. Nor would Carol have collected his price with the aid of a sand club. The newspapers saw in Carol a mysterious highwayman. They exaggerated one or two small robberies in the neighborhood into a great list of desperate crimes, and the young author was pictured as one of the famous degenerates of the age. But the real puzzle of the case remained unanswered. Nobody could account for Carol's retention of that pocketbook, for his senseless risk in attacking Brundage while carrying so great a plunder from another crime, for his failure to take an easy chance of escape. In the evening, Carter called at the headquarters and found Carol's sister, his sister-in-law, and the latter's two children. The women had come to the city with a vague idea that their presence was required, and without enough money to take them back again, they and the children were in tears, and the scene was intensely distressing. It became positively harrowing when the inspector yielded to their entreaties and summoned the prisoner from his cell. Somewhat to Carter's surprise, the man was greatly improved in appearance. His bearing was marked by a sad serenity. He beheld the tears and accepted the reproaches of the women with perfect composure, and it was only when they spoke of their immediate need of money that he showed any considerable anxiety. He referred them to a lawyer whom he had retained during the day, saying that he would probably assist them. Otherwise he said nothing to them, except vaguely reassuring words, and though they said they would come again on the following day, a suggestion which the inspector did not see fit to contradict, Carol bade them farewell with an air of finality. When the prisoner had been removed, Carter inquired about his lawyer and learned that a corporation attorney, practically unknown in criminal courts, had been retained. Carol had given the name and address, and the attorney had been summoned. To the best of my judgment, said the inspector, he had never seen the prisoner before. Carol was arraigned and waived examination, as you know, of course. During the evening, Carter obtained a bit of evidence not altogether unimportant. It appeared that when Ripley left his club on the night of the crime, a man answering Carol's description, who had been loitering for more than an hour in the neighborhood, had followed him. 2 cabmen were the witnesses on this point, and they were perfectly confident, but they said that Ripley had gone to 59th Street instead of Fifth Avenue. Carter called upon Ripley in regard to this contradiction, and was informed that the young man had walked a little way up 59th Street, but had returned. He had not seen Carol following him. About noon the next day, Carter called upon the inspector, who began conversation by stating that he had been devoting a good deal of thought to the Brundage case. "And you have evolved a theory?" said the detective with a smile. "Shall I tell you what it is?" The inspector shut one eye and scrutinized Carter closely out of the other. "Go ahead, confound you," he said. "You'll tell me what it is, and then you'll show me why it isn't good for anything." "On the contrary," replied the detective, "it is very near the truth. In fact, there can hardly be 2 theories in this affair. I happen to know that one of your men compared the stain on Carol's overcoat with the iron bar I spoke of, as to height from the ground, general appearance, etc. The conclusion that Carol knew about the gate and the way of escaping through the alley is thus verified. Why didn't he run? The obvious explanation is that he remained to cover the retreat of someone else." "Precisely," said the inspector. "If the snow hadn't melted so soon, we would have found tracks." "You believe," continued Carter, "that this young man, in his half-crazed desperation, had formed an alliance with some thug, that it was the thug who attacked Ripley, that the ease with which Ripley was disposed of sent them both on a mad career of depredation, with the intent of doing one big night's work and then quitting the town." "Well, something of that sort," admitted the inspector. "Then it is the pal who has engaged this lawyer and has supplied Carol's relatives with money." "Have they got some?" "Plenty," replied the detective, "and they have gone back to Massachusetts. And I can tell you something more agreeable. Two of the leading medical experts in this city have taken an interest in Mrs. Carroll, who, by the way, is a very charming woman, whose needs, but never her importunities, have burdened our friend, for she is different from the others." "Have you seen her?" "Yes, this forenoon. She does not yet know of her husband's misfortune. It was deemed unwise to tell her. But, would you believe it? Those experts who were so much interested by the accounts of her case published yesterday in connection with this affair tell me that she has a good chance of recovery, that the treatment hitherto has been all wrong, and that she may fully regain her sight." "I'm glad of that," said the inspector. "The experts are great men," said Carter, "but they are not philanthropists. They are sure of their money. By the way, have you seen Carroll today?" "Yes, and the change in the man is wonderful. Upon my word, he has gained pounds of flesh, and he looks positively handsome." "His mind is relieved," responded Carter. "You remember how he never worries about himself? That is the truest words he spoke to us. Worry for others has driven him half crazy. Money worry. And now it is over. He sees the electric chair before him and is cheerful. "I was near forgetting," he continued after a brief pause, "that I have recovered Ripley's watch. Some of my men searched the west side of the park from 77th Street northward this morning, and they found it where somebody had thrown it over a wall. A portrait on the inside of the case, at the back, has been scratched with a knife, but the job was done in the dark. The face is still recognizable. It is Mrs. Haskell's." "Why in blazes?" "My friend, it is clear as a bell. Match it with my discovery that Carroll's coat showed every mark of a fight with Brundage, in which, singularly enough, his nether garments seem not to have shared." "Do you mean that he changed coats with the real assailant?" gasped the inspector. "Beyond a doubt." The inspector sprang up and seized his hat from the rack on the wall. "Let's go down to the Tombs," he said. "Carroll is there." In a private room of the famous prison, the prisoner in the Brundage murder case, brought from his cell he knew not why, found the inspector and the detective waiting for him. "Mr. Carroll," said Carter kindly, "the cat is out of the bag." The prisoner started violently, and his face flushed. "You were in desperate straits," the detective continued. "You knew not where to turn for help. You had quarreled with Ripley, who once had befriended you, and yet in your emergency you could think of no one else. You dressed as well as you could, in a suit that he had given you, and yet when you came to the club, your shabby overcoat kept you from asking for the man you wished to see. When he came out, you followed him, hesitating to speak. For miles along the street, in the winter night, you kept him in sight, while he, with a foolish burden of jealousy on his mind, did not see you. At the corner of Berkeley Avenue and 78th Street, he stopped. Presently, he turned back, and you stepped within the iron gate to let him pass. Then Brundage appeared. Before you realized what was happening, the sharp struggle was over. Ripley had gratified his jealousy far more fully than he had planned to do. Brundage lay dead on the sidewalk, and Ripley, bending over him, groaned in agony. A sudden grotesque and terrible thought leapt into your mind, to exchange burdens with Ripley, to take his deadly sin and give him your care that would rest so lightly on this crisis. With what insane relief he accepted your offer, what promises he made in those few thrilling moments, we can readily imagine. He had taken off his overcoat that he might be more free to punish his rival. His clothes showed the struggle. As your two suits were identical, the change in coats was a natural suggestion. The purse with the money was forgotten, but Ripley, after he had escaped through the alley, remembered it, and his story of robbery was the only invention that could meet the situation. The rest comes naturally, including your queer lawyer that Ripley recommended. "Curse you!" cried Carol, leaping to his feet. "You have ruined me." "In return, let me promise my help," said Carter. "I pity you, driven mad by cares as you have been. There is no reason in the world why you cannot bear your burdens when you have had rest, with an easy mind. I can promise it to you." Carol sank back into a chair and began to weep hysterically. The inspector viewed him with professional self-control, yet with some signs of sympathy. "Shall I send a man for Ripley?" he whispered. "I have attended to that," responded the detective. "He is on his way to headquarters by this time." "Manslaughter, I suppose," muttered the detective. "I'll bet a hat he doesn't get over 5 years." The end of The Murderous Highwayman by Sergeant Ryan. The Mystery of Black Jean by Julian Kilman. From Weird Tales Magazine, March 1923. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Mystery of Black Jean by Julian Kilman. Aye, sir, since you've asked, there have been many a guess about where Black Jean finally disappeared to. He was a French Canadian and a weed of a man, 6'5" in his socks. His eyes were little and close together and black. He wore a long, thin mustache that drooped, and he was hairy as his 2 bears. He just drifted up here to the north, I guess, picking up what scanty living he could by wrestling with the bears and making them wrestle each other. 'Twas in the King William Hotel that many's a time I've seen Black Jean drink whiskey by the cupful and feed it to the bears. Yes, he was interesting, especially to us boys. Along about the time the French Canadian and his trick animals were getting to be an old story, there come, begging your pardon, a Yankee who said he would put up a windmill at Morgan's Cove if he could get the quicklime to make the mortar with. Black Jean said he knew how to make lime, and if they would give him time, he would put up a kiln. So the French Canadian went to work and built that lime kiln you see standing there. I was a youngster then, and I know how Black Jean, a little later, built his cabin. I used to hide and watch him and his bears. They worked like men together, with the ugly-looking woman that had joined them. They put up the cabin, the bears doing most of the heavy lifting work. The place he picked for the cabin, over there, where the clumps of trees, no, not that way, more to the right, 1/2 mile about, that place is called Split Hill, because there is a deep crack in the rock made by some earthquake. The French Canadian built his cabin across the crack, and as the woman quarreled with him about the bears sleeping in the cabin, he made a trap door in the floor of the building and stuck a small log down it so the bears could climb up and down from their den below. The kiln, you can see for yourself, is a pit kiln, so called because it is on the side of a hill and the limestone is fed from the top and the fuel from the bottom. Like a big chimney it works, and when Black Jean the fire started and was going good, it would roar up through the stone and cook it. You could see the blaze for a mile. One day Black Jean came to the King William looking for that Yankee. Seems that the individual hadn't paid for his lime. When Black Jean couldn't find him at the tavern, he started for the cove. I have never known who struck first, but they say the Yankee called Black Jean a damned frog-eater, and there was a fight. And that afternoon the French Canadian came to the tavern with his bears, and all 3 of them got drunk. Black Jean used to keep a muzzle on the larger of the bears, but by tilting the brute's head, he could pour whiskey down his throat. They got pretty drunk, and then someone dared Black Jean to wrestle with the muzzled bear. There was a big tree standing in front of the tavern, and close by was a worn-out pump, having a big iron handle. Black Jean and the bear went at it under the tree, the two of them clinching and hugging and swearing until they both gasped for air. This day the big bear was rougher than usual, and Black Jean lost his temper. It was his custom, when he got too tight in a place, to kick the bear in the stomach, and this time he began using his feet. Suddenly we heard the rip of clothing. The bear had unsheathed his claws, and they were sharp as razors, and tore Black Jean's clothing into shreds and brought blood. Black Jean broke loose, his eyes flashing, his teeth gritting. Like lightning he grabbed his dirk and leapt at the brute and jabbed the knife into its eye and gave a quick twist. The eyeball popped out and hung down by shreds alongside the bear's jaw. Never can I forget the human-sounding shriek that bear gave, and how my father caught me up and scrambled behind a tree as the bear started for Black Jean. But the animal was nearly blind. Black Jean had had time to jerk the iron handle out of the pump, and then, using it as if it didn't weigh any more than a spider's thought, he beat the bear over the head. He knocked it cold. Then my father said, "That bear will kill you some day, Jean." Black Jean stuck the iron pump handle back into its place. "B'gosh, you think that's true?" he sneered. "Maybe I kill her, eh?" Our place was next to the place where Black Jean lived, and it was only next morning we heard a loud yelling from Split Hill. I was a little fellow, but spry, and when I reached Black Jean's cabin, I was ahead of my father. I saw the French Canadian leaning against a stump all alone, blood streaming from his face. "By God, monsieur," he blurted when my father came up, "she scratched my eye out." My father thought he meant the woman. "Who did?" he asked. "Dat damn bear," said Black Jean. "She just walked up and stick her foot in my eye." Father caught hold of Black Jean and helped him to the cabin. "Which bear was it?" he asked. Black Jean slumped forward without answering. He had fainted. I helped my father get him into the house. He was more than one man could carry, and just as we were inside there was a growling and snarling, and the big muzzled bear went sliding down the pole to her nest. Well, we looked all around for the woman, expecting to get her help, but we couldn't find her, which is the first we knew that she had left Black Jean. It took the French Canadian's eye 2 or 3 months to heal, and then he came to our place to get something to wear over the empty socket. So my father hammered out a circular piece of copper about twice the size of a silver dollar, and bored a hole in opposite for the leather thong to hold it in place. Black Jean always wore it after that. He seemed vain of that piece of copper, for he used to keep it polished and shined until it glowed on a bright day like a bit of fire. That fall the settlers opened up the first school in the district and imported a woman teacher from the States. I must tell you about that teacher. She was a thin little mite of a thing that you might think the wind would blow away. Some said she was pretty and some that she wasn't. I could have called her pretty if her eyes hadn't been so black. Thereabouts you don't see many eyes that are black. Brown, maybe, and blue and gray, but not black. The fact is, there were just 2 people in these parts having those black eyes, Black Jean and the little mite of a schoolteacher. Well, she came, and she hadn't been there a month before it was noticed that Black Jean was coming to town more regularly, and what is more, he was coming down by the school and waiting around with his bears. This went on. They say that at first she didn't pay any attention to him, but I can't speak for that, as I was too young. But in time there was talk, and it came to me. Then I watched. And I remember one afternoon after the teacher let us out, we all went over to where the bears were. The teacher followed. Black Jean was grinning and showing his white teeth. "Beautiful lady," said he. "Such eyes! Much black, like the back of a water bug." The teacher smiled and said something I couldn't understand. It must have been French. I had never seen a Frenchman about women before, and Black Jean's manners were new to me. Here was the big weed of a man bowing and scraping and standing with his cap in his hand. We boys laughed at that, holding his cap in his hand. Long and short of it was, the French Canadian was sparking the schoolteacher. And everybody talked about it, of course. They said it was a shame. They said if she didn't have enough sense to see what kind of man he was, somebody should tell her. I have often wondered since what would have happened if anybody had gone to that woman with stories of Black Jean. I know I'd never dare to, because without knowing why, I was afraid of her. I guess maybe that was why the others didn't either. There was no mistaking she was encouraging to Black Jean. She didn't seem to object in the slightest to his attentions, and I can see them yet. Her, little and pretty and in a white dress, and Black Jean lingering there with his bears, dirty and towering head and shoulders above her. Black Jean kept coming, and people went on talking, and finally somebody said she had been to Split Hill. And one day I began to understand it too. It was the time she was punishing some pupils. 3 of them were lined up before her, and she started along, whacking the outstretched hands with a stout ruler. Right in front of where I was sitting stood Ben Anger. He was the smallest of the lot, and was trembling like a leaf. Her first clip at him must have raised a welt on his hands, because he whimpered. She hit him again, and he closed his fingers. At that, she caught up the jackknife he'd been whittling at his desk with, and pried up his fingers until blood came. Sitting where I was, I saw her face while she was at it. It had the expression of a female devil. I didn't say anything to my folks about that, but I wasn't surprised when the word came next week that we were to have a new teacher. The little one had gone to live with Black Jean. Well, there was more talk. Talk of railroading the pair of them out of the district. But nothing was done, and one evening a month later, there was a rap at our door, and the French Canadian staggered in. He was carrying the schoolteacher in his arm. "What happened?" my father demanded. "That damn little bear," snarled Black Jean. "He tried to kill Madame." He lay the woman on the bed. She looked pretty badly cut up, and we sent for the doctor. Mother would only let her stay in the house that night, being shocked at the way she was living with the French Canadian. It turned out she wasn't much hurt, and Father kept trying to find out just what had happened. But he couldn't. I knew, however. Most of my time, when I wasn't in school or running errands for the folks, I was spending watching that couple, and only that afternoon I had seen her stick a hot poker into the side of the smaller bear and wind it up into his fur until he screamed. And the bear must have bided his time and gone for her. Those brutes were just like folks. Next morning Black Jean came and got his woman, and I stole out and followed. I knew there was more to it. I was right. The 2 of them went into the cabin, and pretty soon I heard a rumpus, and out comes Black Jean with the smaller bear, and behind them the woman. She was carrying a rawhide whip. The French Canadian had a chain wrapped about the forepaws of the animal, and pulled it under a tree. He wrapped the end of the chain over a stout branch and yanked the bear off his feet. Then he wound the end of the chain around the trunk of the tree and sat down. So the bear hung, his feet trussed and squirming and helpless. And there, in that clear day and warm sunshine, the woman started at the bear with the whip. She lashed it until it cried like a child. Black John watched the proceedings and grinned. "Rah!" he shouted, after the woman had begun to tire. "She thinks you foolin'. Hit harder. Hit the eyes." Again the woman went at it and kept at it until the bear quit moaning and its head drooped and its body went limp. I was feeling sick at the sight, and I stole away. But the next morning, when I crawled back, there was the bear still hanging. It was dead. That woman was a fair mate for Black Jean. She kept him working steady over here to this kiln. Most any night you could see the reflection of the blaze, and it was something to watch Black Jean when he was feeding the fire with the light playing on the copper piece and making it look like a big red eye flashing in the night. I saw it many times. And it was noticed that Black Jean wasn't drinking anymore, and he wasn't wrestling the one-eyed bear anymore. He had good reason for that. I began to believe Black Jean was afraid of that brute. But he made it work for him in the kiln, using the whip, and it was a curious animal, growling and snarling most of the time as it pulled and lifted big sticks of wood and lifted them into the kiln. When Black Jean wasn't working, he was over at the cabin, where he would follow the woman around like a dog. She could make him do anything. She was getting thinner and crosser, and I was more afraid of her than I ever was of Black Jean. Once she caught me watching her from a spying place in a tree. She had been petting the one-eyed bear, rubbing his snout and feeding him sugar. She ran into the house and got a rifle, and my friends, I came out of that tree lickety-split. When I reached the ground, she didn't say a word, just let her eyes rest on mine. After that, I was more careful. Then something happened. I was hoeing corn one afternoon in a field next to the road when I spied a woman coming along from the village. She was big and blousy, and was wearing a shawl. I knew she was headed for Black Jean's because she climbed through the fence on his side of the road. Keeping her in sight, I followed along my side and crossed over when I came to a place where she couldn't see me. I followed her because I knew she was the woman who had come to Black Jean when he first landed in the district. She walked up to the cabin, and I was wondering who she would find at home, when out comes Black Jean. "Sacre!" he exclaimed, putting one hand to his eye. "Speak quick! Is it Marie?" "Yes," the woman said. "I have come back." Black Jean looked around fearfully. "What you want?" he demanded. "I'd like to know who knocked your eye out," she laughed. Black Jean did not laugh. "You steal $100 from me and run away," he snarled. "By gosh, you give me that money." "You fool," said the woman. "You think I don't know how you got that money? You killed—" A sound of rustling leaves in the wood nearby interrupted. "Shh!" hissed Black John, his face blanched. "For the love of God, not so loud!" He listened a moment, and then his expression grew crafty. His teeth showed, and he went close to the woman and said something and started into the cabin. The next instant I knew someone else had seen them. It was no other than the little ex-schoolteacher, and she was running away. I lay still a moment, scared out of my wits. Then I went home. "Did you see Black Jean's wife?" my mother asked. "You mean the schoolteacher woman?" I said. "Yes," my mother said. "Who else?" "I did," I said, "a while ago." "I mean just now," said my mother, breathing quickly. "She rushed in here, right into the house, and before I could stop her, she snatched up your father's rifle from the wall and ran out. I didn't wait to hear more. I set off through the field for Black Jean's. Before I had run half the distance, I heard shooting, and it was my father's rifle. I knew the sound of her only too well. When I went to my spying place, it was all quiet at Black Jean's. I could not see a thing stirring about the cabin. Then I thought of Mother and started home. Father had gone over to the cove that morning with a load of wheat for the Yankees' mill, and wasn't to get back until late, so Mother and I waited. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning when we heard Father's wagon, and I rushed outside. "Hello, son," he exclaimed. "You're up late. And here's Mother, too." Father listened to what we told him without saying a word. "Well," he said when we had finished, "I don't really see anything to worry about. Black Jean can take care of himself. Look here." He was pointing over to this lime kiln. "Jean's got her loaded for a week," said Father, "waiting for better weather." Later, in the house, my father said, "It is none of our business anyway." And in a little he added, as if worried some, "But I am going over there after my rifle." The following Sunday, 3 days later, Father and I went to Black Jean's to get the rifle. The door of the cabin was open, and the little woman came out. She was carrying the rifle. Somehow, she looked thin and old, and her hands were like claws. But her eyes were bright and sharp as the teeth of a weasel trap. "I suppose," she said, as cool as a cucumber and as sweet as honey, "you have come after the rifle." "That is what," my father said sternly. She handed it over. "Please apologize to your wife for me," she said, "for the sudden way I took it. I was in a hurry. I saw a deer down by the marsh." "Did you get the deer?" I pinned in. "No," she said, "I missed it." Father and I started away, but he stopped and called, "Where is Black Jean this morning?" "Black Jean!" she laughed. "Oh, he's got another sweetheart. He has gone away with her." "Good day," said Father. "Good day," said she. And that was the end of that. Neither Black Jean nor the big blousy woman was ever seen again, nor hide nor hair of them. But there was lots of talk. You see, there hadn't been any deer in these parts for many years. And besides, it was just not possible for no well-known a character as Black Jean to vanish so completely without leaving a single trace. Well, finally, someone laid information in the county seat, and over comes a smart young chap. He questioned Father and Mother and made me tell him all I knew, and took it all down in writing. When he gets a constable and goes over and they arrest the little black-eyed woman. There was no trouble about it. They said she just smiled and asked what she was being arrested for. And they told her for the murder of Black Jean. She didn't say anything to that, only asked that someone feed the big one-eyed bear during the time she was locked up. Then the people started coming. They came on horseback, they came afoot, they came in canoes, they came in lumber wagons, no matter how far away they lived, and brought their own food along. I calculate that nearly every soul in the district turned out and made it a sort of general holiday and layoff. For certain it is that no one cared anything about Black Jean himself. Every inch of the land hereabouts was searched. They poked along the entire length of the earthquake crack, and in the clearings, and in the bushes, looking for fresh turned earth. But they could not find a thing, not a thing. Now, you gentlemen know that you can't convict a person for murder unless you have got positive proof that murder's been done, the dead body itself, which was the case here, and that smart youth from the county seat had to let the little woman go free. So she came back to the cabin, living there as quiet as you please, and minding her own precise business. Here is a pocket piece I have had some time. You can see for yourself that it's a copper. It was the thing my father made for Black Jean to wear over his bad eye. I found that piece of copper 2 years after the little woman died, nearly 12 years after Black Jean disappeared. And I found it in the ashes and stone at the bottom of the lime kiln, standing there, half tumbled down. A lot of people hereabouts say it doesn't follow that Black John's body was burned in the kiln. Cremated, I guess you city chaps would call it. They can't figure out how the mischief a little 90-pound woman could have lugged those 2 bodies after she shot them with my father's rifle, the distance from the cabin to the kiln, a good half-mile and more. They point out that the body of Black Jean must have weighed over 200 pounds, not to mention that the other woman was big and fat. But they make me weary. It is as simple as the nose on your face. The one-eyed bear did the job for her. The end of The Mystery of Black Jean by Gillian Kilman. The Mystery of the 10 Mummies by Fulton Oursler. From Midnight Mystery Stories, February 12, 1922. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Mystery of the 10 Mummies by Fulton Oursler. When Jeremiah Buffum came back to Hopkinsville after a trip to foreign parts, he brought with him 10 mummies. There were astute citizens of Hopkinsville who regarded these anhydrous arsenic relics with deep suspicion. They knew Jeremiah's business, and they knew Jeremiah. Jeremiah was in the ukulele business. His factory was in Hopkinsville. The wood from which the brown little thumpty-dumps were turned grew in the forest of the grand old state of New Hampshire, and the wires were made in Pittsburgh. Jeremiah took the rough elements of strings and wood, and in his one-story factory evolved the ukuleles. Then, to secure local color, he shipped them to Hawaii, where the natives on Waikiki Beach wondered what on earth they were. In another month or so, they came back to Jeremiah, with a hula-hula flavor that sold them up and down this sophisticated land. Not many people knew this, but certain astute citizens of Hopkinsville were fully informed. In consequence, they were abysmally mistrustful when they learned, after some sharp detective work on the part of the curious station agent, that there were mummies in the big crates on the red-painted railroad platform. Jeremiah only looked soulful and mysterious when questioned about it. The inhabitants of Hopkinsville were certain of one or two things. Either there were not genuine mummies in the packing cases, or else Jeremiah had some deep money-making design upon them. But that was as far as the inhabitants ever got to knowing the amazing truth. The days and months went on. The 10 packing cases, after weltering in the hot New England sun and being drenched in the soulless down-east rain, were finally removed. They were shipped to Bangor. From that time on, nobody in Hopkinsville ever heard of them again. Now, I was with Jeremiah Buffum in Egypt, and I know all about those 10 mummies, and I propose to tell all that I know, here and now. The silence so often and so earnestly enjoined on me by Jeremiah Buffum, from the never-to-be-forgotten morning on the desert east of Cairo until our parting at the New York dock, is now to be broken. Believing his protestations about abominating publicity and the limelight of notoriety, I held back the story, but no more. Irrefutable evidence has driven me to this step. When I learned absolutely that Jeremiah Buffum had, in spite of all that we had learned from the old man with the 2 noses, violated the sanctity of those vitrified tenements of clay, then, without much more ado, I resolved to out with it. I met Jeremiah in Cairo, in the Musky, the old Cairo to be exact, where there were real bazaars and real rug merchants, and where storymen still relate the Arabian Nights to fascinated natives gathered in wide circles in the cafes. One glance at Jeremiah's pudgy figure, his round owlish eyes and puffy red face, told me much. I saw him wave a fat red hand at a veiled creature, and I understood much more. That fellow, I told myself confidently, is a New England deacon who thinks he's having a devil of a time. At some reckless period in his career, I'll bet he was at a carnival show and paid 10 cents to go to the streets of Cairo tent. He's never gotten over the hoochie-coochie women he saw there. He's over there now, looking at the real thing. Which, as you shall see, is only half the truth. Jeremiah was flirting, but that was not the great urge which had sent him from Hopkinsville to Cairo. That purpose I myself did not fully understand until this morning. As delicately as I could, I hailed him and explained some of the rudimentary ideas of barbaric chivalry. He smiled a little pathetically, agreed to desist, and proposed walking back to the hotel with me. "Do you know where I can buy, steal, or beg some mummies?" he asked me abruptly on the way. I told him they were very difficult to secure. He assured me that he had already found that out. "By gosh, I've got to get 'em," he wound up. But when I asked him gently what he would do with the mummies after he got hold of them, he set his fat little red head to one side, cocked his eyes knowingly, winked and chuckled, and said it was a nice day if it didn't rain. Our acquaintance thus begun continued through various trips to famous spots, and came to an altogether astounding climax of the mummies a few days before I had planned to leave Cairo. Some of the old-timers at our hotel had been telling us of the legend of the city of burnished gold, a mythological metropolis believed by many superstitious natives to exist out on the desert, an ancient place made of gold that glistens so that it can be seen for miles in the glow of the evening sun. An Englishman in the party volunteered the information that on the desert to the east of us there was an ancient sun temple, which could be seen for miles in the sun, and which some people believed had given rise to the legend. "It is rarely visited by tourists, you see," he concluded, "because it is a wearying journey to get to it, and savage bandits roam near it. In fact, old fellow, it has even been hinted to me that this crumbling cathedral of the pagans was used as a treasure chest by the robbers." "Any mummies in there?" put in Jeremiah anxiously. Quite to our surprise, the Englishman said he wouldn't be at all surprised if there were. It was seldom visited, and mummies were often found in such places. Excitedly, deliriously, Jeremiah proposed to me that we go. It was not hard to persuade me. My own interest in the place sprang entirely from my love of adventure and my passion for the old and the picturesque. On the 17th of September, Jeremiah Buffington and I mounted camels. We were accompanied by no one except a surly guide, who had been induced to go with us only by enormous bribes. Our destination lay 3 hours jogging from Cairo, a wearying prospect, which the evident timidity of our guide did little to soothe. He was afraid the bandits would cut off his head and eat it. But we encountered no thieves throughout those dreadful, hot 3 hours. On the horizon, long before we reached it, we could see the temple magnificently preserved, its pillars gleaming against the desert sand. It was like a hymn of praise to the sun god, raised by the wilderness. As we approached near to it, I made out that it was built much after the style of the Temple of Ceres at Paestum, except that its columns were not so tall, and the front approach was wider and much more magnificent. Of course, the roof had fallen in long before. It was simply a shell of marble shafts, with a portion of the front of the roof perilously over the entrance. Piled about it in picturesque profusion were great blocks that once had been part of the roof and walls. It looked as if a child of giants had torn down the house and tossed the blocks like toys. "Gosh, it looks like Banker Bank broke up!" ejaculated Jeremiah. Our guide would not mount the steps, so securing the camels close by, we made our way cautiously up the steps. Hot though it was, and for all my weariness, I enjoyed the place. My own love for this glorious land, with its marvelous history, made this old temple very appealing. What priests, I asked myself, had swung their smoking censers over these stones, where now with big and profane feet trod Jeremiah Buffum? His feet were big, I was sure of it. I turned to confirm my belief, and he had disappeared. If one of those mighty monoliths had opened itself and taken him in, and closed again, he could not have been gone more utterly, more completely. Jeremiah Buffum had vanished. He was gone. There was his camel rubbing its nose against my camel. There was the temple, the stones, the sky, and the desert. But Jeremiah Buffum had vanished. I stood as straight, as rigid, as silent as one of those pillars of stone. Such was my dismay. And to my ears came a slight, distant sound, like a wail. It was Jeremiah. I was sure of that. It was Jeremiah Buffum in distress. Repeatedly I heard him call me for help. "Get me out! Help! This is an awful place! Quick! Help! Get me out!" Thus Buffum, wherever he was, and meanwhile I was trying to find him. And presently I came upon the truth. Jeremiah had put his foot on some hinge or springbolt or some kind of mechanical contrivance of ancient cleverness that held in place one of the flagstones, which wasn't a flagstone at all, but a trapdoor. As was natural under the circumstances, Jeremiah had gone on down. He was at the bottom of a big black hole, immediately behind one of the big marble shafts. I ventured as near to the hole in the floor as I dared, and peered over. Beneath me was blackness, with a musty, cellar-like smell fuming up at my nose insultingly. Mingled with this smell was another, an aroma dimly reminiscent of museums that brought back into my head stories of the days before the Jewish captivity, of Ptolemies and Pharaohs, and of many legends of the Nile. "Are you hurt, Buffum?" I inquired. "I don't know, but my God, I'm scared," he groaned back. "Get me out of here! Please, get me out of here!" I assured him that I would do my best, and my voice must have expressed my confidence, for a plan had already entered my mind. Going back to our camels, I jerked the nose reins from them, quickly knotted them together, and carried the line back to the hole in the floor. "I'm going to drop these reins down to you, Buffum," I called. "Catch hold and don't let go. I'll pull you out." My strength was quite equal to the task. Buffum grabbed those reins and held on like a drowning man, and I started to pull him up. Of a sudden, however, there was a sudden and unaccountable jerk in the line, as if I had caught something. It grew into a steady pull I could not resist. I slipped to the brink. I tried to catch myself. I missed. I went over and pitched forward into the gloom. I fell on top of Jeremiah Buffum, 11 feet under the floor of the Sun Temple. Between grunts and groans, Jeremiah cursed me for 7 kinds of a fool as we got straight on our feet again. He threw the reins repeatedly up against the circle of light, high over our head, with some hazy idea, I suppose, of lassoing a monolith and climbing out that way. For myself, I did not appreciate the real danger of our situation in the keen pleasure, the romance, the adventure of our predicament. Undoubtedly, we were in one of the secret corridors of the Heliopolis. No one could tell what marvel might confront us at any moment. "Look here, Buffum," I exclaimed. "There's some other way out of here. There must be. Let's explore and see what we can find." Jeremiah had no time to answer. "That is quite unnecessary, gentlemen. I will conduct you." Out of the black shadows behind us had come the sudden, sepulchral voice. It was a voice with a ghost-like melancholy and a gloom about it I disliked at once. Buffum's moist hand sought mine. "Who in the world are you?" I managed to quaver. My eyes were searching the darkness, and now, having grown more accustomed to the place, we made out a singular figure standing close to us. It was an old man with a long, tangled beard. He was attired in a very light pair of trousers, a short-waisted, exceedingly old-fashioned coat, a flowing tie, and a hat the like of which I had seen my father wear when I was a boy. He carried a walking stick. "I have waited so long for someone to come," he cranked gleefully. "I am so glad to have company now." Determined to make the best of the fantastic situation in which I found myself, I walked up to the patriarchal stranger, prepared to offer my hand. But one look at his face halted me with surprise. The odd fellow had two noses, one nostril in each, and one turned to each cheek. He saw and understood my expression. "From the fall," he explained dismally. 30 years ago I fell down that hole. I've never been able to get out. I am a Yale graduate. I am from Illinois. I broke my nose when I fell down that hole. It must look pretty bad, the way you look at it. I have never seen it. No, I'm from Illinois. I've found lots of things down here in this place, but no mirror yet." I couldn't talk to him then. I wondered if Jeremiah and I were doomed to keep him company for another 30 years. It made me dizzy just to look at him. "Say," clattered in Jeremiah fearfully, "what do you eat down here?" "Lizards. Lizards and snails and a few frogs on Sundays. I've kept track of the time since I've been down here, every day. This is the 17th of September, a Wednesday, isn't it, eh?" Buffum gulped and I groaned inwardly, but the old man went on. "I was a Yale graduate and a tourist, I tell you. I'm from Illinois. I fell down that hole. There's no way to get out of here. No way at all. I spent 20 years looking. The last 10 years I've gotten kind of resigned to it. You gentlemen will have to stay. There's lizards and snails enough down here to feed an army, but the frogs are mine. I'm going to show you around in a minute. I certainly was glad when I saw you fall through there like I did. When the thin fellow tried to pull you out, I pulled you both down again. Come on now and let me show you around." In utter silence we followed him. What else was there to do? Dazed at the enormity of our misfortune, we let him lead us down the long, damp corridor until we came to a wide door. It opened into a majestic hall of heroic dimensions, in the center of which was the most astonishing arrangement. On the floor, in a large semicircle, were 10 marble slabs. On each slab was a mummy case, magnificently inlaid and decorated, and the air was heavy with the perfume of spices and the low, penetrating odor of that secret fluid of the ancients which held the bodies of their dead intact against all time, and which itself holds its odor against the stenches and the sweet smells of ages. "Be seated, gentlemen," urged our ancient friend. "On the floor. There are no chairs down here. Be seated and behold. There are the mortal remains, the mummies, gentlemen, of the 10 nobles of Surat. At the mention of the word mummies, I saw a feeble flutter in Jeremiah's eyelids, but that was all. Whatever had been his purpose, it was now forgotten. The 10 nobles of Surat, repeated the old man. In the last 30 years, I have put my knowledge of hieroglyphics to good purpose. I have read the inscriptions of these mummy cases, and I will tell you the strange story there recorded. After you know all about that, then you will know all the secrets of this place, and we can have dinner. Dinner? Lizards? From what I can gather, confided the old man softly, as if he were afraid the sleeping 10 would overhear him, these fellows lived about 2,500 years ago. Just about. I believe I can almost reproduce the language of these inscriptions. They say these fellows are the biggest 10 hypocrites who ever lived. They were the nobles of the court of Eptubah, the 3rd ruler of the 3rd dynasty in the land of Surat, now this desert. Now Eptubah was a man schooled in Heliopolitan philosophy, a righteous man after the manner of his religion, who viewed with severe distress the unholiness into which his frivolous, lustful, avaricious subjects were plunged. He spent his days and nights in meditation, and finally inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He got an idea, as we used to say in the States. To his court, Eptubah called these 10 nobles: Osophilius the stout, Leophilius the lean, and their 8 comrades, under whose leadership marched the 10 legions of the land of Surat. He confided in them his grief because the 10 ancient laws laid down for the obedience of worshippers of the sun were come into dispute. And, my friends, he confided to them his scheme. In brief, it was this: he wished each of his 10 nobles, whose mummies are here with us now, after all these centuries, to select one of the ancient laws, and especially exemplify it. He wanted each one to obey all the laws, of course. You quite understand that. But he desired one to be noted for this, another for that, and so on, that a living example and inspiration for each great law of the sun worshippers would be before the minds of his people. To their own agreement, unwise man, he left the choice of laws. The 10 nobles went into a conference which lasted long. At the end of the time they emerged from the royal council chamber, where they had been locked up like a jury, with happy but sleepy faces. Osiphorus the Stout was the first to speak. He told King Eptubah that the selections had all been agreeably made. He, Osiphorus the Stout, had elected to be the most chaste of all men. The young bucks of Surat would see him in a constant exhortation against the wild women. Leophilius the lean announced that he had taken for his law the one which required a son to maintain as magnificent a household for his parents as his purse would permit. Muha, the morose, promised never to gamble, and the rest of them, one by one, told the delighted king the law which he would seek to uphold. Much happy, Eptubah bade them depart, with the injunction that they return at the end of the year and relate in council how their plan had worked. But here, my friends, is the sad part of the story. Hardly had a month passed, and word of the king's new organization spread through the land of Surat, but strange, disturbing rumors reached the ear of the king. At first he sneered at them. He rubbed his fingers together, as did all the Samanite monarchs when peeved, and again he ruminated. And again inspiration came to him. He summoned old Herlochus the homely, sleuth of the Saraticus. Herlochus he sent forth to find out what was wrong. Now Herlochus was efficient. In a day he was back with a strange light in his beady little eyes and triumph in his nostrils. "Bring these nobles in here," is all the hieroglyphics report him as remarking. Arranged in a line, just as you see their mummies now before you, they stood in front of the throne of Eptubah. There, where the curious king waited impatiently to hear what fell from the lips of Herlachus. He did not wait long. "Behold a clique of hypocrites," announced the sleuth in a low, accusing tone. "Let me be brief, O king. These men have committed no offense against the letter of your commands, sir. Their scheme has the diabolical ingenuity of the tribes beyond the desert, O king. Behold them, survey them, one by one. Look at Muha, the morose. You heard him swear he would never gamble. Not he, O king. He is the worst miser in the whole land of Surat. He hoards every shekel that comes into his fingers. Gamble? Ho, ho, O king! And gaze at the tall, angular person beside him, Leophilus the Lean. O king, he promised, and you heard him, to exemplify the law that requires children to care for the welfare of their parents. Sire, he has no parents. They are deader than the Dead Sea, O king. And focus now, O king, on the short, oleaginous noble Ocephalus the Stout. He was a brave, worthy choice. He would be so chaste, so pure, no lascivious lass should draw him from virtue. But, O king, he's a eunuch. We were never to learn the extent of the description of the remaining 7 mummies. At this interesting point in the old man's narrative, we were interrupted by a great helloing and shouting, coming, it seems, from the hole down which we had tumbled. With precipitous haste, we scrambled up from our positions on the floor and looked up inquiringly at the opening. And there, looking down at us, was our guide, squawking out a welcome stream of unintelligible Cairo gibberish. He had missed us. He had found us. And now he had found, of all impossible things, a primitive ladder among the ruins. Very gently he lowered it down, and when it reached the bottom, Jeremiah gave me a push that almost sent me sprawling as he struggled to be the first up the ladder. I looked back. Our host, always I think of him as the man with 2 noses and the old-fashioned clothes, was at the bottom of the ladder. "Aren't you coming up with us?" I asked, but he shook his head mysteriously. "If you wouldn't mind the ladder leaving it, I would appreciate it," he croaked. "But just now, I couldn't leave just now." Glad enough to be free, I stepped out. But no sooner was I out than Jeremiah, beseeching me not to go away, bounced down the ladder again, and he was deep in conversation with the old man for 5 minutes or more. Then he came out again, with elation plain in his eyes. We left the old man his ladder, returned to our camels, and began the long journey back to Cairo. I had no idea then of the sinister project formed in the kernels of Jeremiah Buffum's mind. For my own part, my thoughts were concerned mainly with the sad fate of the man with 2 noses, who lived in the temple cellar, principally on lizards. I resolved to get him away from there. What was my surprise, then, the next morning, to see the old fellow in the company with Jeremiah Buffum at our hotel's piazza. They were deep in conference. I did not intrude. Jeremiah came running up to me and burst out in a whisper. "I've arranged to get those mummies from him. Know why he wouldn't come with us yesterday? His pants were worn in the back and he was ashamed to come out. Yep, walked clear across the desert in the moonlight last night. Yep. Oh, I'm going to take care of him, all right." An hour or so later, it so chanced that I saw the old man with 2 noses, with a new suit of clothing covering his old bones, boarding a train for Alexandria. I never looked on him again. He is probably a food economy expert now. But Jeremiah, he had turned a pretty trick. He secured those mummies after a little difficulty with the government, and had them boxed and crated and shipped to Hopkinsville, where he kept them until all his other arrangements were completed. For what purpose, indeed? Stimulated by what had happened, I began to study the subject of mummies. I found that, under certain processes, these sad relics of human glory can be resolved back to elemental fluids, one drop of which, added to a hogshead of water, gave it a greenish tinge and a laxative value. Here Jeremiah had 10 mummies, enough to dope the world with his stuff. I began to suspect the man who makes ukuleles and exports them to Hawaii for local color. I looked him up in the commercial agencies and found he was the principal stockholder in the new Egyptian Balsam Corporation, manufacturing the most popular patent medicine the country ever swallowed. All America drinking the distilled perfidy of the land of Surat. It is too much. I had to tell it. The end of The Mystery of the 10 Mummies by Fulton Oursler. The Dice Thrower by Sidney Southgate. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Dice Thrower by Sidney Southgate. Hunger is the most poignant when it has forced physical suffering to the highest point, without impairing the mental functions. Thus it was with Silas Carringer, a young man of uncommonly high spirit, when he found himself a total stranger in a ramshackle Mexican city one rainy night in November. In his possession remained not a single article that he might have pawned for a morsel of food, and he had already stripped his body of every shred of clothing except the few garments he was compelled by an inborn sense of fitness of things to retain. Bodily starvation, as a consequence, was added to hunger, and his misery was complete. It chanced that an extraordinary happening awaited Silas Carringer that night in Mexico. Otherwise, he would either have drowned himself in the river within 24 hours, or died of pneumonia within 3 days. He had been without food for 70 hours, and his mental desperation had driven him far in its race with his physical needs to consume the remaining strength of his emaciated body. Pale, weak, and tottering, he took what comfort he could find in the savory odors which came streaming up from the basement kitchens of the restaurants in the main street. He lacked the courage to beg or steal, for he had been reared as a gentleman, and was accordingly out of place in the world. His teeth clattered. His eyes had dark, ugly lines under them. He shambled, stooped, and gasped. He was too desperate to curse his fate. He could only long for food. He could not reason. He could not reflect. He could not understand that there were pitying hands somewhere that might gladly have succored him. He could think only of the hunger which consumed him, of the food which could give him warmth and comparative happiness. Staggering along the streets, he came at last to a restaurant a little way from the main thoroughfares. Stopping before the window, he stared greedily at the steaks within, thick and juicy, lined with big fat oysters lying on ice, at the slices of ham as large as his hat, at the roasted chickens, brown and ready for the table, and he ground his teeth, groaning, and staggered on. A few steps onward was a drinking saloon. At one side of it was a private door with the words "Family Entrance" painted thereon. And in the recess of the door, which was closed, there stood the dark figure of a man. In spite of his own agony, Carringer saw something which appalled him in the stranger's face as the streetlight fell upon it. And yet, at the same time, he was fascinated. Perhaps it was the unspeakable anguish of those features that appealed to the starving man's sympathy, and he came to an uncertain halt at the doorway and stared rudely upon the stranger. At first the man did not notice him, seeming to look straight out into the street with a curious fixity of expression, and the death-like pallor of his face sent a chill through Carringer's limbs, chilled nigh to stone though they were already. The stranger caught sight of him at last. "Ah," he said slowly, with a peculiar clearness, "the rain has caught you too, without an overcoat or umbrella. Stand in this doorway. There is room for two." The voice was not unkind, though it sounded strangely harsh. It was the first word that had been addressed to Carringer since hunger possessed him, and to be spoken to at all gave him cheer. So he took his place in the doorway beside the mysterious stranger, who at once relapsed into his fixed gaze at nothingness across the street. "It may rain for a long time," he said presently, stirring himself. "I am cold, and I can feel you trembling and shivering. Let's step inside and drink." He turned and opened the door. Carringer followed, hope slowly warming his chilled heart. The pale stranger led the way into one of the little private compartments with which the place was fitted. Before sitting down, he drew from his pocket a roll of bank bills. "You are younger than I," he said to Carringer. "Will you go to the bar and buy a bottle of absinthe, and bring also a pitcher of water and some glasses? I don't like the waiters hanging around. Here is a $20 bill." Carringer took the money and started down the corridor towards the bar. He clutched the sudden wealth in his hand tightly. It felt warm and comfortable, sending a delicious tingling sensation through his arm. How many glorious meals did not the money represent? He could smell an imaginary steak, broiled with fat mushrooms and melted butter in the steaming dish. Then he paused and looked steadily backward to where he left the stranger. Why not slip away while he had the opportunity, away from the drinking saloon with the money, to the restaurant he had passed half an hour ago, and buy something to eat? It was risky, but he hesitated, and the coward in him, there are other names than this, triumphed. He went straight to the bar as the stranger had requested, and ordered the liquor. His step was weaker as he returned to the compartment. The stranger was sitting at a little table, staring at the opposite wall, just as he had stared across the street. He wore a wide-brimmed slouch hat, pulled well over his eyes. Carringer could only vaguely take the measure of the man's face. It was only after Carringer had set the bottle and the glasses on the table and seated himself opposite that the stranger noticed his return. "Oh, you have brought it!" he exclaimed without raising his voice. "How kind of you! Now, please, close the door." Carringer was counting out the change from his pocket when the stranger interrupted him. "Keep that," he said. "You will need it, for I am going to win it back in a way that may interest you. Let us drink first, though, and I will explain." He mixed 2 drinks of absinthe and water, and the 2 men lifted their glasses. Carringer had never tasted the liquor before, and it offended his palate at first. But no sooner had it passed down his throat than he began to feel warm again, and the most delicious thrills. He had heard of the absinthe drinkers of Paris, and he wondered no longer at the deadly fascination of the liquor. Not realizing that his extreme weakness and the emptiness of his stomach made him peculiarly susceptible to its effects. "This will do us good," murmured the stranger, setting down his glass. "Presently we shall have more. Meanwhile, tell me if you know how to play with dice." Carringer replied that he did not. "I was afraid that you might not," said the stranger. "All the same, please go to the bar and bring a dice box. I would ring for it," he explained, seeing Carringer glancing toward the bell, "but I don't want the waiters coming in and out." Carringer brought the dice box, closed the door carefully again, and the play began. It was not one of the simpler games, but had complications in which judgment, as well as chance, played a part. After a game or two without stakes, the stranger said, "You have picked it up quite quickly. All the same, I will show you that you don't understand it. We will throw for $1 a game, and in that way I shall win the money that you received in change. Otherwise I would be robbing you, and I imagine that you cannot afford to lose. I mean no offense. I am a plain-spoken man, but I believe in honesty before politeness." Here his face relaxed into a most fearful grin. "I merely want a little recreation, and you are so good-natured that I am sure you will not object." "On the contrary," replied Carringer politely, "I shall enjoy it." "Very well, but let us drink again before we start. I believe I am growing colder." They drank again. Carringer took the liquor down with relish, for it was something in his stomach at least, and it warmed and soothed him. Then the play commenced. He won. The pale stranger smiled quietly and opened another game. Again Carringer won. Then the stranger pushed back his hat and fixed his quiet gaze upon his opponent, smiling yet. Carringer obtained a full view of the man's face for the first time, and it appalled him. He had begun to acquire a certain self-possession and ease, and the novelty of the adventure was beginning to pall before the new advances of his terrible hunger, when this revelation of the man's face threw him back into confusion. It was the extraordinary expression of the face that alarmed him. Never upon the face of a living being had he beheld a pallor so chilling, so deathlike. The features were more than pale. They were ghastly as sunless frost. Carringer's powers of observation had been sharpened by the absinthe, and after having detected the stranger in an absent-minded effort on several occasions to stroke a beard which had no existence, he reflected that some of the whiteness of the face might be due to the recent shaving and removal of a full beard. The eyes were black, and his lower lip was purple. The hands were fine, white, and thin, and black veins bulged out upon them. After gazing for a few moments at Carringer, the stranger pulled his hat down over his eyes again. "You are lucky," he said, referring to the success of his opponent. "Suppose we try another drink. There is nothing to sharpen a man's wits like absinthe, and I see that you and I are going to have a delightful game." After they drank, the play proceeded. Carringer won from the first, rarely losing a game. He became greatly excited. Color flooded his cheeks, and he forgot his hunger. The stranger exhausted the little roll of bills which he had first produced, and drew forth another, much larger in amount. There were several $1,000s in the roll. At Carringer's right hand were his winnings, something like $200. The stakes were raised, and the game went on. Another drink was taken. Then fortune turned to the stranger. He began to win easily. Carringer was stung by these reverses and began to play with all the skill and judgment at his command. He took the lead again. Only once did it occur to him to wonder what he should do with the money if he continued to win. But a sense of honor decided for him that it belonged to the stranger. As the play went on, Carringer's physical suffering returned with increased aggressiveness. Sharp pains darted through him viciously, and he writhed within him and ground his teeth in agony. Could he not order a supper with his winnings, he wondered? No, it was, of course, out of the question. The stranger did not observe his suffering, for he was now completely absorbed in the game. He seemed puzzled and disconcerted. He played with the greatest care, studying each throw minutely. Not a word escaped him. The two men drank occasionally, and the dice continued to rattle, and the money kept piling up at Carringer's hand. The pale stranger suddenly began to behave strangely. At moments he would start and throw back his head, listening intently. His eyes would sharpen and flash as he did so. Then they would sink back into heaviness once more. Carringer saw a strange expression sweep over the man's face on several occasions, an expression of ghastly frightfulness, and the features would become fixed in a peculiar grimace. He noticed also that his companion was steadily sinking deeper and deeper into a condition of apathy. Occasionally, nonetheless, he would raise his eyes to Carringer's face after some lucky throw, and he would fix them upon him with a steadiness that made the starving man grow chiller than ever he had been before. Then came the time when the stranger produced another roll of bills and braced himself for a bigger effort. With speech somewhat thick, but still deliberate and very quiet, he addressed his young opponent. "You have won $74,000, and that is the exact amount I have remaining. We have been playing for several hours, and I am very tired, and so are you. Let us hasten the finish. You have $74,000. I have $74,000. Neither of us has a cent besides. Each will now stake his all and throw a final game for it." Without hesitation, Carringer agreed. The bills made a considerable pile upon the table. Carringer threw, and his starving heart beat violently as the pale stranger took up the dice box with exasperating deliberation. Hours seemed to pass before he threw, but at last the dice rattled on the table, and the pale stranger had won. The winner sat staring at the dice, and then he leaned slowly back in his chair, settling himself with seeming comfort, raised his eyes to Carringer's and fixed that unearthly stare upon him. He did not speak. His face showed not a trace of emotion or even of intelligence. He simply stared. One cannot keep one's eyes open very long without winking, but the stranger never winked at all. He sat so motionless that Carringer began to fill with a vague dread. "I will go now," he said, standing back from the table. As he spoke, he recollected his position and found himself swaying like a drunken man. The stranger made no reply, nor did he relax his gaze. Under that gaze, the younger man shrank back into his chair, terrified and faint. A deadly silence filled the compartment. Suddenly, he became aware that two men were talking in the next room, and he listened cautiously. Walls were of wood, and he heard every word distinctly. "Yes," said a voice. "He was seen to turn into this street about 3 hours ago." "And he must have shaved." "He must have shaved. To remove a full beard would naturally make a great change in the man. His extreme pallor attracted attention. As you know, he has been seriously troubled with heart disease lately, and it has greatly altered him. Yes, but his old skill remains. Why, this is the most daring bank robbery we have ever had. $148,000. Think of it. How long is it since he came out of prison after the New York affair? 8 years. In that time he has grown a beard and lived by throwing dice. No human being can come out a winner in a game with him. The two men clinked glasses, and a silence fell between them. Then Carringer heard the shuffling of their feet as they passed out, and he sat on, suffering terrible mental and bodily pain. The silence remained unbroken, save for the sound of voices far off, and the clink of glasses. The dice players, the pale man and the starving one, sat gazing at each other with $148,000 piled upon the table between them. The winner made no attempt to gather up the money. He merely sat and stared at Carringer, wholly unmoved by the conversation in the adjoining compartment. Carringer began to shake with an ague. The cold, unwavering gaze of the stranger sent ice into his veins. Unable to bear it longer, he moved to one side, and was amazed to discover that the eyes of the pale man, instead of following him, remained fixed upon the spot where he had sat. A great fear came over him. He poured out the absinthe for himself with shaking fingers, staring back at his companion all the while, watching him as he drank alone and unnoticed. He drained the glass, and the poison had a peculiar effect upon him. He felt his heart pounding with alarming force and rapidity. His breathing came in great pumping spasms. His hunger was now become a deadly thing, for the absinthe was destroying his vitals. In terror, he leaned forward to beg the hospitality of the stranger, but his whisper had no effect. One of the man's hands lay on the table. Carringer placed his own upon it and drew back quickly, for the hand was as cold as stone. Then there came into the starving man's face a crafty expression, and he turned eagerly to the money. Silently, he grasped the pile of bills with his skeleton fingers, looking stealthily every moment at the stark figure of his companion, mortally dreading lest he should stir. And yet, instead of hastening from the room with the stolen fortune, he sank back into his chair again. A deadly fascination forced him there, and he sat rigid, staring back into the wide stare of the other man. He felt his breathing coming heavier and his heartbeats growing weaker. But he was comforted because his hunger was no longer causing him that acute pain. He felt easier and actually yawned. If he had dared, he would have gone to sleep. The pale stranger still stared at him without ceasing, and Carringer had no inclination for anything but simply to stare back. The two detectives who had traced the notorious bank robber to the drinking saloon moved slowly through the compartments, searching in every nook and cranny of the building. At last they reached a compartment from which no answer came when they knocked. They pushed the door open with a stereotyped apology on their lips. They beheld two men before them, one of middle age and the other very young, sitting perfectly still and in the queerest manner imaginable, staring at each other across the table. Between the two was a pile of money, and near at hand an empty absinthe bottle, a water pitcher, 2 glasses, and a dice box. The dice lay before the elder man, as though he had just thrown them. With a quick movement, one of the detectives covered the older man with a revolver and commanded him to put up his hands. But the dice thrower paid not the slightest heed. The detectives exchanged staring glances. They stepped nearer, looking closely into the gamesters' faces, and knew in the same instant that they were dead. The end of The Dice Thrower by Sidney Southgate.
The Man and the Snake by Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakis. The Man and the Snake. 1. It is of veritable report, and attested of so many, that there be none of wise and learned, none to gainsay it, that ye serpent his eye hath a magnetic property, that whoso falleth into its vision is drawn forwards in despite of his will, and perishes miserable by ye creature his bite. Stretched at ease upon a sofa, in gown and slippers, Harker Brayton smiled as he read the foregoing sentence in old Morryster's Marvels of Science. The only marvel in the matter, he said to himself, is that the wise and learned in Morryster's day should have believed such nonsense as is rejected by most of even the ignorant in ours. A train of reflections followed, for Brayton was a man of thought, and he unconsciously lowered his book without altering the direction of his eyes. As soon as the volume had gone below the line of sight, something in an obscure corner of the room recalled his attention to his surroundings. What he saw, in the shadow under his bed, were two small points of light, apparently about an inch apart. They might have been reflections of the gas jet above him in metal nail heads. He gave them but little thought and resumed his reading. A moment later, some impulse which did not occur to him to analyze, impelled him to lower the book again and seek for what he saw before. The points of light were still there. They seemed to have become brighter than before, shining with a greenish luster which he had not at first observed. He thought, too, that they might have moved a trifle, or somewhat nearer. They were still too much in the shadow, however, to reveal their nature and origin to an indolent attention, and he resumed his reading. Suddenly, something in the text suggested a thought which made him start and drop the book for a third time to the side of the sofa, whence, escaping from his hand, it fell sprawling to the floor, back upward. Brayton, half risen, was staring intently into the obscurity beneath the bed, where the points of light shone with, it seemed to him, an added fire. His attention was now fully aroused, his gaze eager and imperative. It disclosed, almost directly beneath the footrail of the bed, the coils of a large serpent. The points of light were its eyes. Its horrible head, thrust flatly forward from the innermost coil and resting upon the outermost, was directed straight toward him, the definition of the wide, brutal jaw and the idiot-like forehead serving to show the direction of its malevolent gaze. The eyes were no longer merely luminous points. They looked into his own with a meaning, a malign significance. 2. A snake in the bedroom of a modern city dwelling of the better sort is happily not so commonplace a phenomenon as to make explanation altogether needless. Harker Brayton, a bachelor of 35, a scholar, idler, and something of an athlete, rich, popular, and of sound health, had returned to San Francisco from all manner of remote and unfamiliar countries. His tastes, always a trifle luxurious, had taken on an added exuberance from long privation, and the resources of even the Castle Hotel being inadequate for their perfect gratification, he had gladly accepted the hospitality of his friend, Dr. Druring, the distinguished scientist. Dr. Druring's house, a large, old-fashioned one in which was now an obscure quarter of the city, had an outer and visible aspect of reserve. It plainly would not associate with the contiguous elements of its altered environment, and appeared to have developed some of the eccentricities which come of isolation. One of these was a wing, conspicuously irrelevant in point of architecture, and no less rebellious in the matter of purpose, for it was a combination of laboratory, menagerie, and museum. It was here that the doctor indulged the scientific side of his nature in the study of such forms of animal life as engaged his interest and comforted his taste, which, it must be confessed, ran rather to the lower forms. For one of the higher types nimbly and sweetly to recommend itself unto his gentle senses, it had at least retained certain rudimentary characteristics allying it to such dragons of the prime as toads and snakes. His scientific sympathies were distinctly reptilian. He loved nature's vulgarians and described himself as the Zola of zoology. His wife and daughters, not having the advantage to share his enlightened curiosity regarding the works and ways of our ill-starred fellow creatures, were with needless austerity excluded from what he called the snakery, and doomed to companionship with their own kind, though to soften the rigors of their lot, he had permitted them, out of his great wealth, to outdo the reptiles in the gorgeousness of their surroundings and to shine with a superior splendor. Architecturally, and in point of furnishing, the snakery had a severe simplicity, befitting the humble circumstances of its occupants, many of whom indeed could not safely have been entrusted with the liberty which is necessary to the full enjoyment of luxury, for they had the troublesome peculiarity of being alive. In their own apartments, however, they were under as little personal restraint as was compatible with their protection from the baneful habit of swallowing one another, and as Brayton had thoughtfully been apprised, it was more than a tradition that some of them had at divers times been found in parts of the premises where it would have embarrassed them to explain their presence. Despite the snakery and its uncanny associations, to which indeed he gave little attention, Brayton found life at the Druring mansion very much to his mind. 3. Beyond a smart shock of surprise and a shudder of mere loathing, Mr. Brayton was not greatly affected. His first thought was to ring the call bell and bring a servant, but although the bell cord dangled within easy reach, he made no movement toward it. It had occurred to his mind that the act might subject him to the suspicion of fear, which he certainly did not feel. He was more keenly conscious of the incongruous nature of the situation than affected by its perils. It was revolting, but absurd. The reptile was of a species with which Brayton was unfamiliar. Its length he could only conjecture. The body at the largest visible part seemed about as thick as his forearm. In what way was it dangerous, if in any way? Was it venomous? Was it a constrictor? His knowledge of nature's danger signals did not enable him to say. He had never deciphered the code. If not dangerous, the creature was at least offensive. It was de trop, matter out of place, an impertinence. The gem was unworthy of the setting. Even the barbarous taste of our time and country, which had loaded the walls of the room with pictures, the floor with furniture, and the furniture with bric-a-brac, had not quite fitted the place for this bit of the savage life of the jungle. Besides, insupportable thought, the exhalations of its breath mingled with the atmosphere which he himself was breathing. These thoughts shaped themselves with greater or less definition in Brayton's mind, and begot action. The process is what we call consideration and decision. It is thus that we are wise and unwise. It is thus that the withered leaf in an autumn breeze shows greater or less intelligence than its fellows, falling upon the land or upon the lake. The secret of human action is an open one. Something contracts our muscles. Does it matter if we give to the preparatory molecular changes the name of will? Brayton rose to his feet and prepared to back softly away from the snake, without disturbing it, if possible, and through the door. People retire so from the presence of the great, for greatness is power, and power is a menace. He knew that he could walk backward without obstruction, and find the door without error. Should the monster follow, the taste which had plastered the walls with paintings had consistently supplied a rack of murderous oriental weapons from which he could snatch one to suit the occasion. In the meantime, the snake's eyes burned with a more pitiless malevolence than ever. Brayton lifted his right foot free of the floor to step backward. That moment he felt a strong aversion to doing so. "I am accounted brave," he murmured. "Is bravery then no more than pride? Because there are none to witness the shame, shall I retreat?" He was steadying himself with his right hand upon the back of a chair, his foot suspended. "Nonsense," he said aloud. I am not so great a coward as to fear to seem to myself afraid. He lifted the foot a little higher by slightly bending the knee, and thrust it sharply to the floor, an inch in front of the other. He could not think how that occurred. A trial with the left foot had the same result. It was again in advance of the right. The hand upon the chair back was grasping it. The arm was straight, reaching somewhat backward. One might have seen that he was reluctant to lose his hold. The snake's malignant head was still thrust forth from the inner coil as before, the neck level. It had not moved, but its eyes were now electric sparks, radiating an infinity of luminous needles. The man had an ashy pallor. Again he took a step forward, and another, partly dragging the chair, which, when finally released, fell upon the floor with a crash. The man groaned. The snake made neither sound nor motion, but its eyes were two dazzling suns. The reptile itself was wholly concealed by them. They gave off enlarging rings of rich and vivid colors, which at their greatest expansion successively vanished like soap bubbles. They seemed to approach his very face, and anon were an immeasurable distance away. He heard somewhere the continual throbbing of a great drum, with desultory bursts of far music, inconceivably sweet, like the tones of an Aeolian harp. He knew it for the sunrise melody of Memnon's statue, and thought he stood in the Nile-side reeds, hearing with exalted sense that immortal anthem through the silence of the centuries. The music ceased. Rather, it became by insensible degrees the distant roll of a retreating thunderstorm. A landscape, glittering with sun and rain, stretched before him, arched with a vivid rainbow, framing in its giant curve 100 visible cities. In the middle distance, a vast serpent, wearing a crown, reared his head out of its voluminous convolutions, and looked at him with his dead mother's eyes. Suddenly this enchanting landscape seemed to rise swiftly upward like the drop scene at a theater, and vanished in a blank. Something struck him a hard blow upon the face and breast. He had fallen to the floor. The blood ran from his broken nose and his bruised lips. For a moment he was dazed and stunned, and lay with closed eyes, his face against the door. In a few moments he had recovered, and then realized that his fall, by withdrawing his eyes, had broken the spell which held him. He felt that now, by keeping his gaze averted, he would be able to retreat. But the thought of the serpent within a few feet of his head, yet unseen, perhaps in the very act of springing upon him and throwing its coils about his throat, was too horrible. He lifted his head, stared again into those baleful eyes, and was again in bondage. The snake had not moved, and appeared somewhat to have lost its power upon the imagination. The gorgeous illusions of a few moments before were not repeated. Beneath that flat and brainless brow, its black, beady eyes simply glittered, as at first, with an expression unspeakably malignant. It was as if the creature, knowing its triumph assured, had determined to practice no more alluring wiles. Now ensued a fearful scene. The man, prone upon the floor, within a yard of his enemy, raised the upper part of his body upon his elbows, his head thrown back, his legs extended to their full length. His face was white beneath its gouts of blood. His eyes were strained open to their uttermost expansion. There was froth upon his lips. It dropped off in flakes. Strong convulsions ran through his body, making almost serpentine undulations. He bent himself at the waist, shifting his legs from side to side, and every movement left him a little nearer to the snake. He thrust his hands forward to brace himself back, yet constantly advanced upon his elbows. 4. Dr. Druring and his wife sat in the library. The scientist was in rare good humor. "I have just obtained, by exchange with another collector," he said, "a splendid specimen of the Ophiophagus." "And what may that be?" the lady inquired with a somewhat languid interest. "Why, bless my soul, what profound ignorance! My dear, a man who ascertains after marriage that his wife does not know Greek is entitled to a divorce. The Ophiophagus is a snake which eats other snakes." "I hope it will eat all yours," she said, absently shifting the lamp. "But how does it get the other snakes? By charming them, I suppose." "That is just like you, dear," said the doctor with an affectation of petulance. You know how irritating to me is any allusion to that vulgar superstition about the snake's power of fascination. The conversation was interrupted by a mighty cry which rang through the silent house like the voice of a demon shouting in a tomb. Again and yet again it sounded with terrible distinctness. They sprang to their feet, the man confused, the lady pale and speechless with fright. Almost before the echoes of the last cry had died away, the doctor was out of the room, springing up the staircase 2 steps at a time. In the corridor, in front of Brayton's chamber, he met some servants who had come from the upper floor. Together they rushed at the door without knocking. It was unfastened and gave way. Brayton lay upon his stomach on the floor, dead. His head and arms were partly concealed under the footrail of the bed. They pulled the body away, turning it upon the back. The face was daubed with blood and froth. The eyes were wide open, staring, a dreadful sight. "Died in a fit," said the scientist, bending his knee and placing his hand upon the heart. While in that position he happened to glance under the bed. "Good God!" he added. "How did this thing get in here?" He reached under the bed, pulled out the snake, and flung it, still coiled, to the center of the room, whence, with a harsh shuffling sound, it slid across the polished floor till it stopped by the wall, where it lay without motion. It was a stuffed snake. Its eyes were 2 shoe buttons. End of The Man and the Snake by Ambrose Bierce.
For Pretty Things by Robert Winton. From Detective Story Magazine, December 10th, 1918. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. For Pretty Things by Robert Winton. 1, 2, 3. Old Stephen Burnt cackled and mumbled to himself as he turned his withered, shaking palms sideways, and one by one allowed 3 sparkling gems to fall on the table. 3 beauties, he gloated with senile, quivering lips. 3 drops of crystallized light of sun and moon. When I die, you pretty shall go with me into the deep, cool grave. In the darkness, safe from the desire of some grasping stranger, you will stay with me until dust returns to dust. The old man's maudlin monologue spent itself in foolish, vague, and half-crazed mutterings. His rummy eyes blinked with cunning avariciousness as he sought to feast his gaze with the scintillating glitter of his precious baubles. He grumbled weakly, and his shriveled fingers groped uncertainly for his hoard. It seemed to him that the radiance of the stones that had been the comfort of his lonely, selfish hours was not so brilliant as it had been. "My eyes must be going back on me," he muttered. "I shed blood for you, and now you won't shine for me like you used to do. It ain't my eyes, it's you that have grown dull. What's the matter with you? Sparkle up, pretty things. I murdered a man to get you. Nobody knows that you are in my possession. Shine, little fireflies. You have been bathed in blood. Shine for the old man who has kept you warm on his heart for more than 20 years. Bah, your light is dim. Stephen, a shadow is creeping between you and your gems. Death is coming near, but they shall not tear you away from me. I will cheat them all." Still maundering and apostatizing himself and his treasures, the old man gathered up his diamonds and reluctantly dropped them into a worn and greasy leather bag. He then tucked the bag inside his gray shirt and patted his thin, bony chest. "Safe," he muttered. "No one knows, no one guesses that poor Stephen is worth a pile of money. Now, I wonder if that darn girl has been spying on me, trying to peek through the keyhole, or listening to what I was saying. I ain't been talking loud, though, and Susan's a fool anyhow." Standing by his table, the old man gnawed nervously at his broken, discolored fingernails. The haunted dread that his secret might be betrayed by some careless act of his own was again upon him. The pleasure that he obtained by contemplating and pawing over his stones was more than counterbalanced by the condition of terror that always came over him with redoubled intensity after he had indulged his weakness. The stolen diamonds were his pride and joy. Also, they were a burden and source of never-ceasing anxiety. Shuffling over to the bolted door, Stephen bent stiffly and peered at the paper he had rammed into the keyhole. "It ain't being touched," he whispered, and with slow care quickly slipped back the bolt. There was a crafty, vicious gleam in his faded eyes as he opened the door with sudden quickness. It was his intention to surprise the girl he constantly suspected of spying on him, but even had Susan been at the door, the old man would not have caught her. He thought his movements were soundless, that he had given no hint of his approach to the door. But he was greatly mistaken. Deaf to the noise of his own footsteps and blind to the many opportunities he had given the girl for discovering his secret, old Stephen lived in a fool's paradise. Going slowly to the top of the stairs, he raised his voice in a querulous call. "Susan, is supper ready?" From the kitchen below came the sound of chair legs scraping on the uncovered boards. The door opened, and a shaft of lamplight illuminated the figure of a short, thick-set girl. She stuck her hands on her hips and stared up at the crabbed features of her stepfather. "Don't ask fool questions," she said brusquely. "You know as well as I do it's been ready this hour and more. You heard me thump on the ceiling. Come on down. I'm sick of waiting." An attack of rage seized the old man, and when he stood in the bare, untidy kitchen, he shook a threatening fist in the girl's face. "Don't you get fresh with me," he said loudly. "Don't I feed you, clothe you? Ain't it my money that pays for your keep? You that is so dumb and stupid that you can't even get a job at washing dishes." "Ah, shut up!" retorted Susan, slamming a blackened dish on the table. "Shove some of them beans in your jaw and claw on the moldy pork you expect me to eat. But don't chew a rag with me. I'm fed up with your nasty, mean ways. I'm a fool? Sure I am, for staying around here when I might—" "Might what?" asked the old man jeeringly. "Might ride in a limousine and dress in velvet and—" A wheezy gust of merriment was old Stephen Brunt's greeting to the girl's strange announcement. He cackled and leered at her anger, flushed face, and took no heed of the dangerous look in her cold eyes. "Don't make me laugh," he pleaded in mock concern. "You won't never ride in no gas tank, 'cept it be a patrol wagon or a hearse. Shove over the bread and quit trying to be funny." While he ate his food and gulped the lukewarm coffee that Susan poured in the tin cup that stood at his elbow, old Stephen further elaborated on the girl's future. It was part of his evening recreation to taunt Susan and tease her with brutal words, to the point of tears. With the meaninglessness of a diseased nature, the old man delighted in tormenting Susan. But although he tried to prod her with stinging words, he failed to bring a flash of rage into her sullen, dark eyes. It takes two to quarrel, and after a while Stephen tired of his one-sided argument. Crouched over the stove, his thoughts reverted to the girl's peculiar assertion. "Limousine," he muttered in puzzled disgust. Now and again his hand rose stealthily to his chest, and he convinced himself by touching that his prized gems were safe in their hiding place. "Pretty things," he whispered drowsily. "Nobody dreams that old Stephen is mighty rich. $9,000 apiece. 3 9s are 27. $27,000 in shining diamonds, safe and warm." Ignoring the old man's mutterings, Susan stacked the dirty dishes in the sink, and leaving them to be washed later, she silently went out the back door. Susan had a date, and when she reached the corner of the house, the smell of cigarette smoke acquainted her with the fact that her friend was waiting for her. "Old man asleep?" inquired a drunk, husky voice. "As usual," replied the girl. "And, as usual, you've been boozing. Keep away from me, Jim. You're a beast." "I only had a couple of glasses," protested Jim. "That ain't gonna hurt a fella none. Say, I pulled off a cinch last night. Listen, I got a wad as big as my fist. Get your hat and let's go take in a show. Come on, you black-eyed cutie. Be a sport." "Nothing doing," retorted the girl. "Tell me about last night. What did you get?" "A hatful of watches and rings," boasted Jim. "Got away like a bird." "Did you hock 'em?" "Not on your life, kid. Say, I ain't such a simp as to take a risk like that." Jim leaned closer, but although the girl allowed his arm to encircle her ample waist, she proved to be in no mood for lovemaking and light talk. She wanted to know how he'd disposed of stolen property. Jim talked a little, but thought a lot. "I'll bet $1," he reflected, "that old miser has something hidden away that's worth having, and she wants to get a hold of them. Sue is mighty anxious to find out the name of a fence. Do I butt in and put one over on her, or do I not? I'm sick of her anyway, and I may as well get something out of it before I cut loose." During the next 3 hours, Jim kept his foot on the brass rail, but although he drank frequently, he exercised care to keep his head. "Got another little job on hand," he confessed to the bartender. "Good biz, maybe. Don't know yet. Gotta take a chance of landing a lemon once in a while." Soon after midnight, the back door of Stephen Brunt's ramshackle framed house creaked slightly and yielded to the pressure of a skillfully applied jimmy. Silent as a cat, Jim crossed the kitchen, listened for a moment at the door of Susan's room, and climbed the stairs. He had made up his mind that whatever there was worth stealing would be hidden in the old man's room. The bolt that Stephen never failed to push into its socket did not delay Jim's entry more than 50 seconds. Accustomed to forcing an entrance where steel doors and bars blocked his way, Jim found this as easy to accomplish as opening a box of candy would be to a child. The light of Jim's torch flitted about the room and, in its passing, rested momentarily on the bed. Partly covered by a torn quilt, the old man lay on his back, snoring. The light did not rest on him for more than a few seconds, but Jim's darting, searching gaze missed no detail. He saw enough to cause him to snap off his light and step nearer to the bed. Gently feeling, his fingers crept over the old man's chest and closed around the leather bag. He held a knife ready to cut the string that was looped about Stephen's craggy neck. The deed was as good as done, the bag all but in Jim's possession, when a metallic clatter on the floor caused the old man to wake with a shrill scream of alarm. Startled by the accident, Jim stepped back, and his heel came down on the cylindrical torch that had fallen from his pocket and betrayed his presence. He tried to save himself from slipping, but the old man's clutching fingers hampered his effort to recover his balance. He fell, and dragged with him the cursing old man. A furious struggle followed. Crazed by rage and fear of discovery, Jim let loose all his strength in bestial brutality. He secured a murderous clutch on the old man's throat, and his hold did not relax until he felt his victim become suddenly limp. Then, when it was too late, Jim let the body fall and groped for his torch. The bulb glowed and revealed the horror that his hands had done. Dead, he stuttered. The look of victory was wiped from his face as he stared down at the distorted features. He felt no remorse for his deeds, but in common with other murderers, he showed the cowardly streak in him and trembled with heart-gripping panic. He jerked himself erect, ready to take instant flight. Then again the leather bag caught his eye, and greed nerved him to wrench it free. "May as well have what I came for," he muttered callously. He was amazed and joyful when he opened the bag, and 3 stones glittered in his hand. "I'll bet he stole 'em," muttered Jim, and little knew that he was near the truth, and that fate had chosen him as the instrument of vengeance for the crime that Stephen Brunt had committed over 20 years ago. "Me for the woods," he added, and padded softly to the door. "Must have made a racket. If that darn girl woke up, I'll have to do another job." The door slammed below. Jim heard a quick rush of feet and a woman screaming in abandonment to hysteria. "Sue!" mumbled Jim. Crouching in the dark, he strove to collect his alarmed thoughts and plan a way of escape. He could frame no idea except the pressing necessity for flight. He blundered down the stairs, frantic to get out. A man's shout, and Susan's accusing repeated outcries of "Murder!" "That's him!" rang out simultaneously as Jim tore down the street. As he ran, he glanced over his shoulder. "She's got a cop!" he gasped, then plunged on, unheeding of the policeman's order to stop. Bullets began to spatter on his trail. The 3rd shot found lodgment in the murderer's knee. He floundered and sprawled on his face. His race was done. At the station house, Jim listened bitterly to a mocking story. He had killed a man, pledged his own life to atonement in the electric chair, for nothing. The gems that Stephen had fondled and played with were only paste duplicates of the diamonds he had doted on. It was Susan who told the surprising story. "I stole them over a month ago," she confessed. "My stepfather left his bag on his table, and I took the real diamonds and put in 3 imitations that I had picked out of a brooch I bought on purpose for when my chance should come. For years I knew he had 'em. He half starved me and never gave me a moment's peace. I was going to sell 'em and run away. Now—" "Curse you!" exclaimed Jim. "All along you've been stringing me? That's why you wanted to find out the name of a fence. That's—" "Enough!" the lieutenant interrupted sharply. "That'll be all from you now. The rest can wait until morning. You'll get all that's coming to you later. Hand over the diamonds, young woman. We'll look up their history and see if we can place them where they belong." When the real and false stones were ranged on his desk, the lieutenant summed up Susan's part. "A clever girl," was his comment. "No wonder the old man couldn't discover the trick she played on him. They're exactly the same size, and his eyes were failing him. I suppose she counted on that. The real ones must be worth a pile of money. I guess we won't have much of a job tracing them back to their rightful owner." The end of Pretty Things by Robert Winton. The Killer by Harold Ward. From Weird Tales Magazine, February 1924. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Killer by Harold Ward. The killer halted at the window of the tar paper covered shack, and, nose pressed against the glass, sought to penetrate the gloomy interior. Satisfied that the place was unoccupied, he fought his way against the force of the storm to the spot where his eyes had marked the outline of a door. The thermometer showed a temperature of 20 below. The storm was increasing in violence every minute, and the killer was half frozen. Yet he stood with hands on the knob, making no effort to enter, until his stiffened fingers had sought out the gun which nestled snugly in his outside pocket. With his teeth he drew the mitten from his right hand, and, with an effort that caused him to groan aloud with pain, crooked his benumbed forefinger around the trigger. Cautiously turning the knob, he threw open the door and stumbled across the threshold in a tumultuous gale of wind and whirl of snow. For an instant he stood there listening, every faculty alert. Then, satisfied that he was alone, he put his back against the panel and closed the door against the violence of the storm. The room was cold and tomb-like. Yet to the killer, driven from place to place like a mad dog, it offered a haven for the night. He was tired, dead weary from traveling for what seemed centuries through snow waist deep in the face of the worst blizzard of the season. Every muscle, every nerve, ached with exhaustion. For the last mile he had fought against the ever-increasing desire to succumb to the feeling of drowsiness which crept over him. He was lost. Only his powerful will kept him on his feet thus far. Sliding the gun back into his pocket, he whipped his hands against his chest and stamped his feet until circulation was partly restored. Then, shaking the accumulation of snow shoulders, he unbuttoned his overcoat and fumbled in his vest pocket until he found a match. Striking it against the door, he held it aloft to view his surroundings. It flickered weakly, nearly went out, then burned brightly. By its yellow glow he distinguished a nearby table on which stood a kerosene lamp. It took but an instant to apply the stump of the match to the wick. He was in what appeared to be a combined kitchen and living room. The light danced and threw grotesque shadows on the walls, covered with cheap pictures cut out from newspapers. Shelving, filled with dishes, covered with papers with the edges scalloped and crimped, behind the cook-stove in the corner. A slab of bacon hanging over a can of flour. A box beside the stove filled with great chunks of wood, all told of the comfort that were his for the taking. A pair of slippers run down at the heel and an apron thrown across the back of a chair showed that a woman's presence had graced the room not long before. The killer's eyes fell upon the opening leading to another room. Cautiously, he drew his gun and tiptoed toward the faded curtain, which served as a door. A board creaked beneath his weight. He stopped short, every nerve tingling. From behind the curtain came a groan. Then a woman's voice, plaintively, pain-racked. "Is that you, William?" The killer made no answer. With body hunched forward, poised on the balls of his feet, his glittering black eyes never left the curtained opening. His gun was well in front of him, his thumb on the hammer. "Why don't you answer me, William?" came the voice again. "Please hurry. You have been gone so long, and I'm so sick." The killer twisted his body to one side of the opening, where he would be partly out of range. "It's not William," he answered gruffly. "I'm a stranger lost in the storm. Are you alone?" The woman gave a startled cry. "Yes, oh God, yes," she answered. "And I'm sick, awful sick. Please help me." "Are you armed?" asked the killer. Without waiting for an answer, he picked up the lamp and stuffed the gun back into his pocket, but with fingers still locked around the butt. He pushed aside the curtain and entered. The woman who lay between the coverlets was young. Just now her face was drawn with pain and pinched with cold. A startled look appeared in her eyes as the grim visage of the killer appeared within range of her vision, and she shrank back closer to the wall. The killer stepped closer to the bed and eyed her questioningly. "Humph," he grunted. "Fire, hot water, pans. Where are they?" He lighted a lamp which stood on the side near the bed. The woman's eyes followed every move, filled with wonder and fear. "Are you a doctor?" she asked weakly. The killer smiled wryly. Then he shrugged his shoulders as if to shake off some memory. "Used to be, years ago," he answered gruffly. "Guess I've not forgotten all I know. Got nothing to work with, though. But how the devil do you come to be here alone, in this condition?" "My husband, William Stevenson. He's sheriff," she explained between twinges of pain. "He went away yesterday after a bad man, a man named Henshaw. They call him the Killer. Right after he went, the storm broke, and then this." She halted lamely for an instant. Then, as if seeking to defend her absent husband, she continued. The Killer, has an awful record. Murdered a man in cold blood a week ago in Erie. Killed another several months ago. When William heard that he had been seen in Milledgeville, that's 30 miles away over the mountains, he felt that he had to go. He hated to leave me, but he didn't think that this would happen. And—" The killer turned his back so that she might not see the look of amazement on his face. "Bad snowslide down the canyon," he answered. "Happened right after I came through. That's what's holding him. And now, madam, Mrs. Stevenson, quit fretting and let me get to work." He picked up the lamp and bore it back into the kitchen. Setting it on the table, he scratched his head, with a puzzled expression on his face. "Now, ain't this a hell of a fix?" he murmured to himself. "Bill Stevenson's wife, the wife of Sheriff Bill, and he sworn to get me, dead or alive." Slowly his eyes filled with a faraway look. He buttoned his overcoat and drew down the flaps of his cap. Outside, the storm still raged. The wind was growing higher. It howled and whistled around the corners, rattling the windows and shaking the doors. The snow would cover his tracks in 5 minutes. Of course, the woman would die. She and the kid. But what difference? She was the wife of his worst enemy, and the kid would be his brat. "I furthermore swear that—" Damn those memories of other days. Wraith-like, they insisted on appearing before him. For some reason, he could not get them out of his mind. And damn that old fool Hippocrates, and his nonsensical oath. What business was it of his? He had long ago given up medicine. Let the woman die if she wanted to. But the baby. Curse the baby. Of course it was the sheriff's flesh and blood, but it was innocent. Why did the thoughts of the baby come to torture him? To keep him from making his escape? Slowly, as if reluctant to go, he crept to the door and laid his hands upon the knob. "Oh, doctor, please, please hurry!" It was the woman's voice, sobbing, pain-filled. The killer hesitated a second longer. Then he turned and, hurling mittens and overcoat into a corner, he commenced heaping kindlings into the stove. The end of The Killer by Harold Ward. The Mystery of the One-Legged Man by J. B. Hawley. From Black Mask Magazine, December 1921. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Mystery of the One-Legged Man by J.B. Hawley. 1. Newspaper readers will recall a series of brutal and seemingly senseless murders that occurred in England and were attributed to a criminal whom some clever writer dubbed Peg-leg, because after each of his appearances he left conclusive evidence in the form of footprints that he was minus his right leg, and wore in its place an old-fashioned wooden affair ending in a round steel ferrule. I have said that these murders were seemingly senseless affairs, and that must have been the opinion of everyone who considered that they were committed without any apparent motive. From none of his victims was anything stolen, and in the history of their lives there were no passages to denote the existence of an enemy who might kill in the spirit of revenge for a real or fancied grievance. The first of these horrible crimes occurred in York. The victim was a certain John Elder, manufacturer of buttons, and highly respectable citizen. On the night of his death, Elder had retired to his study to write some letters. As the evening was warm, he opened the French window, and, according to the testimony of his butler, who was the last of his household to see him alive, had dragged forward a small table and placed it just in the window's opening. He had seated himself beside this table and begun to write when the servant left the room. At about 11 o'clock, this same servant had heard a cry coming from the study. He had hurried to see if anything was wrong with his master, and had found him lying beside the table with a knife wound gaping in his chest. Outside the French window, the police had found unmistakable footprints of a one-legged man. These they found across the lawn until they came to the road, where they became blurred and finally lost in the medley of other prints on this much-traveled thoroughfare. Of course, the detectives rounded up every one-legged man in York and questioned them closely. But all had unquestionable alibis, and as the police were unable to discover or invent a means of tracing the criminal, they eventually dropped the case. Peg-leg's second victim was a little higher on the social scale. No lover of English sport will ever forget the name of Sir Roger Bascombe, nor will the many unfortunate souls whom he helped in their need be more backward in cherishing his memory. As in the case of John Elder, Bascombe was killed between the hours of 11 and midnight, and on the grounds of his estate in Sussex were found another series of the footprints of the one-legged man. Because of his prominence, the police put forth their best effort to run down his murderer, but these were as unrewarded as had those of their colleagues in York. These two murders happened within 3 months of each other. Then, for over a year, Peg-leg was not heard from again. His next appearance was in London, where on Hampstead Heath he stabbed Professor Thomas Belding, the noted authority on Eastern religions. Now I come to the last of Peg-leg's activities. His final murder occurred here in Camberwell, and robbed me of one of my dearest friends. The Reverend Frank Parkington was a bachelor, and with young Harry Fellows, his curate, lived in the old stone vicarage just behind the Church of St. Anne's. He was, in all particulars, the finest man I have ever known, a brilliant preacher, a good friend, an ardent worker in his chosen field. His home was a rendezvous for the few of us who, over a convivial pipe, liked to discuss those matters of the day that interested us. On the night of his death we had gathered at his request to meet Captain Charles Wonderly, the Indian explorer, who was his guest. We found this fellow Wonderly a very interesting talker. He had traveled far and seen much, and knew how to picture in words what he had seen. With his descriptions and anecdotes, he held us interested until well toward midnight. I remember that I arrived home about 12:15. I retired immediately, but I did not go to sleep at once, as my mind was still full of Captain Wonderly's stories. Just as I was dozing off, I heard the church clock strike 2, and at the same instant there came a violent ringing at my doorbell. I found Harry Fellows awaiting me on my doorstep. Come quickly," he said in a voice hoarse with excitement. "Dr. Parkington is dead! Murdered!" "Murdered? Good heavens, man! Are you mad?" I shouted, staring into his face that showed pale and haggard in the feeble light of my hall lamp. For answer, he reached out and shook me roughly by the shoulders. "Will you come?" he said fiercely. "Or shall I have to carry you?" Had I not immediately shown signs of obeying his demand, I really believe the young giant would have picked me up and carried me, just as I was, in pajamas and slippers. His love of Parkington, who had been more than a father to him, was a strong thing, and at that moment his grief made him less than reasonable. In less than 10 minutes we were on the road to the vicarage. As we hurried through the still night, Fellows briefly told me what had happened. 2. After his guests had left, Parkington and Captain Wonderly, who was staying for the night, went to their rooms. Because he had some work to finish, Fellows had remained downstairs. At about 1:15 he was just finishing his writing when he was startled and frightened by the sound of a blood-curdling moan, followed by the sound of someone choking. As soon as he had pulled himself together, he ran upstairs, and instinct guided him to Parkington's room. He knocked at the door, and when there was no answer, he pushed it open and entered the bedroom. There, on his knees beside the bed, he found Parkington dead. A knife, or some long, sharp instrument, had been driven into his back. "What did you do then?" I asked. "Called Rogers, the servant, and sent him off for the police." You didn't rouse Wonderly?" "No. In the excitement, I forgot all about the fellow." We entered the vicarage and raced up the stairs to Parkington's room. There we found Chief Constable Smithers in charge, and with him a quiet-looking man whom he introduced as Inspector Grant of Scotland Yard. "Down for a bit of a holiday, sir, and stopping with me." But for the moment I paid but little attention to Smithers and his friend. I was too greatly upset by the sight of the body I could make out lying beside the bed. My natural sorrow at Parkington's death was added to by the awfulness of the way in which he had been taken from us. I went over and stood beside his body, and looking down on it, swore that I would find his murderer and see that he paid for his crime. Then I turned to Smithers for his report. "Squire," he began gravely, "what I have to tell you will probably surprise you. You have heard of the notorious Pegleg? Well, sir, there is every indication that this is another of his fiendish crimes." Both Fellows and myself stared in amazement. Smithers continued. "Yes, sir, I know it sounds impossible, but nevertheless it seems to be a fact. Inspector Grant here, who worked on both the Bascom case and that of Professor Belding, will bear me out when I say that all the clues we have been able to find point in that direction." Inspector Grant nodded his head. Smithers crossed the room and stood midway between the bed and the open window that looked out on poor Parkington's lawn. He pointed downward at the carpet. "See here, sir, these little round marks, and here, leading right to the window, sir. And plenty more of them on the ground below, accompanied by the print of one shoe which does not show on this carpet." "And those marks?" I began. "They are from a wooden leg," Smithers finished. "But see here," Fellows cried from beside the window, "how did the beggar get in the house? No man with a wooden leg could climb up here." Smithers shook his head. "No good, sir. It's really a very easy job. You have the hooks that hold the drain pipe all the way. Both Grant and I tried it, and had no trouble at all." "Have you tried to follow the trail?" I asked. Lord bless you, yes, sir. We did that at once. But it leads nowhere. The prints are lost on the stone road less than 100 feet down the highway. We were all bending over those horrible indentations in the carpet when a sound at our back caused us to look up. In the doorway, clad in his pajamas, was Captain Wonderly, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "I say, you chaps," he said, "what's up?" Then he caught sight of Parkington's body and started forward. "Good heavens! Parkington!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong with him? Is he hurt?" "Dead," I answered briefly. In a dazed sort of way, Wanderley turned his eyes from one to another of us. At last they rested on Smithers, and, guided by the constable's uniform, addressed him as the officer of the law. "Have you got the man that did this?" "Not yet," Smithers replied. "And now, sir, I'll trouble you to tell me who you are and what you know of this business." Wonderly indicated Fellows and me. "These gentlemen know me," he said. "My name's Wonderly. I was a friend of Dr. Parkington. As for what I know of this business, unfortunately, I can't help you a bit." "You were staying in the house?" Wonderly looked down significantly at his nightclothes. "I certainly was," he answered. "In that room across the hall." "And you heard nothing? No sound?" An expression of sorrow, almost of shame, passed over Wonderly's face. "If only I had," he replied quietly. "I'll wager Parkington would be alive now. You see, gentlemen, some years ago I lost the hearing in my right ear. This deficiency doesn't bother me ordinarily, but if I happen to go to sleep on my left ear, as I did tonight, I'm deaf as a post." At my suggestion, we went downstairs and seated ourselves in the library, leaving the murder chamber and its ghastly inhabitant untouched to wait the officers of the coroner. But hardly had we taken our chairs when Fellows jumped to his feet, exclaiming, "This sitting around when Parkington's murderer is making good his escape is too much for me. I'm going to have a look around." I put out my hand to stop him, but at a signal from Smithers, let it fall. "Let him go," he said after Fellows had left the room. "It won't do any good, but it won't do any harm, and it may ease the poor lad to be doing something." "Of course you have sent out a general alarm?" I asked Smithers a minute later. He nodded. "Of course, sir. Any one-legged man seen hereabouts will find his way to the police station." Then we began a careful consideration of the crime, each man suggesting that which he thought might help toward clearing it up and bringing the criminal to justice. In this consultation I conceived a great admiration for Captain Wonderly. The man had an exceedingly keen mind. In competition with Smithers and Inspector Grant, both old hands in the pursuit of criminals, he showed up wonderfully. No point escaped him, and several times he set the others right in the development of a theory or in the statement of facts. Then and there I said to myself that could I persuade Wonderly to give up his time to seeking the murderer of my friend, I might hope for some results. I was about to put the suggestion to him when we all started by the sound of quick footsteps on the stairs and along the hall. An instant later the library door swung wide, and the huge bulk of Fellows filled the aperture. I caught my breath in amazement as I saw the expression on his face. His eyes were wild with excitement, and about his lips were lines of grim determination. Without a word to the detectives or me, he crossed the room to Wonderly, and bending over him, whispered in his right ear. A look of utter amazement came into Wonderly's eyes. This was quickly followed by fear, which in turn changed to a sort of blind rage. He strove to rise, but Fellow's hand was about his throat and held him tightly to his chair. Then, very slowly, Fellows brought his other hand from behind his back. In it was a long knife, and some queer contrivance whose purpose I could not make out. He threw these things on the table in front of Wonderly. "Smithers," he said in a cold, hard voice, "I want you to arrest this man for the murder of John Elder, Sir Roger Bascom, Professor Belding, and Dr. Parkington." 3. What happened then happened so quickly that we others had no time to pull ourselves together and go to Fellows's aid. There was a brief struggle between Fellows and Wonderly, a cry from the latter, a tinkle of broken glass on the floor, and then suddenly Wonderly's body went limp in Fellows's hands. "Poison," Fellows muttered, bending over the body of his late antagonist. The beggar had it in the pocket of his dressing gown. He picked up a rug from the floor and threw it over the body in front of him. Now we all crowded around Fellows and burst into a babble of questions. He raised one hand to silence us, and with the other pointed at the queer contrivance which, with the knife, lay in front of Wonderly's corpse. "There," he said, "is the wooden leg of your peg leg." The thing was a piece of board cut in the shape of the sole of a shoe. From the bottom projected a short, round stick tipped with an iron ferrule. At the front and back were straps by which it might be fastened to a man's foot. Only a brief examination of it was needed to see how, once so fastened, the prints the wearer would leave behind him would certainly resemble those of a one-legged man. Smithers was the first to break the silence. "Mr. Fellows," he said, "I must congratulate you. You have laid by the heels a man whom the best detectives in England couldn't catch. But I beg you, sir, tell us how you did it." Fellows sank into a chair. "All right," he said. "It must be sometime, and I suppose it might as well be now." He drew a square, leather-bound book from his pocket. "But first," he went on, "I want you to listen to a few extracts from Wonderly's diary. They will throw some light on the man's motives for his dastardly crimes." Then, in a low voice, he read us the following: "Calcutta, November 16th. Civilization again. After 5 years of freedom to be cooped up in a place of narrow streets and silly houses. But if it is my destiny to carry on the war among men of my own race, I must not begin by complaining. I see none but strange faces on the streets and in the clubs. Thank the gods, the men who knew me have gone their ways. The fools! They despised me because my eyes sought the light. And when, having found it, I followed it, they said that I had gone fantee. How I could laugh at them now, the pretentious asses with their weak, anemic gods, thinking they know the secrets of life. I, who have stood before the altar of Shiva and watched the spilling of the blood, I, who have hearkened to the angry voice of Kali, would bid them halt and reconsider their conceit, lest the vengeance that is Asia's descend upon them. London, the message came today, and it is to kill, kill, kill. My birthday, and I have begun the great work. John Elder is dead, and now the police are searching for a one-legged man who killed him. One-legged. I wonder if the fools will even see through my little scheme of sending them hunting the wild goose. The good work continues. Bascom and Belden are gone the way of Elder. So may all men who lift their hands against the holy gods. Fellows closed the book and threw it aside. "Madman," I whispered. "A religious fanatic of the worst type," Fellows answered. "I think I can piece his story together. He became enamored with the native life and probably fell into the hands of the priests. Or perhaps a woman led him to the native shrines. and their damnable religion got into his blood and drove him mad. Smithers scratched his head. But what made him kill? Because his victims were the enemies of his religion. All four of them knew the evil practices of his cult, knew how his priests were holding back the people of India. With their best efforts and their money, here in England, they were fighting the battles of their dark-skinned brothers thousands of miles away. Now, will you tell us how you found this out? The question came from Inspector Grant. Fellows nodded and began. There was one thing that bothered me from the time Wonderly entered the room upstairs, and that was his explanation for not hearing Parkington's cry and the ensuing commotion, which I and the rest of us must have made. You remember he said he was totally deaf in the right ear? That would have been all right had I not happened to remember that I sat on his right side at dinner tonight, and once spoke to him in a voice barely above a whisper in his right ear. He heard perfectly. My first idea was that the man was a coward and had stayed in his room because he had been afraid to come out and see what all the noise was about. I held to that opinion until we had come downstairs, and I left you to wander about the garden. When I went outside, my first impulse was to take a lantern and examine the famous footprints. I did so, and traced them, as you did, down to the stone road. Then I came back to the house and began to wander aimlessly about the other side of it. I ended up a few yards away from Wonderly's window. Happening to glance downward, I saw something that sent the blood racing through my veins. There, on the ground before me, in a soft spot on the gravel, were another set of footprints. And these were of the man with two legs, wearing shoes that seemed to correspond to the single shoe worn by the men with one leg. I raced around to the other side of the house and verified my suspicion. Then I went back to my find. I took the direction the prints pointed out and followed it slowly, my lantern close to the ground. A ways further on I found another set of prints, and so on every little while I found them until I had made a wide detour, and was out on the stone road where the murderer's prints began and ended. At first I did not realize the significance of what I had discovered. Then suddenly it came to me that a man would easily leave the footprints of a one-legged man if, in walking, he used a stilt or some such device. Also, I recalled that the new prints had begun at Wonderly's window. Then I knew why he hadn't joined us in Parkington's room sooner. It was because he was probably in hiding somewhere at the other side of the house, waiting for a chance to slip back into his room after having murdered my friend and left those bewildering prints. I came back to the house, crept upstairs, and went through his things. You know what I found, and what happened after that. The end of The Mystery of the One-Legged Man by J. B. Hawley. The Parthian Shot by Robert Peel Noble. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Parthian Shot by Robert Peel Noble. The last note of the baritone's impassioned song had died away. Almost before Mrs. Reynolds had finished the closing bars of the accompaniment, she turned from the piano to the singer. "You are in fine voice tonight, Charles," she said, "but something has given me a headache this evening, and it has been steadily getting worse. You will excuse me, I know," she continued as she arose. "A night's rest will make me all right." "I'm so sorry. Certainly I'll excuse you. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" said Charles Harding as they walked to the door. "I'll just have a smoke chat with John before I go, and perhaps he will forgive me for my vocal disturbance. Too bad he doesn't enjoy music," he added as they went up the stairs. "Yes, isn't it?" she replied. "He's like a blind man walking over diamonds. The beauty of music does not exist for him." She paused before the door of her husband's den. "Good night," she said as she moved away. "Good night. I hope you will feel better in the morning," said Charles, turning to enter John's room. Mrs. Reynolds was keenly conscious of her headache as she closed the bedroom door behind her, but she was suffering even more from the memory of that which had caused it. She and Charles were to appear on the program of a musicale on the following Friday evening, and had been having frequent rehearsals. This, it seemed at dinner that evening, was the cause of her husband's recent fits of sulkiness and ill humor. Not that he had been a cheerful companion at all times during the past year, but of late he was even worse, and this evening, why, it was absurd. Her husband was apparently almost ready to forbid Charles the house. The man was jealous. Her husband actually jealous. She could laugh even now but for the memory of his stormy words and self-incited anger. What if she and Charles had been engaged at one time? The quarrel, over nothing it was true, and her subsequent marriage to John had ended all that, and John should realize it and be more sensible. If John could only enjoy music and would be a little more companionable. How long she had been asleep she did not know, but she awoke in terror. Could it have been the noise of a passing automobile tire which had so alarmed her that she found herself sitting up in bed before she was fully awake? With a fast beating heart and with trembling hands, she slipped out of bed and opened the door. "John!" she called. Then again, more loudly, "John! Oh, John!" and ended with a sob. What if, my God, what if he did? She moaned, and ran to the open doorway of her husband's den. A piteous, heart-invading scream came from her lips. Not Charles, but John lay sprawled upon the floor, now stained with blood. Staggering and clutching the banisters, she half ran, half fell down the stairway and out through the door to the sidewalk. "Help! Oh, help!" she screamed. "Won't somebody help?" she moaned. "What's the matter?" came from the corner across the street as the speaker started toward her. "My husband! Oh, help me!" she continued to moan. The man who had responded to her call had almost to carry her, half fainting as she was, as he accompanied her back into the house. There he managed to get her upstairs and to bed, which she had left in so great alarm. "Where's the telephone?" The words were quick, almost curt. Passing the open door of Mr. Reynolds' room, he had seen what lay upon the floor. "Hallway, downstairs," came from the lips whose trembling could not be controlled. "Get a doctor! Get a doctor!" Feeling that she was in greater need of medical aid than was her husband, he ran down the stairs, hurriedly called the nearest physician, and obtained his promise to come at once. He then called another number. "Police station? This is Wynn. Send somebody here at once. Number 734 Walnut Street. Man killed, I think. Looks like murder. I'll wait here." Running up the stairs again, he found Mrs. Reynolds in the hall, weakly struggling into her kimono and walking with uncertain steps toward the doorway of her husband's room. "I must go to him!" she cried. "Wait," he said kindly. "If there is anything you can do, I will tell you." But unheedingly, she followed him into the room and stood pale and open-mouthed, wringing her hands and staring at the form upon the floor, over which Wynn was now stooping. "We must wait for the doctor," he said gently. "He will be here soon." As he finished speaking, Dr. Morris entered. "Do something, doctor, quick!" cried the frantic woman to the physician, already making his examination deftly and silently. After a brief interval, Dr. Morris arose slowly. "He is past my help, Mrs. Reynolds," he said. "You must lie down and let me do something for you." Two men, a policeman who had come up the stairs while Dr. Morris was helping Mrs. Reynolds to her room, entered the room of tragedy, exchanged words of recognition with Wynne, and listened to the latter's account of what had followed his chance appearance upon the scene. "Bullet wound," murmured the second man, who was evidently a city detective, and who was inspecting the body and its surroundings. "Clothing mussed, windows locked. Didn't find any gun. Guess it's murder, sure enough. Were the outside doors locked when Mrs. Reynolds ran out? Anybody else in the house?" "I don't know," Johnson said to Wynne. "You'll have to ask Mrs. Reynolds." Johnson turned to Dr. Morris, who, after administering a sedative to Mrs. Reynolds, had left her in the care of the maid. "What do you make of it, Doctor?" asked Johnson. "The bullet, as it seems to be, has entered a point a little higher than the heart, and, judging by the distance to which the blood has spurted, has severed an artery, probably the aorta. The autopsy will determine the matter. One of you had better notify the coroner at once." "You do that, Dan," requested Johnson, turning to the policeman. Then he again bent over the body. Came from him in a thoughtful surprise, as he picked up a half-smoked, broken cigar which had been lying under the edge of the dead man's coat. "Portina," he said, reading the name of the brand upon the cigar band. "I just wonder—" Stepping over to a rather large humidor at one side of the room and opening it, he examined the contents. 3 different brands, but no Portinas, he informed Wynne. "I must question Mrs. Reynolds." "She is very nervous," objected Dr. Morris. "Is it necessary to talk to her now?" "Just 2 questions," said Johnson, as he went across the hall to the room which he had seen Mrs. Reynolds enter. "Mrs. Reynolds, did you find the front door locked as you ran out of the house this evening?" he asked. "Yes. No. I just turned the knob," she replied. "Who was with your husband this evening, Mrs. Reynolds?" was the next question. A look of horror swept over her face. "He didn't do it. Charles wouldn't hurt anyone," she protested. "Charles who?" continued the questioner. "Charles Harding. But I know he didn't do it. I know he didn't," brokenly asserted Mrs. Reynolds. "That remains to be seen. I won't trouble you any more, though," he said, and returned to the room where the body lay. The doctor had gone. Johnson, having completed his inspection, asked the policeman to await the coroner, and went to headquarters. Wynne remained and made an examination on his own account. He inspected all parts of the room, peering into places which seemed very unpromising. From under the couch he picked up a small brass plumb bob attached to a string, regarded it thoughtfully, and put it into his pocket. Quietly, he left the house. The next morning, as he was about to leave his apartments, Wynne received a call from his friend Charles Harding. "Have you seen the morning papers?" the latter asked excitedly. "No. Why?" was the reply. "Mr. Reynolds has been murdered, and I was with him last night," exclaimed Harding. "I'm sure I was followed on my way over here. What shall I do?" "What kind of cigar do you smoke, Charlie?" "Portinas," said the other, staring. "But why do you—" "Never mind. You go about your business just as if you were not being followed. You may be arrested, but don't let that worry you too much. I'm going to get busy right away, if that's any comfort to you." Harding shook him by the hand. "Thanks, old fellow. I'm glad I've got you to count on." "I'll have to go now," Wynne said. "The sooner I find out about this, if I can, the better it will be for your peace of mind." While Harding was on his way to his office, nervously aware that he was still being shadowed, Wynne was directing his steps up Walnut Street, absorbed in thought and unconscious of passing acquaintances. At the home of Mrs. Reynolds, he rang the bell. "Tell Mrs. Reynolds," he said to the maid as he presented his card, "that it is absolutely necessary for me to see her for a few moments." As Mrs. Reynolds entered, pale and grief-stricken, Wynne arose. "I am very sorry to disturb you just at this time, Mrs. Reynolds, but in the interest of our common friend, Charles Harding, it is necessary for me to learn everything I can from you which may have a bearing upon your husband's death." "Charles couldn't have done such a thing, Mr. Wynne. He's incapable of it." "I agree with you," said Wynne, "but if I am to clear him before others, I must learn all the facts possible, even those which look damaging. Had you been asleep just before you ran out of the house last night?" "Yes, I had gone to bed with a headache after rehearsing some music with Charles, and he had gone to John's room." "You heard no quarreling or noise of a struggle?" "No, except for the noise that awakened me. The shot, I suppose," she added with a shudder. "Was there any reason why your husband and Charlie Harding should have quarreled?" Mrs. Reynolds hesitated, then spoke quickly. "There was no reason, Mr. Wynne, unless you should call Charles' unreasonable jealousy a reason. Charles and I had to practice together a good deal lately, and John didn't like it." "Who was in the house last evening, beside you and Mr. Reynolds and Charlie?" "Only the maid. The other servant, the man, doesn't sleep in the house." "Had Mr. Reynolds any enemies that you know of? Had he any trouble with anyone?" "Not that I Why, yes, he had. He had discharged our former servant for drunkenness. The man became very angry and abusive when he left." "What was his name?" "Carl Hansen." "Do you know his address?" "No, Mr. Reynolds secured him through an employment agency." "Is anything missing? Money? Jewelry?" "I don't think so." "Did you find the front door locked when you started out for help last evening?" "Not with a key or with the bolt. I turned only the knob to open the door. The inside knob works with a spring lock, so the door must have been locked." "And the outside knob?" "It takes a key to open the door from the outside." "Then how could anyone have gained entrance last night, Mrs. Reynolds? The other outside doors and the windows downstairs were all locked." Mrs. Reynolds became even more pale. "Did Carl Hansen have a key to the house?" Wynne asked. "He did have," said Mrs. Reynolds, breathing more easily, "but returned it. Couldn't he have had a duplicate made, though?" "Yes. Now, Mrs. Reynolds, I won't keep you any longer, but I will ask permission to inspect your husband's room again, and perhaps some other parts of the house." Mrs. Reynolds having acquiesced, Wynne first verified her statements as to the locks on the front door, and then revisited her husband's room. It was nearly noon before he left the house, walking briskly, and with no trace of the absorbed manner which he had brought with him. Late in the afternoon, he learned that the autopsy performed on Mr. Reynolds confirmed the opinion of Dr. Morris, and that the bullet had been found, one of .32 caliber. He was also informed that his presence as a witness would be required at the coroner's investigation the next morning. At this investigation, the testimony brought out the fact that Mr. Reynolds had died from the effects of a bullet wound, that the condition of his clothes indicated a struggle with someone, that no weapon had been found, that the windows of Mr. Reynolds' room were found to be locked when examined by the officers, that all the windows downstairs and the outside doors, except the front door opened by Mrs. Reynolds, were found to be locked when examined immediately after the tragedy, that this front door was also locked against any outsider just before it was opened by Mrs. Reynolds. That the stub of a cigar of the kind smoked by Mr. Harding had been under Mr. Reynolds' body. That the band of the cigar was not to be found in Mr. Reynolds' stock of cigars, and in fact seemed not to be on sale at any of the cigar stores in the city. That Mr. Harding was the last person known to have been with Mr. Reynolds before the latter's death. And that Mr. Reynolds had objected to the frequency of Mr. Harding's calls upon Mrs. Reynolds, and had entertained unfriendly feelings toward Mr. Harding on this account. To Harding, who with pale face sat listening intently, the presentation of these facts had been anything but reassuring. His only comfort had been the expression of assurance upon the face of Wynne, who now addressed the coroner. "I should like to introduce further evidence." "Proceed," said the deputy. "After the officers who had been sent to the Reynolds house had completed their examination," said Wynne, "I made a further inspection of the room where the body was found. Under the couch I found this," he continued, holding up the object. "It is, as you see, a small plumb bob, such as is used by masons and carpenters. What, in particular, aroused my interest, however, was the fact that the stout cord attached to the bob had a short piece of thread tied to it at the loose end, and the fact that the plumb bob was found under the davenport, on the floor which, the maid informed me, had been swept on the day that Mr. Reynolds met his death. The maid further informed me that she was positive that the plumb bob was not on the floor at the time when the floor was swept, and that she had never seen it before. Although I was unable to see any connection between this plumb bob and the death of Mr. Reynolds, I had the feeling that there was a connection, and returned to the Reynolds house the next morning with the hope of being able to find it. From what, I asked myself, had the plumb bob been suspended? Why had it been fastened as, apparently, it had been, by a thread tied to the cord instead of being fastened directly by the cord itself? And why was it thrown or left on the floor of the room used by a man as orderly as Mr. Reynolds was known to be? These questions I succeeded in answering. I found a short piece of thread tied to the lower end of the vertical tube of the electric light chandelier, which is in the center of Mr. Reynolds' room. I also found that the plumb bob, if it had been attached at this point, would have cleared the floor by about a foot. Just over the chandelier, in the attic of this room, there was a short section of flooring which apparently had been removed and replaced some time after the flooring had been laid. This I removed, and under it I saw the end of a rifle, which had been thrust down into the tube of the chandelier below. Harding sank back in his chair and relaxed with a sigh of relief, but the coroner and the others present continued in their positions of rigid attention. The stock of the rifle, continued Wynne, had been cut off in order to make concealment under the floor possible. The trigger was connected to an electromagnetic device, also concealed under the floor. In the floor of Mr. Reynolds' room was a push button, supposed to be no longer in use, but that it was connected with the electromagnet above I proved when, by pressing this push button, I was able to release the previously raised gun hammer. "Gentlemen, in that rifle I found this," said Wynne impressively, as he held up another small object. "It is the empty shell of a .32 caliber cartridge. Your imagination can tell you the rest. Shortly after Charles Harding had left the house, Mr. Reynolds attached the plumb bob to the chandelier and lay upon the floor, so that his heart would be just under the plumb bob, and therefore directly in the line of fire. He pulled the cord, breaking the thread close to the chandelier, of course, concealing the bob and cord by throwing them under the couch, and, but with the slightest change in his position on the floor, pressed the button with an outstretched arm. That any living man is responsible for his death, I cannot believe. Nor can you, I think, in the face of these facts. It may be more charitable for us to believe that Mr. Reynolds, mentally unbalanced by the worry over his impending financial difficulties, known to a few of his friends, sought nothing but relief in death while trying, at the same time, to avoid the stigma of suicide. But it is difficult not to entertain the idea that Mr. Reynolds, actuated by jealousy, purposely removed Charles Harding's cigar stub from the ashtray to the floor, purposely disarranged his own clothing, and purposely chose that time for pressing the push button, when the bullet which was discharged into his own body should serve as a Parthian shot at the man who had been in his room a few minutes before. Wynn's evidence led to an immediate verdict of suicide, and everyone hastened to shake Harding's hand. Although Harding held no one's hand in as long a grasp as he held Wynn's, his eyes rested upon the black-gowned figure of Mrs. Reynolds, whose face expressed relief as well as grief. Was not something else fleetingly expressed there, too? Gladness? Joy? Harding started toward her as she was about to leave the room, then checked himself abruptly. Better wait, he thought, and turned away to Wynn. The End of The Parthian Shot by Robert Peel Noble. The Perfect Crime, from Minute Mysteries, Detectograms, by H.A. Ripley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Perfect Crime by H.A. Ripley. Peter Johansson had one burning ambition: to commit a perfect crime. After much thinking and careful planning, he chose burglary for his experiment, and a large brownstone mansion for the scene of his action. Learning its occupants had left town, he arrayed himself in a business suit of conservative cut, flung a light topcoat over his arm, picked up a Gladstone bag covered with foreign labels, and set out. He had ascertained, of course, when the policeman patrolling the beat was furthest away. At such a time he drove up in his swanky sports roadster, swung jauntily to the sidewalk, skipped up the steps, and fitted a skeleton key into the lock, which yielded easily. So far, so good, he thought. Inside, he adjusted a black mask to his eyes and silk gloves to his hands. The former for a bit of local color he couldn't resist, the latter for more practical purposes. What a jolly thing this burglary was! He quickly filled his Gladstone with silver and other valuables. Hurrying out, he removed his gloves after closing the door. Done, and not a single clue left, he said to himself. As he was about to descend the steps, he saw out of the corner of his eye the policeman rounding the corner. Feigning disinterest, he quickly pushed the bell button and stood there whistling. "Hey, you!" shouted the policeman, now standing at the bottom of the steps. "What are you doing there? Them people ain't home." "Howdy, officer. How goes it?" said our hero blithely as he turned to greet the blue coat. "I know they're not home. Been trying to raise someone for 5 minutes. Annoying, too, after running out to see them. Oh, well," he continued, "I'll be going along," as he unconcernedly picked up his bag. "You bet you will, right to the hooskow!" bellowed the guardian of the peace. "Your story I might have believed, but come on now, I'm taking you down." Alas, Peter Johansson had forgotten to remove his mask on leaving the house. Whoever thinks a perfect work to see thinks that ne'er was, nor is, nor e'er shall be. The end of The Perfect Crime by H.A. Ripley. The Secret Fear by Kenneth Dwayne Whipple. From Weird Tales Magazine, May, 1923. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Secret Fear by Kenneth Dwayne Whipple. The night was hot and breathless, as had been the day, and the humid tang of the salt air smote my nostrils as, envying Martin his vacation respite from the grind of police reporting, I turned off the broad, paved thoroughfare of Washington Avenue and started down Wharf Street, narrow and dimly lighted, toward my lodgings beyond the bridge. As I passed the second dirty globe streetlight, I halted suddenly, with the staccato sound of hurrying footsteps in my ears. Homeward bound from the Journal office where Martin's work had kept me until after midnight, I had yielded to the temptation offered by the shortcut. Now, with the peculiar emphatic insistence of the footfalls behind me, I began to wonder if I had chosen wisely. Brass buttons glinted dully under the corner arc, reassuring me. The next instant I was roughly ordered to halt. I recognized the hoarse, panting voice of Patrolman Tom Kenton of the 4th Precinct, whose beat, as I knew, lay along the wharf. "It's me, Kenton, Jack Bowers of the Journal," I said. "What's doing?" Kenton peered at me keenly in the bad light. Then his face relaxed. "Man killed in Kellogg's warehouse just around the corner there," he replied. "Killed? How?" "The sergeant didn't say. I got it from him just now when I reported. Somebody phoned in a minute ago. Come along and see if you want. It's all right in your line, and you're a good friend of the captain's." I fell into step with him, finding some difficulty in keeping pace. "Do you know who phoned?" I asked. "No. Maybe a joke. Maybe a frame-up. Maybe anything." His deep voice rumbled through the gloom of the dingy street, deserted save for our hurrying figures. We crossed to the opposite side, passing beneath the blue arc, which flamed and sputtered naked through the jagged gash in its dirty, frosted globe. Just around the corner loomed the ramshackle bulk of Kellogg's warehouse, a 4-story wooden structure squatting on the river piers. On the ground floor, the broad entrance gaped blackly. At the left of the doorway, about 3 feet above the street level, the end of the loading platform jutted out of the darkness. Beyond the warehouse, a narrow pier ran out toward midstream. I caught a glimpse of the running lights of some small vessel, dimly outlined against the gray-black of the oily water. Kenton stopped at the corner of the warehouse to draw his revolver, motioning me to remain where I was. "Stay here," he said under his breath. "I'll take a look. If it's a frame-up, there's no need to get anyone else into it. Besides, you'd be more help here." He squared his broad shoulders and was swallowed up by the oblong of black. It did not require much urging to persuade me to stay outside. Timidly, I peered through the crack in the warped boarding. The dim ray of light which Kenton cast before him seemed only to accentuate the obscurity. The light became stationary. I could distinguish Kenton, bending over something on the dirt floor, not 15 feet inside the entrance. He looked up and spoke softly. "Come ahead, Mr. Bowers," he said. "No joke about this." There was a grim edge to his tone. With a shiver, I stepped through the doorway and crossed to where he crouched above a motionless shape huddled against the side of the long loading platform. The body was that of a man of large stature, more than 6 feet in height, as nearly as I could judge from the cramped position in which he lay. There were no visible marks of violence, except for a frayed linen collar, pulled awry, which dangled by a single buttonhole from the shirt about the powerful corded neck. But as I bent closer to look at the features, I drew back with a gasp. The face of the dead man was distorted by an expression of utmost horror and loathing. Around the dilated pupils of his large, bluish-gray eyes, the ghastly whites showed in a pallid rim of fear. His irregular, reddish features, even in death, seemed fairly to writhe with terror. One long, sinewy arm was thrown up across the lower part of his face, as if to ward off some unseen and terrible menace. Shuddering, I stared across the body at Kenton's homely, impassive face. "In heaven's name, what happened to him?" I asked. Keaton's hands had been moving swiftly over the body. Now he spread them apart in a little puzzled gesture. "There doesn't seem to be any wound," he said. "See if there isn't a switch around somewhere, Mr. Bowers. There ought to be a way of lighting up here." I fumbled along the wall until my fingers encountered a round porcelain knob. A single grimy bulb pendant from the cobwebbed rafter threw a dim circle of gruesome yellow light upon the floor of the warehouse. The body had laid on its left side, facing the doorway. Kenton methodically turned the corpse upon its face, his searching fingers exploring the back. To me, at least, it was a relief that the staring, terrified eyes were hidden from view, rather than gazing fearfully through the arch of the door into the narrow, empty street beyond. "There's something queer about this," said Kenton. "No wound at all, Mr. Bowers, that I can find. No blood, not even a bruise. Only this mark at the throat." I had not seen the mark before, and even now I had to look closely to find it. It was scarcely more than a discoloration of the skin in a broad band beneath the chin. But there was no abrasion, much less a wound sufficient to cause the death of a powerful man like the one who lay before us. With a shrug of his shoulders, Kenton rolled the body back to its original position. At once, the ghastly eyes renewed their unwinking stare at the empty street. A sound from the doorway caused us both to turn. Only Kenton himself can say what his imagination pictured there. As for my part, I owned a feeling of distinct relief at the sight of nothing more startling than a pair of ragged-looking men peering in at the open door. As we looked, a third derelict of the wharves joined them, pressing inquisitively forward toward the body on the floor. "What's the trouble here?" asked one curiously. "Somebody croak a guy?" "Yes," said Kenton tersely. "Know him, any of you?" His companion, who had been staring at the body, suddenly spoke in a startled tone. "By gorry, that's Terence McFadden! I'd never have known the boy with that look on his face, except for the scar over his right eye. Look, Jim! Sure, and he looks as if the devil were after him." A confirmatory mutter came from the others. The grind of a streetcar's wheels on the curve of Washington Avenue cut clearly across the low lapping of the waves against the rotting piles outside the warehouse. The humid air, impregnated with the foul odors of the waterfront, was stifling. The three men huddled closer, with fearful glances over their shoulders, as if striving to glimpse that which the eyes of the dead man watched. Kenton alone seemed unaffected by the tension. "Know where he lives?" "Over on 24th Street," volunteered the third man. "But he'd been on the Tiger yonder this evening. I saw him go aboard. Why not call Captain Dolan? Him and Terry was pals." "What's his name?" "Dolan. Captain Ira Dolan." "Go and get him," ordered Kenton, removing his cap and mopping his forehead. The man, not unwillingly, passed out of the circle of light. We heard his footsteps on the planking of the pier and his hail to the ship anchored there. Kenton turned to me, a worried look on his face. "Would you mind going down to Patton's place on the corner and phoning in, Mr. Bowers?" he asked. "I wouldn't ask it, but the captain knows you well. Tell him I'm staying with the body, and ask him to have Dr. Potts come, if he's there. I'd like to get to the bottom of this." I was only too glad to get out of the warehouse, for the eerie atmosphere was beginning to get on my nerves. When I returned, two of the somnolent loafers from Patton's greasy lunchroom, roused by my telephone message to Captain Waters of the 4th Precinct, followed in my wake, muttering and rubbing their bleary eyes. Less than 10 minutes had passed since we had found the dead men in Kellogg's old warehouse. Yet now a dozen frowsy wharf rats fringed the doorway, brought thither by some mysterious telepathic message borne on the murky night air. "Be here in 10 minutes," I said, nodding to Kenton. Suddenly a man made his way through the crowd and hastened toward us. His rugged, weather-beaten face took deeper lines from the dim light overhead, its high lights gleaming in the ghastly radiance like pieces of yellowed parchment. Yet there was power in the piercing blue eyes, and strength in every line of the tall, gaunt figure, now stooping suddenly over the body of the dead man. "Terence!" he cried, his voice harsh with grief. "Terence, lad!" Kenton bent over and touched him on the shoulder. "Are you Captain Dolan?" he asked. The old man looked up, one hand still resting upon the motionless body beside which he knelt. "I am," he said simply. "I understand this man, Terence McFadden, his name is?" Captain Dolan nodded. "I understand he was on board your ship tonight." "Yes," said Captain Dolan, rising to his feet. "What time did he leave?" "'Twas not more than half an hour ago, officer. Shortly after midnight, I would say. He was just aboard for a little farewell banquet, you understand. Just a friendly visit, eating and drinking and the like, before I leave at daybreak for another trip. I'm going down the coast." Kenton shook his head. "Never mind that. Have you any idea how he met his death? Had he any enemies that you know?" Captain Dolan ran his bony fingers through his grizzled locks, his eyes still on the body of his friend. "Enemies he had aplenty, officer, like any two-fisted man with the disposition of Terence McFadden. 'Twas only last week he cleaned up 2 of Jerry Kramer's gang that tried to hold him up with a pistol down on this very street. But his worry tonight had nothing to do with them. A man like Terence could take care of himself against any man. Truth to tell, he was his own worst enemy." Kenton broke in sharply. What's that? He was worried tonight, you say? There seemed to be a trace of evasion in Captain Dolan's manner. It was a piece he read in the paper. It fair spoilt his supper for him. What was it about? It was an item from the zoo, replied Captain Dolan. Kenton fingered a button, puzzled, casting a mystified glance at me. It was evident that his inquiries were not getting him anywhere. Before he could question Captain Dolan further, the group about the doorway behind us was thrust roughly aside, and Patrolman Corcoran, the new officer from the adjacent beat, shouldered his way in. His right hand was twisted in the lapels of a short, squat foreigner with a swarthy face, half hidden by a coarse, reddish-brown beard. The neck of his sweat-soaked undershirt was open, and his sleeves were rolled above hairy, muscular forearms. Corcoran stared at the group about the lifeless body of Terence McFadden. So it's true, is it? He curiously asked. I thought Big Jim here was trying to give me a wrong steer. Who? Said Kenton. Dabrowski, or some such name. Big Jim, they call him. He's one of the Kramer gang, they say. Where'd you get him? Caught him coming out of the basement over on Efton Street. He took one look at me and ran like hell. So I rounded him up and asked him what was the big idea of running. He just looked dumb, and I knew he'd been up to something, so I frisked him and found these. He pulled a watch and a purse from the side pocket of his coat. Captain Dolan leaned forward eagerly. Terence's, he cried. See if his initials are not in the back. He fairly snatched the watch from Corcoran's hand. The younger patrolman turned to Kenton. Who's the old bird, anyway? He asked in an undertone. Kenton established the captain's connection with the affair in a few words. In the meantime, the old man had pried open the gold case with his heavy thumbnail and was squinting inside. See, he affirmed, pointing to the initials T.J.M. engraved there. Corcoran nodded carelessly. Big Jim, all right, he said decisively. He's the man that killed McFadden here. Big Jim started at his captor, chewing vigorously. No kill, he exclaimed. No kill. Kenton had been frowning perplexedly. Now he turned to Corcoran. Say, Bill, he demanded, how did you get over here anyhow? Who told you there'd been a man killed? To our amazement, Corcoran jerked his thumb toward Big Jim. He did, he said. He did, repeated Kenton incredulously. Then you were the one that phoned into the sergeant? Corcoran nodded, taking a tighter grip on the captive's lapels. I was going to call the wagon and go straight in with Big Jim here. Then he told me such a funny story that I thought maybe he was trying to string me, so I marched him over here to make sure. Kenton shook his head. That was no way to go, he muttered under his breath. Well, no matter. What does he say? He says he took this stuff away from McFadden but didn't kill him, sneered Corcoran. Doesn't know who killed him, but he didn't. Fishy? Well, I'll tell the world. Captain Dolan again bent over the body of Terence McFadden. Then he looked up at Big Jim. Tell us what happened, he commanded. Words popped turbulently from Big Jim. Either he was actually telling the truth, or he had committed his story to heart. No kill, he vociferated, gesticulating. No kill. Take watch, but no kill. Hide from man. Pull him in. Fight. No dead. Take money. Run! Hide! Fear shone in his shifty eyes and on his swarthy, perspiring face. As he glanced nervously about the building, the fantastic idea occurred to me that his fear was less of the police than some unseen, intangible force beyond his comprehension. I caught myself looking apprehensively over my own shoulder. Corcoran spat on the floor disgustedly. "Part of that yarn's all right," he said. "That part about his stealing the watch and all, I mean. The rest is all bull. How would he get the stuff off a big guy like that without croaking him? How did you kill him anyway?" Captain Dolan leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. "Yes, officer," he repeated. "How did he kill him? Tell us that if you can." Corcoran thrust his captive toward Kenton and knelt beside the body. When he looked up, his face was blank. Rising, he turned savagely on Big Jim. "Come now," he ordered roughly, shaking the foreigner by the shoulder. "How did you kill him? Speak up." "No kill," repeated Big Jim stubbornly. "No kill." Corcoran raised his club menacingly. Whether he would have struck Big Jim or merely wished to intimidate him, I did not know. He had not been long on the force, and he felt his authority keenly. But Captain Dolan stepped forward, holding out an imperative hand. "One moment, officer," he said sternly. For a breathless instant the tableau held. Then Corcoran, closing his amazed mouth, thrust his flushed face close to Captain Dolan's. "What business have you got butting in on this anyway?" he shouted. "Who told you to give orders? You seem to have been a friend of this fellow's by what Tom here says, but how do we know you didn't have a grudge against him and dope him tonight aboard your boat? How do we know you didn't give him wood alcohol or something to drink that put him down and out? You'd better just keep quiet and stick around here until the doc takes a look at him." Captain Dolan's wrinkled parchment-like face turned angry red, and his bony hands clenched. Then suddenly he relaxed, uttering a short, mirthless laugh. "In remaining here as you request," he replied, "'tis my idea to see justice done. Little love has Terence had for Jimmy Kramer and his gang. He would have wished fair play, even for Big Jim there. And for that reason, I'll be answering your kind indulgence while I tell you a little of Terence McFadden." Corcoran glared at the old man. Kenton shrugged his shoulders. "Go ahead," he said. "We've got to wait for the car." Captain Dolan stood erect beneath the grimy electric bulb, which cast a brassy gleam upon his grizzled locks. At his left stood Corcoran, scowling, one hand gripping his subdued prisoner. Beyond him, Kenton leaned against the loading platform. I watched them from the shadows. "Every man of us has his secret fear," began Captain Dolan abruptly and a trifle oratorically. "With one, it's the open sea. With another, it's the horror of great heights. But we all have it. As for Terence McFadden, it took no more than a little, long-tailed, hand-organ monkey to set him a-shivering. And they seem to know it, too, the grinning devils. No sooner would he pass a Dago organ grinder on the corner than the little red-capped ape would let out a chatter and make a rush for Terence. And would you believe me, the man would actually turn pale. 'Come away, Ira,' he'd say, clutching at me. 'Come away, Ira.' Sure, and he'd be looking for a bite from the leg of ye. I mind me of the day when we went to the zoo, Terence and I. ''Tis understood,' said he, when we reached the gates, 'that we make no visit to the monkey house.' But I gave him the laugh, with hints about his courage, d'ye mind, till at last he sets his teeth determined like. No man shall say Terence McFadden is a coward, says he. Let us go in. The minute we entered the room, the place was in an uproar. The little yellow-haired monkeys were hanging by their tails and chattering, and even the big apes down in the corner were roaring like devils let loose. 'Tis no use for me to point out to Terence that the hour of feeding is at hand. He will have none of it. The beast knows me, he mutters between chattering teeth. 'Tis my blood they would be having. For why would they be having your blood? I asked. I know not the why of it, he says, shaking in every limb, but 'tis so. Rubbish, says I, for I wish to rid him of this foolish fear of his. Walk with me to this cage and look the big chap in the eye. There's no harm he can be doing to you, and him safe behind the bars. Terence was fair sweating with fear, but he grits his teeth, and arm in arm we walk over to the cage. The big tawny fellow, the ugly-faced one by the far door, sits there, humped up in his corner, glowering at us with eyes like coals. Look, man, says I, and give over your foolishness. Why, even in the open, you'd be a match for him. No sooner are the words out of my mouth than the beast makes one jump from his corner and lands halfway up the bars at the front of the cage, with a roar that would blast the very soul of ye. I own I was startled, little as I fear monkeys and their likes. But poor Terence gives a sort of gasp and leans against me, actually paralyzed with fear. His eyes are set in a glassy stare, like a dead man's. And I swear to you that after I got him outside, it was half an hour before the color came back to his cheeks and his knees gave over their quivering. Did you see the horrible face of him, he gasps, and the long arms reaching for me throat? And then he'd fall to trembling again. Captain Dolan paused as abruptly as he had begun. So vividly had he told the story that he had been for the moment transported bodily to the monkey house at the zoo. Now, in the sudden silence, we moved uneasily, glancing at one another. Corcoran scratched his head in a puzzled manner. What's all this got to do with finding the murderer? He burst out. Captain Dolan shook his head. There is no murderer, he said. We all looked startled, I imagine. Canton would have spoken, but Captain Dolan motioned him to silence. Even Corcoran, for once, found himself without words. I spoke of an item in the newspaper tonight, continued Captain Dolan. Doubtless 'twas seen by all of you. Did you not read that one of the gorillas at the zoo had escaped from its cage and was at large in the city? In the breathless silence which ensued, I felt a peculiar thrill of terror pass up my spine. Kenton was fingering the holster of his revolver with nervous, clumsy motions. In some uncanny manner, the gaunt old sea captain's grim words of doubtless import had woven about us all a web of superstitious fear in which we vainly struggled, unable to grasp the saving clue. 'Twas that item which spoiled his supper for Terence when he read it aboard the ship tonight, and no use I found it to reason with him. To his mind, the grinning face of the big ape was peeping in at every porthole. Suddenly, Corcoran whirled, peering into the blackness at the far end of the warehouse, where something stirred softly. Canton drew his pistol. I felt the goose flesh rising along my arms. Only the dead man, undisturbed, stared unwinkingly in the opposite direction. The next moment, a stray cat wandered leisurely into the circle of light and sat herself down to wash her dusty fur, blinking complacently up at our pallid faces. I wiped the cold drops from my forehead and breathed a deep sigh. Corcoran turned almost pleadingly to Captain Dolan. "The gorilla," he said. "Was it the gorilla from the zoo that killed Terence McFadden?" Dolan shook his head. "I would not say that," he answered. I stared at the parchment-like face in amazement. Like Corcoran, I had jumped to this conclusion. Kenton drew his hand across his forehead in perplexity. "But you said there was no murder," cried Corcoran. "Was it Big Jim that killed him after all?" "I would not say that," repeated Captain Dolan. Corcoran looked at the old man dazedly. Then he spoke very softly and soothingly, as one might interrogate a backward child. "Then tell me, Captain Dolan," he said, "how did Terence McFadden die?" "He was murdered," replied Captain Dolan. Corcoran stared. "Murdered? But you just said there was no murderer." "Nor was there," said the captain. Corcoran dropped his hands helplessly. Kenton took up the interrogation. "Did he kill himself?" he demanded. "Was it suicide?" "I would not say that," repeated Captain Dolan for the third time. But Kenton was not to be baffled. "With what weapon was the man killed?" he asked doggedly. Captain Dolan gazed at the contorted face of the man at his feet. "With one of the oldest weapons in the world," he answered. "A weapon which has caused the death of many a brave man, aye, braver and more powerful than Terence here." The waves lapped saltily against the rotting piles at the far end of the warehouse. In the darkness, a rat squeaked, and the cat, interrupting its toilet, darted out of the circle of light and vanished. In the darkness was heard the sound of a speeding motor. Captain Dolan raised his eyes from the corpse of his friend, and his voice was very soft and compassionate. "Did I not say that Terence was his own worst enemy? Had it not been for this foolish bewitchment of his—" He turned and pointed suddenly towards Big Jim, standing stupidly there in the shadows. It seemed almost that the eyes of the dead man, following the direction of his extended arm, were staring at the bestial, repulsive features of the prisoner with sentient terror. "Look at the hairy arms of him!" he cried. "Look at the long, shaggy beard! When he stood on the platform yonder by the door and crooked his elbow upon the throat of Terence, do you think the poor lad knew of the pistol stuck in his back, or of the words of warning jabbered in some heathen lingo? To the mind of Terence 'twas nothing less than the coming true of all his nightmares. Small wonder that his eyes are bursting from their sockets as he lies there with the grip of terror stopping the valves of his heart and curdling the very blood in his veins. Then the name of the weapon? It's called fear," said Captain Dolan. The throbbing motor sounded at the end of the street. With a squeal of brakes, the police car halted outside. Dr. Potts pushed through the crowd and bent briefly over the body. "Heart failure," he said. The end of The Secret Fear by Kenneth Dwayne Whipple. The White Jade Seal by H. Bedford Jones. From Short Stories Magazine, February 25, 1924. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The White Jade Seal by H. Bedford Jones. 1. Garvin, mouthing his cheroot in the smoking room, idly fingered the white jade seal that depended from his watch chain. This seal was an odd thing. Garvin himself was odd. Most singular of all, however, was the fact that the man sitting on Garvin's left should have laid down his book at this precise instant, thus catching sight of the jade seal. If you are at all intimately acquainted with the line of mail boats running from India to Rangoon, you have heard some queer tales. None of them surpasses the story of the white jade seal when it comes to queerness, however. Garvin was tall, dark, bearded and silent, his eyes darkling with hidden fires. The man on his left was small, spectacled, rather chubby, yet with a mouth that expressed unreasonable determination, a regular trap mouth, in fact. Garvin's look spoke of the far hills and jungle, those of the other man of cities and clubs. The latter was down on the passenger list as John Manning, commercial traveler. "Beastly hot night," said Manning the instant after he had laid down his book. Garvin gave him a swift glance, found him cherubic and smiling, and nodded gravely. "Very. Drink?" Manning nodded and gave his order, for Garvin had previously beckoned a boy. Presently the drinks came. The glasses were touched and sipped. Manning mopped his brow, which had suddenly become finely beaded with perspiration. "Devilish country," he said impulsively. "Glad I don't have to stay in it. You look as though you don't mind, though." Garvin smiled slightly. "I don't. It's good country for men up in the hills." "The hills?" Manning turned toward him with voluble interest. "Did you hear about that horrible affair up country? Rangoon papers were full of it this last week. I don't call that a good country. I call it beastly. I read a little something about the details, but not very much. These two chaps who murdered each other, I mean, or one of them murdered the other. Which was it?" Garvin mouthed his cigar, then took it out and carefully inspected it. One gained the distinct impression that he was trying not to look startled. "You have it wrong," he said slowly and steadily. "You misunderstood the reports. That is, if you refer to the case of Smithson and Ormsby." "That's the one," affirmed Manning eagerly. "Those two mining chaps, you know, who had been up in the Shan country looking for gold or tin or something. They'd been gone a long while, given up for dead by everyone, until this story came out. Oh, yes, rubies, that was it. They were after rubies. I swear I had an idea that one of them had murdered the other. Perhaps I read the story amiss. Some chap brought down the yarn, found the bodies or something. Who was he?" "I was the chap," said Garvin. Manning strained around, staring at him blankly. "You?" Garvin nodded. "Yes, you see, I happened to run across Ormsby's boy in the hills, dying. He had been captured by the hill tribes and escaped. He told me the whole thing. If you'd be interested in learning what really happened." "Oh, yes, yes!" exclaimed Manning. His eyes fell for an instant on the white jade seal. "Yes, do tell me. Let's have the boy fill the glasses again, eh?" Garvin nodded, and the boy came. When he had filled the orders and gone again, Garvin composedly told his story. "It's not much of a yarn, though the newspapers played it up," he said when the boy was out of earshot. "The two chaps got in trouble with the hillmen and had to run for it. Finally, the beggars surrounded them on a hill. They held out for a week until their last cartridges were used up, and then were rushed. After I heard about it, I went there, found the place, and buried their bones. So that's the whole thing, not as you had it." "Oh," said Manning disappointedly. "So that's the way of it." "Exactly," said Garvin, and puffed at his cigar. His fingers toyed with the white jade seal, and Manning leaned forward and looked at it, frankly enough. "That's a curious thing. May I see it?" Garvin started slightly, then laughed and held up the seal. It was a trifle over an inch long, a long cube of white jade with a gold ring sunk in one end. On the other end was a cut Chinese inscription in tiny characters. "It's Malay, isn't it?" asked Manning innocently. Garvin laughed at that. "Oh, no. Chinese. I picked it up in the Singapore Bazaar 2 years ago. It's a seal, you know. The ideographs mean good luck, or something of the sort." "Odd thing," said Manning, then picked up the book and rose. "Well, I'll say good night, and thanks very much for the story. Queer how I got it so jumbled." "Night," said Garvin. Manning left the smoking room. He made his way to the upper deck, and there stood for a moment at the rail. Then, deliberately, he flung his book overboard and watched the splash in the phosphorescent rush of water alongside. It was a gesture as though he had finished with something forever. Drawing a deep breath, he turned aft and went to the purser's cabin, at which he knocked. The purser was splitting a bottle of beer with the first officer, and Manning crowded into the little cabin and sank on the bunk. "Greetings and long life, old son," exclaimed the purser cheerfully. "Mac, reach him down another bottle." "And then go turn in, like a good little boy," said Manning solemnly. The first officer collared a bottle of beer and went to the door. "I wouldn't drink with two bad eggs like you anyhow," he declared, and then grinned as he departed. John Manning seemed to be rather well known aboard here. "Now, old son, spit it out," said the purser, wiping his mustache. "Here, I say, what's it all about? Buck up, buck up. This won't do." Manning was leaning back in the bunk, looking whitish and rather ill. He smiled faintly, and then his trap mouth set in 2 lines again, and he sat up. After gulping down some beer, he accepted a cigarette and lighted it. "You know that chap Garvin? Tall, bearded, tan? Brought in that story from the hills that was in all the Rangoon papers last week?" "Aye," said the purser cautiously. "Well, you have a nasty job to do for me. Will you?" "For you as the owner-in-chief of this bally steamship line?" demanded the purser. "Or for you yourself?" "Damn the steamship line," said Manning. "For me myself, with the same old streamers that you're wearing on your manly chest." "Old son, I'll do murder for you," said the purser. "Not for you as owner, mind. To hell with the owners off duty. But you and me and that brother of yours. Say now, I'd cut off my right hand to have him here with us over the beer. D'you mind that night when the 3 of us was in a Gallipoli trench, and we had a bottle of beer?" "Shut up and listen to me," said Manning. "You're drunk this minute." 2. Garvin had enjoyed a rubber of bridge and was about ready to turn in for the night, when the purser came into the nearly emptied smoking room and flopped down into a chair beside Garvin. The purser was drunk, obviously so. The row of campaign ribbons on his breast was always askew when he was drunk. He called for a drink, blinked at Garvin, and then began to laugh. "Old son, funniest thing happened tonight," he said. "Funniest thing you ever heard. Suppose I shouldn't talk about it, but who cares? You're all right. Sparks told me about it, poor kid. He'll have half the Calcutta police out to meet us. Excited he is. You and me are pals, what? Here's how, and many to come." Garvin nodded, and the glasses tinkled. The purser thirstily emptied his glass at a gulp. "What? Oh, yes, funniest thing ever. Here it is, now. Feller on board here who murdered some chap up country, understand? Shot him in the back or somewhere, robbed him, then grew a beard and came down to Rangoon and came aboard with the loot. Funniest thing ever. Here's how." Garvin gulped a little, lifted his glass mechanically. The purser cursed his own empty glass, noisily summoned the boy, and presently began to talk again. "This feller, name is Ormsby, understand? Had a thing he took off the man he murdered. Don't understand myself. Something particular it was, jade or something. And today or tonight, sometime, he got talking with somebody, and this other chap saw this thing and popped onto the game, righto. Police chap, this chap was, understand? Damn complicated thing to talk about. Oh, yes, I remember now. Murdered man's name was Smithson, and now the wireless is signaling for the Calcutta police. Funny thing, wireless, when you stop to think about it, now. I remember one time back, where was it? Oh, yes, back in the old BP line. You know it, out of the Australian ports?" Garvin raised to his feet, walked away suddenly, and was gone. The purser stared vacantly after him, then rose and also left the smoking room, but with a surprisingly steady step. When he had returned to his own cabin, the purser found Manning still there, quietly smoking. "Did it, old son, though for the life of me I can't see just what your game is, letting on to that rotter that you're a police chap." A knock sounded at the door, and Sparks stepped in. The young wireless officer, who was new to the line, gave Manning one curious glance and then shoved back his cap and looked at the purser. "See here, I just got a message in from Rangoon for a chap named Smithson. No one by that name aboard the old hooker." The purser waved his hand genially toward Manning. "Right here, y'are. Mr. Smithson, God save the mark. He owns most of this ruddy steamship line, old son, and I've no respect for him at all. Devil a bit. But you'd better have plenty. Down under his placid exterior he has brains, somewhere." "Shut up," said Manning, looking at Sparks. "Where's the message?" "Here, sir," said Sparks, awed into belief. He handed over the message and left the cabin. Manning spread out the slip on his knee, and at his invitation, the purser crowded over to read the words. "Smithson, S.S. Hulligu. Little known of Garvin here. Said came overland from Yunnan. Explorer. Rangoon Times." "I sent the Times a request to look him up this evening, but sent a personal call to the editor and only signed my first name," said Manning in explanation. "Well, loosen up," said the purser. "What's your game now? If what you think is so, why not call the police? Why give him warning? What's the jade thing?" Manning smiled slightly. "You're venerable, bald-headed, and senile. Do you remember the Taiping Rebellion in China?" "Heard of it. Why?" "My grandfather was in it, a friend and advisor of the Taiping Emperor. When my grandfather came home, the Taiping Emperor gave him a jade seal, a small, private imperial seal for personal letters. Nothing like it could possibly exist in duplicate. My brother Bob carried it as a lucky token. Also, in case he got up into China and needed any help. Last letter I had from him, before digging off with Ormsby, he mentioned it. So this chap Garvin lied about it. Nobody knows much what Ormsby looked like, but this thing gave his game away." The purser whistled at this. "Bully, and you're wrangling him at the strength of it? But look here, what'd you expect to get out of it? Suppose you and me go down there and arrest the blighter for the murder of your brother, what?" "Cool down and open another bottle of beer," said Manning, "and shut off that electric fan. Being a purser, and at one time a Naval Brigade officer, it's natural you should have no brains. We'll try to instruct you." The purser shut off the buzzing electric fan, and sudden silence fell, broken only by the monotonous twang of the engines. In this silence, the two men drank their beer. Manning complacent and alert, the purser sadly puzzled and wondering. Suddenly, something jarred into the night. A muffled vibration lifted through the ship. With an exclamation, the purser sprang to his feet. "That's a shot somewhere below!" "Exactly," said Manning coolly. "Also, that's the end of the story." The end of The Jade Seal by H. Bedford Jones.